It's 4 p.m. of a Friday. Yeah, we're bringing developing news.
The day you've been waiting for, and the stories behind the headlines. This is Storycon. I'm Rodrigo.
I'm Ed Lingao. Some stores are watching this Friday, February 27. President Bongbong Marcos has appointed Environment Secretary Rafael Lotilla as the Philippines' new ambassador to the Holy See. Environment Undersecretary Juan Miguel Cuna will serve as acting secretary during the transition. Palace Press Officer Claire Castro clarifies that Lotilla will not or did not resign and requested for a, and we quote, lighter assignment.
The confirmation of charges hearing of former President Rodrigo Duterte concludes today, February 27. Later at around 5:30 in the afternoon Manila time, the prosecution and the defense will deliver their closing arguments. Both parties have already presented merits to their cases on the first 3 days of the ICC hearings. The final hour of today's proceedings at The Hague will be a review of the detention of Duterte. The ICC has already allowed Duterte to skip this hearing as well. And after the confirmation of charges hearings, ICC judges will have up to 60 days to decide where this case will go. There are 3 possible outcomes: 1, full trial; 2, remand; or 3, outright dismissal.
And back here at home, residents of La Castellana in Negros Occidental are being advised to wear face masks after ashfall blanketed their area. That's following the moderately explosive eruption of Canlaon volcano yesterday. Thick ash also caused near zero visibility along roads in Barangay Agisan, Himamaylan City. Between 9 and 11 this morning, Canlaon once again emitted grayish plumes. Alert level 2 remains in effect over the volcano.
Speaking of volcano, FIVOLS reported 2 pyroclastic density current events at Mayon volcano this afternoon, triggered by the collapse of a lava front. The first incident occurred at 12:40 p.m., followed by another one at 2:05 p.m., each lasting for about a minute. Alert level 3 remains in effect over the volcano. Palace Press Officer Undersecretary Claire Castro says she has no plans to invite Attorney Nicholas Kaufman to the Philippines. This comes after Kaufman, in jest, told reporters at The Hague that he would be happy to come to Manila to discuss the interim release of former President Rodrigo Duterte with Castro. Castro said she will be a gracious host to Kaufman as a tourist.
First of all, I'm not inviting him. If ever, everybody is welcome to see the beauty of our country. Welcome man, lahat ng turista, pati pamilya, kasama yan. And if he will be coming to the Philippines, I am more than happy to treat him. Buy him balut, bagoong, kwek-kwek, ayudi, adidas. But I will not discuss about the interim release because it has already been dissolved by the ICC. So pag-uusapan lang namin ang ganda ng Palawan, El Nido, Manila Zoo, lahat po yan. Yun lang po.
Castro also responded to Vice President Sara Duterte's claim that several public invitations to her were canceled due to fear of retaliation from the Marcos administration. Castro said that even the VP's father, former President Duterte, had called her a drama queen. Castro also reacted to Sara's remark about what could have been if she stayed on as Davao City Mayor and did not aim for the VP post in 2022.
Mismo ang dating Pangulong Duterte ang nagsabi na may mga pagkakataon na ang Vice Presidente ay sinungaling. Ipapakita ko po ang isang article at binanggit din po ni dating Pangulong Duterte na ang kanyang anak na si VP Sara ay isang drama queen. At patungkol sa pagtakbo niya na kung sana ay nanatili na lamang siyang mayor sa Davao City, muli sumasang-ayon tayo sa kanyang tinuran. Mas maganda po nga sana kung nanatili na lamang siyang mayor sa Davao City.
Okay, so si Kaufman daw ipapakilala sa kwek-kwek. Ano tingin mo doon? Aking pamintuan ng Philippine Star.
But actually,
Bakit natatawa kayo?
Ay, masarap yun masarap kwek-kwek.
but actually,
Masarap bagoong.
actually,
Ewan ko yung Adidas kung kakainin niya Adidas.
oh, of course not.
Adidas talaga yun.
Anong wise taste?
Pero that reminded me na, oo nga no, I wonder if nakapunta na si Nicholas Kaufman here. It's interesting if he has it, that he's defending someone that's, intricately tied to the Philippines. Pero, I wonder. We should ask him, no? We should get our reporters there to ask him.
Nakatikim na siya ng kwek-kwek.
Nakatikim na siya ng
Let me
kwek-kwek.
guess. Malamang
Masarap
hindi
yun.
pa.
Favorite siya ng nanay ko.
I wonder as well, kasi the 6 Filipino, not all of them, but some of the 6 Filipino lawyers that the Duterte family sent to The Hague are often seen outside eating. And these are usually, Filipino food. Kasi
Baka kwek-kwek yun.
some of the volunteers bring, cacerolas of food. I wonder if nakikisalo din siya. That's also interesting. No? Because,
Si Kaufman?
Oo. Pero hindi...
I'm sure kung nakikisalo kasi siya, kinunan ng mga reporter ng
sabagay.
video yun. Kasi that will be interesting to watch. I've never seen anything to that effect. And, people would be taking photos. Diba? Especially, yung mga Duterte supporters. No, we haven't seen anything. So, I suppose it's safe to say that it's probably never happened yet.
So other than the Duterte administration, I wonder how much he knows about the Philippines, I guess, is the question in my head. Or if he's ever even set foot here. Baka meron na, whilst, in the process of defending Duterte, baka he has secretly come in here. I wouldn't know. Unless we ask him.
Patanong natin sa mga reporter.
Oo.
Patanong natin sa kanya.
Well,
Baka pwede siyang bumipita rito.
the ICC prosecutors we know had come here a few times. Ito nga yung sinasabi nilang team ni Attorney Levy Baligod that were so-called, quote-unquote, wined and dined by people using...
Investigator, hindi prosecutor.
Oh, investigators pala, sorry. That were wined and dined by people allegedly funded by Zaldico et al. Yeah. And by the way,
sabi ng iba, ang laki-laki ng budget niyang ICC. And they don't need anyone to pay for their expenses when they are overseas.
Speaking of Baligot, let me just correct the record, by the way. When we interviewed him on Wednesday, it wasn't clear to me that he was the representative of the 18 Marines, the 18 gentlemen. And turns out he is. Na-confirm na ba natin to that he was representing them?
Yes,
okay,
said
so
so
it's
naman.
not. So it's not secondhand information. That's classified na as representation. So I apologize for that oversight. But in any case, marami pa rin parts of that allegation that are not clear to us that we're hoping the ombudsman can shed light on. Kasi na-file na yung notarized affidavit at the ombudsman.
I wonder if they bothered to correct the error that Baligod acknowledged.
De Lima.
Oo.
Hindi kinorek yan ni Baligod. Kinorek pala ni Mike Defensor. Ibig daw sabihin nun, nagkamali siya na binanggit niya na congresswoman na si Laila de Lima. Pero inuulit pa rin nila yung accusation na binigyan si Laila de Lima nata sa congresswoman.
But
yun ang inano nila na hindi siya congresswoman at that time.
But Ami, magulo pa rin because during when we interviewed former Congressman Mike Defensor, there were also some inconsistencies. For example, they said initially De Lima was handed maleta then of cash. Then it became a paper bag. And then by the time we spoke to Mike Defensor, he said, no, it was maybe an envelope. So
lilinawin natin yan.
So we need to clarify that. And the second thing is,
hindi ko nabutan yun. So naging envelope na?
Naging envelope
Lumilit
na.
na lumit. Mamaya, letter size envelope na yun.
ayun pala,
Baka ibang presidency na inaalala niya.
ayun
Baka
pala,
Ibang presidency.
supot-supot na
Si
yan na
Ami.
pinamigay sa Malacanang. Baka iba na yan.
Ibang presidency,
So I asked him, ano ba talaga? Is it maleta? Is it paper bag? Is it envelope? Kasi when we spoke to Baligod the day before Mike Defensor, he said paper bag. And nakita daw ng one of the Marines that it was cash. That's how they know that there was cash inside.
No, that was the interview between Baligod and Ted Filon kung saan naging paper bag. But
Hindi, sinabi din niya sa atin. Yeah, I asked him,
it was maleta.
how do you know it was, no, initially maleta. And then at some point during our interview, pati tayo naguguluhan na because the details of it are inconsistent. But anyways, the point is, the day after, Mike Defensor said, it was an envelope
You mean yesterday?
that was given to De Lima, allegedly. Which, of course, Congresswoman De Lima has already flat out denied. And the other thing I'm wondering about is the timeline here. Because, of course, she was in jail for some parts of the period that they were alleging.
Pero nabibisita siya sa jail.
Oh, but
Nabibisita siya.
But there were some times, I don't know, yung sinasabi nila na De Lima was seen talking to ICC investigators. Tapos, she was handed, whether it was a paper bag or an envelope of cash, it's not clear. For the most part, again, she was only congressman last year, and then, obviously she was in jail for a big chunk of the years between 2019 to 2025.
Although we can expect na the ICC will want to talk to her kasi nga siya yung original investigator ng DDS when she was the Human Rights Commission chair.
Correct.
So
The other
we
thing
will
is,
expect na someone will reach out to her to get her records kung yung mga input niya.
The other thing that might be of interest to look at is the allegation that Tito Soto received mga 5 maletas. If I recall correctly, 5 maleta nakalagay sa affidavit of
Kasi nagka-jumble-jumble
cash.
na nga siya. Naging flood control, saka naging ICC.
No, pero Bok, si Tito Soto was
Basta
not a
lahat.
senator between 2022 and 2025.
And so,
his last term as senator was until 2022, and he only got re-elected into the Senate in last year.
and in those years in between, he was doing Eat Bulaga. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
He was, Bulaga.
TVJ.
Oh, TVJ.
The new name. Sorry. So ano naman, the question that leads to is, why would he get roped into
maletas or
this?
so.
Exactly.
Let me check kung ilan ulit ang sinabi niyang maleta ni Tito Soto doon sa affidavit. I know I have it here somewhere.
Kanino bang affidavit yan? Joint affidavit
Yung
ba
joint
yan?
affidavit,
Hindi ko pa kasi nakikita.
yung mahiwagang affidavit.
Hmm.
I just need to look for it kasi nagka-jumble na rin ang aking mga... ito. Okay. 5 maleta binigay kay Tito Soto sa Baclaran.
Sa Baclaran
May
talaga.
lugar pa.
Oo, ganun
lugar
ka-specific. Ito,
Bakit kaya ang daming tao sa Baclaran?
ito yung specifics.
Bakit kaya sa Baclaran?
4 na maleta kay Chis Escudero sa Hemadi, 6 na maleta kay Erwin Tulfo sa Green Hills, 2 maleta kay Lauren Legada sa North Forbes, 2 maleta kay Bong Revilla sa Taste of LA sa Quezon City, 5 maleta kay Tito Soto sa Baclaran, 7 maleta kay Mark Villar sa Las Piñas.
Baka naman election na yan.
Don't know.
Baka election Kasi pag election talagang kasyang mga pinamimigay
You mean when he was running for the Senate in
Baka election
May
na
of last
yan.
year?
Kasi ang tinatanong ko yung kaila sabi nila, ang testimony niyang mga yan, nag-deliver lang sila ng maleta, hindi nila alam kung para saan
Yeah.
Kaya nagkahalo-halo na siya flood control, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Ibig sabihin, nagkakaroon ng ganung mga, ng mga pagdideposito nga ng cash na ganyang kabulto-bulto, which is actually not unusual dahil nangyayari talaga yan sa atin tuwing eleksyon. Kaya nga tinatanong ko kung saan in-encash. Hindi lang sa bangko ini-encash yung ganyan dahil nga ayaw nga nilang matrace. Pag election, it's pretty common.
But is
Talagang bag-bag yan, maleta,
But is there any
million.
particular reason why the administration would want to give Tito Soto 5 maletas of cash?
At that
Kaya lang,
time.
yun na nga. Anong
that time.
dahilan, hindi nila alam.
Way
Hindi daw
before-
alam ng Marines.
Way before he was a senator and way before he was Senate
In
President.
the same way,
even.
why would they want to give Lara de Lima, whether it's a maleta or a paper bag or an envelope of cash,
So,
before she was a congressman?
So it was being linked to the ICC, being linked to flood control, being linked to
Yun,
impeachment. We have to double check that timeline kasi maraming ang not clear.
Kaya
And
tatanungin
some of
na
the
lang natin
Maletas
si Boying kung sakaling out of hiding na siya, out of breaking his silence. Kung ano yung sakit ng ulo niya yan, kung ano man yan
Okay.
And also then, the
Tingnan
allegation
natin.
na nagde-deliver sila ng paper bags of 5 million pesos sa mga mambabatas for the Quadcom hearings, tuwing may hearing.
Oh, nasama naman yung Quadcom din.
Oo.
In relation to the impeachment or to
I
the
don't know.
war on
I
drugs
guess so.
investigation.
I guess so. Quadcom eh.
Okay, let's put a pin on this conversation first and let's get out to our reporter at The Hague, Angela Lagunzad Castro, who's standing by once again to cover the final day of the confirmation of charges hearing of Rodrigo Duterte. Ange, ano meron today? What's going on there?
Hi, it's still cold here. Okay, it's already the fourth and last day of the confirmation of charges of former President Rodrigo Duterte, and we'll be expecting the continuation of the submission on the merits of the case by the defense, and then after that, there will be a closing statement from the prosecution, the victims through their legal counsel, and of course the defense. Then after that, meron din 1 hour na hearing for the review of the detention facility where former president is currently detained. So yun muna yung mga currently na nangyayari ngayon. Isa is kanina, there's a whole long line here at behind me para makapasok yung mga tao sa media gallery, but all of them went in already. So far, we've already seen the 2 family member of EJK victims, and as far as I know, wala pa akong nakita from the defense side, and even the lawyers from NUPL, sila Attorney Cristina Conti and Attorney Nery Colmenares, wala pa. But last night they held a small gathering sa isang chapel. I just forgot kasi kung anong pangalan yun. But here also, nagkaroon ng parang konting ceremony, lighting activity, candle lighting activity to honor or to remember the lives lost in this drug war. So kasama doon of course yung organized by the Duterte Panagutin Network. So natapos yun I think around almost 8 o'clock. Kaya siguro wala pa yung iba dito, baka napuyat pa. But we will be here until they arrived. We'll see what's going to happen. So yun yung mga antabayanan natin. Okay. So, okay. Yan, parating na ngayon ang defense. Naglalakad sila. I'll show you guys ha. Ayan, dito. Pero I'm not allowed to go there with camera. Pagagalitan ako. Pero that's, wait, hold on Oh, that's the Filipino legal, wait let me check. Pag di ako pinagalitan, okay lang. Ayan. That's a Filipino legal team of former President Rodrigo Duterte arriving right now. Of course, that's Medeldea, Martin Delgra, Sylvester Bello III, and of course si Attorney Sal Panelo. Oo.
And
okay,
yung kumakaway si Sal Panelo.
Yeah, sabi ko kausapin natin siya.
Ayan, pupuntahan kaya
kausapin natin. Halika. Attorney, here. We're not allowed here. Okay, kausapin niyo po si Attorney Sal. Halika, come here. Lalapit siya.
Kita talaga si Attorney Panelo talaga
di ba? Yung OOTD ni Attorney.
Dito,
Attorney, dito tayo kasi we're not allowed to conduct interview near the entrance. Okay, sige. Okay. Attorney, we are joined by
Tanungin mo ako kung ba't ako naka-white.
Oh yeah, but
On-air,
ito na po, on air po tayo ngayon. We are joined by
Sige.
Regina Lay, Ami Pamintuan ng Philippine Star, and of course Ed Lingao,
Sir,
sa programang
bakit ka
Storycon.
naka-white?
Ito po.
Why are you
Okay.
in white, sir?
Why are you wearing white?
Sige.
Attorney,
What?
why are you wearing white?
To cover the black propaganda of the prosecution.
But your inner shirt is black.
But your inner is black.
That
Because you're covering.
You're covering.
the
Literally
prosecution. The
covering.
white is the defense.
Pero sir, you're the one wearing the black. We're just joking.
Attorney,
Attorney,
yesterday,
narinig ko
Yes.
kahapon yung opening statement, extensive, sa kayang mga, confirmation of hearings. Ikaw, fearless
Yes.
forecast mo, are we going to trial? You're a lawyer. You're familiar with all these proceedings. Ano po yung
Well-
fearless forecast nyo?
Well, if the decision is based on the merits, it should be dismissed. But there may be other considerations. Like, for instance, I cannot understand why it has forced itself, this court, to assume jurisdiction when it has not. Second, when there is an appeal on the issue of jurisdiction, still it commenced this confirmation of charges, which is part of the proceeding. Parang pinipre-judge na nila. So, hindi ko alam kung ano talaga mangyayari.
So,
Yes,
when you say
yesterday, attorney, I was able to talk to Attorney Kaufman, and I mentioned to him that you are applying for accreditation ng ICC, and he said daw na parang it's too late for the confirmation of charges. And I believe,
Hindi naman sa confirmation.
oo, diba? Para if ever mag-proceed sa trial.
So I ask you
Saka
this.
hindi lang yun, actually, gusto kong pa-accredit para makita ko si Presidente Duterte.
Okay.
Kasi hindi namin makikita kung hindi ka accredited and
Yeah.
hindi ka formal member of the defense.
Right. But wala naman plano
But
palitan si Attorney Kaufman, sir.
Magaling okay sa amin si Kaufman. He has done his work, thoroughly prepared for the case.
Pero anong balita niya yung state of health ni President Duterte?
Actually,
Anong
hindi namin alam. Wala kaming, there's no way by which we can...
But you told me, during the socials with Kaufman, di ba? He said he's
Sabi
worried.
niya lang na he's worried sa kalusugan niya. Kami wala kaming access, hindi namin malaman. Saka wala rin yung mga kamag-anak nito, so wala nakakabisita sa kanya.
so, sir,
Saka kahit sila nandito, hindi rin makabisita kasi bawal at this stage.
Yeah.
Sir, you said kanina you're pretty confident na mananalo kayo if not for other possible considerations of the court. What exactly do you mean by that?
If on the basis of evidence, talagang wala. Kasi yung ebidensya nila, yung mga speeches na sinasabi nila na kill, yung pala, lahat ng mga speeches niya naman merong exonerating statement doon. Hindi naman nila pinapakita yun. Pagkatapos, nag-present sila ng memorandum circular. Sinasabi nila, that's the command to kill, yung neutralize. Yung pala, nakalagay doon you arrest in accordance with law. Tapos number 3, yung mga witnesses nagko-contradict sa isa't isa. Pati mga sarili nila, kino-contradict nila mga sarili nila. So inadmissible in evidence lahat yun. So if you're the court at hindi ka bias, talagang i-dismiss mo, wala kang choice.
So you're saying
Attorney,
only a
wala daw
biased court would...
direct link to the president.
Talagang
What
wala
about
naman.
Sa co-perpetrators? Yung sa co-perpetrators, sa tingin
kahit-
niyo, malakas ba yung kaso against them?
Lalo nang wala. Wala rin kasi if you notice yung mga testimonya ng mga testigo, sasabihin nila, sabi ni ganito. Pag tinanong mo tinuturo nila, sasabihin niya sabi ni ganon. So madaling sabi hindi lang double hearsay, multiple hearsay na nga Kaya inadmissible in evidence talaga.
What about yung circular ni Ronald De La Rosa?
Wala nga yung circular. Nakalagay nga doon sa circular na you arrest in accordance with law, in accordance with the rules of engagement. Kaya the very document it is presenting to be its evidence against the president, it in fact is the
But
evidence in favor. Baliktad nga
But attorney, and of course you're a lawyer, you know that they don't have to prove direct link or causation here, right?
Hindi. This is a criminal case.
Yes.
Hindi po pwede yun.
No.
Kailangan
The
i-prove
other
mo
law-
yun.
the
May
other
problema
lawyers-
kapag wala.
The other lawyers have
Kaya
ICC
that
lawyers.
is precisely where they were trying to prove the direct link kasi alam nila, they're lawyers, kaya alam nila na kailangan yun.
There is, sabi ng ibang ICC lawyers sa amin, that it is possible that you may not be able to prove the direct link, but inference, if the only possible inference from it is that he did, as an indirect perpetrator, contribute to this, then they can move the case to trial. In any case, the question is, what did you think about that?
Wala. Yung prosecution mismo believes na kailangan nila ng direct link. That is precisely why they introduced evidence to show that there was a direct link. Wala nga
Sir, you made a point earlier that hindi sinasama ng prosecution yung speeches kung saan may exonerating
cherry picking, in other words.
Oo, na hindi sasama yung mga speeches na may exonerating qualifier, yung speech ng Pangulo.
Yes.
But if I recall correctly, ang pagbibilang na ginawa ng defense was ito yung bilang ng may exonerating, ito yung bilang ng wala. So, merong exonerating speeches, merong unqualified na hirit. In other words, what you're saying is that tiningnan lang yung merong exonerating qualifiers. But
Teka muna. Let me correct you there. Yung 10 na pinipresent ng prosecution, nandun yung mga qualifier, pinili na lang nila.
Yes, sir.
Pero yung the rest, yung 30, puro exonerating. Hindi nila ilalabas yun.
Like for example, yung sinabi ng Pangulo na if the suspect draws his gun, shoot him. If he does not, shoot him anyway.
O hindi ba self-defense yun?
Well, no, yes, sir,
nagbumunot na ng baril. Anong gagawin mo?
No,
Antay mo bariling ka.
Those were two lines. If he draws his gun, shoot him. Even if he doesn't draw his gun, shoot him anyway.
Shoot him anyway.
Remember that? That was-
Pero tingnan mo yung iba pang statement niya. Meron pinakita nga ni Kaufman
Yes, sir.
yan. Lahat
Yes, sir.
ng speeches niya, palaging merong ganun.
No, sir. My point is, there are some statements he made that
Na walang
there were
qualifier.
qualifiers. There were some statements he made na merong ibang wala. Yung the fact na meron kang ilang may qualifiers, does that already render invalid yung mga statements without qualifiers?
Saka isa pa, alam po niyo, ang problema nga ang style kasi ni Presidente ganon. Puro mahilig siya sa blaster, mahilig siya sa hyperbole. Panakot niya yun Yun ang estilo niya. Kahit nung siya ay mayor pa, ganon na siya Hindi mo naman mabago yun Pero definitely talagang galit siya sa mga pulis na nag-aabuso. Ayaw niya yun. Kaya sa kanyang sona, di ba? You abuse authority and there will be hell to pay.
Yes.
Di ba nung mayor pa yan nabubugbog nga ng pulis yan pag nag-aabuso mga pulis. Galit talaga siya sa mga pulis na nag-aabuso.
Yes, sir. What I mean to say is that there appears to be at least, at the very least, two sides or two faces that the former president would show to the public. There are times when he would say something that would be qualified, and there's times when he would say na talagang ratratay na ninyo.
Pero the general course ng kanyang mga speech, tinatakot niya talaga.
Actually, pareho sir. Tinatakot niya.
But anyway, basta kung on the basis of the presentation of the prosecution, I think their theory has been shattered to pieces.
Okay. Yes, sir. So what you're saying is that kung only a court that is biased, if I'm getting you right, only a court that is biased would not dismiss the case.
Yes, kasi nga on the basis of the evidence na inadmissible lahat ng mga pinakita ng prosecution.
Okay.
Well, dun sa,
Sige na,
last na po, dun sa isang sinabi ni Kaufman yesterday na yung parang sa memorandum na sinasabi nga ni Pangulo na wala naman siyang inuutos na patayin lahat, Pero parang, sinabi niya, kung may ginawa yung mga pulis, labas na siya doon. Di ba parang may panalaglag doon?
Hindi, ang ibig sabihin, kung illegal lang ginawa, hindi ako kasama doon kasi kontra nga ako sa illegality. Okay, thank you.
Sige.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, attorney. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Attorney, salamat po.
Okay.
Okay.
But that was my point kanina. That's what we were talking about with Tony Panelo ang point ng defense is merong mga speeches ang dating Pangulo kung saan nagka-qualify siya.
Meron ding wala.
Baril ng ninyo
Wala,
pag nanlaban. Pero may mga speeches kung saan
Teka lang.
diretsahan.
Can I just take a second to appreciate your use of the word rat-rat? Yan ang tawag na bluster.
So may ganung that came from the defense if I recall correctly. Mayroon pa silang bilang,
Yes.
Angela, may bilang pa sila. Ito yung may qualifier, ito yung wala. Hindi pinansin yung may qualifier. But at the same time they're also acknowledging na mayroon nga mga hirit ang dating Pangulo na walang qualifier, ratatin na yan.
Ngayon, paano kayang iwewe yan, ano? So for the
Yeah,
the 6 years of his presidency, bibilangin ba nila lahat yung mga statement na yon?
But my
Ano yung
point,
mas
my,
marami,
my
yun
point
yung
is
ba
ano
yung
eh,
titingnan?
my point is if there are times when you obey the law and there are times that you don't obey
Na
the law,
hindi.
does that mean that because there are times you obey the law, therefore you are not guilty?
That's true.
I'll leave that with you guys.
Parang
But,
ano,
That's for the judges to
Condition-
decide.
parang conditional.
Oo. That's for the judges to decide. And again, remember, they're not, at this stage of the process, they're not determining guilt
Yeah.
yet. They are just
Yes,
trying
yes,
to
yes.
determine
Sufficiency
substantial grounds.
of the evidence.
Substantial grounds. They just need to determine whether there were substantial grounds to move this case to a full-blown trial. But nakalimutan ko. I was gonna answer. First time I've heard of that word.
Pero kanina tinatanong nyo kung si Attorney Kaufman ba na hindi nakikisali dito sa mga
Yes.
kainan. Hindi namin siya nakikita lumalabas kapag break eh.
Yeah.
Sila Attorney Sal et al. They go to the side kasi nandoon yung mga Duterte supporters. Doon sila kumakain. Sila yung nagbibigay ng pagkain dito kay Attorney Sal.
Ange, what about
Yung iba naman doon sa cafeteria lang.
What about si Kaufman? Has he ever been to the Philippines? Do we know?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
Hindi namin natanong pa. Pero kahapon, you were talking to him, palabas siya, hanggang nakakatawa nga kasi hanggang mag-cross siya ng street, bumalik pa siya, talaga sinusundan namin siya para makakuha nga ng statement sa kanya. Tapos natatawa na lang siya sa amin. Hanggang makasakay siya, sinusundan namin siya dito. Pero okay naman siya. He was able to answer some of our questions. Pero yun nga, pagdating, of course, it's understandable kung ano yung mga gagawin pa niya today. Siyempre, hindi niya sasabihin yun.
Oo, but-
Abangan na lang daw natin.
Is he?
Pwede nyo siyang matanong, Attorney, have you eaten kwek-kwek?
Sige,
Kala-
mamaya pag nakita namin siya.
Kala ko
listen
naman-
carefully how he
namin.
pronounces kwek-kwek.
Akala ko naman.
Sabi niya, what
Well,
is kwek-kwek? Papa-describe pa niya sa akin
he
yan.
tries very hard with the word kalookan. It's kalukan. I have to catch
Kalukan.
kalukan. But is there a sense at all that he, at this point of the game, is having to prepare for a full-blown trial, or wala pa? He doesn't give that away.
Wala walang ganon. He just told us yesterday, can you let me leave? Kasi sabi niya, I'm going to write my closing statement for tomorrow. Pero other than that, he said he's very confident that he's already updated President Rodrigo Duterte from the other hearing, the other time ng hearing. So sabi niya ganon, and the President is in good spirit, sabi niya. So far, wala pa naman siya sinasabi regarding dun sa kakahinat na nito. But I'm sure lagi naman niya sinasabi sa amin dito, confident siya na yun yung niya, yung presentation niya ay na-rebut naman niya sa prosecution.
I'm surprised he's just about to write his closing arguments.
Well, he said he told us yesterday, or baka mamaya nag-excuse lang siya to
Sabagay.
let him go.
Wait,
Baka edit or baka final.
Wait, Ange, yesterday or last
one
night,
last look.
last night, the feed was cut several times, and we later
Yes.
found out in the heat of the moment, we didn't know why it kept getting cut, and then later on we found out that it was because they were asking him to redact some things. What were they?
Yes. Kasi at some point, si Attorney Kaufman was beginning to parang reveal some of the witnesses or victims' names or identity. Number one yan dun sa sinabi sa House rules before the confirmation of charges started, di ba, nung Monday. Sinabi nila, we're not allowed to disclose yung identity ng mga witnesses, ng mga victims, di ba, for their security reason. And if there's parang kung kinakailangan na ma-reveal yun or mapag-usapan yun in a private session. So parang in a way, kaya nire-redact yun during that live stream kasi napagsabihan o ni-remind, sabi nga ni Attorney Conti, wag daw sabihin na pagsabihan, ni-remind si Attorney Kaufman na ni-remind siya nung House rules na bawal yung ginagawa niya. Kasi on the other side also, sila, yung legal counsel na kasama ni sa prosecution, si Julian Nichols, yun nga, parang nire-raise niya yung point na, teka muna, di ba, parang parang at some point he's going to reveal na nga the identity of the witnesses and the victim. So bawal yun. Kaya medyo may mga reduction na nangyari kahapon during the trial. Or the hearing.
So they would strike it off the official record.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yes, kasi nga bawal yun.
Kaufman's an experienced litigator in the ICC. You would presume that he knows that.
Yes, sabi nga nila, 'di ba, this is not the first time na yung ibang mga legal luminaries sabi na this is not the first time na na-question na yung ethics ni Attorney Kaufman because before even he was still a prosecutor, kinwestiyon yung pag-appear niya sa isang case na parang sa appear niya with the defense sa isang case sa ICC. At that time he was still a prosecutor. So sabi na lang ganun, parang it's a typical of him to do that.
Maybe also it's a strategy. I don't know. Okay.
I don't know, we don't know, 'di ba?
Okay. We'll leave that there. Unless, Ami, you have any more questions?
Balikan ko yung ni Ma'am Ami kahapon, yung
okay.
tinatanong mo. Doon sa gallery pala, I already asked them. 142 pala yung capacity nun.
Yung gallery.
So there are through courtrooms. Oo. Tapos yun, 142 lang kami doon. Kasama na yung mga foreign dignitaries, mga international journalists, tapos yun, yung mga sa victims, sa hanay ng defense and ng victims, yun. Sama-sama na yun doon. And there are 3 courtrooms here, pare-parehas lang sila. And at this point in time, ito lang yung dinidinig sa korte na to, yung kay Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, former president.
Okay. All right. We'll
Ilan
leave
siya
that
lang
there.
kumakain ng kwek-kwek?
Nakakamiss magkanin.
Sabi na nga, may ganong hirit eh.
Sausaw suka.
I'm sure if you go to an Asian
Oo.
store, you can buy some, but
Probably
Yeah.
expensive.
probably expensive. Okay, we'll leave that
Yeah.
there. Thank you so
All right.
much for your reporting.
Bye-bye.
And keep warm. Angela Lagunzad Castro reporting live from The Hague in the Netherlands.
Thanks, Angela.
Thank you.
You are watching Storycon on One News. We just need to take a very quick break. We'll be right back. Please stay with us.
This is the Story Conference Group or the Storycon Group.
You've got developing news in the stories behind the headlines. Welcome back to Storycon, the Story Conference. I'm Ed Lingao.
And I'm Regina Lay, still with us, Ami Pamintun of the Philippine Star. The National Unity Party, or NUP, has retracted its no-vote stance on the impeachment case of Vice President Sara Duterte. Let's bring in NUP member, Manila 2nd District Representative, Congressman Rolando Valeriano. Welcome to Storycon, Congressman.
Salamat po. Magandang hapon
Hi,
po
sir.
sa inyong lahat at sa all televiewers. Good afternoon po.
Hi, Congressman.
Yeah, good afternoon po, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Sir, baseline lang siguro muna tayo. Ano talaga yung posisyon ng Nagugulan kami dahil
ano ba talaga?
naglabas ng statement si SecGen. Ano ho yun?
Ako po ay third term na sa Kongreso. Never naman na ang NUP nagdikta sa amin ng aming boto. Wala pong ganon. It was always a conscience vote. Ang usapan po namin, if you think that is right and that is just, gawin mo. So, ang mangyayari po rito, kanya-kanya kaming boto kung ano po yung magustuhan ng miyembro. At nilinaw din naman po yun ni Deputy Speaker Ronnie Puno, I think last night, na ang sinasabi niya lang, it's a conscience vote dahil nga mukhang hating-hati ang opinion ng NUP members.
Pero bakit po nag-issue ng ganong statement
Oo,
in the
saan ang
first
hugot
place?
ni
Kasi
SecGen doon?
buong araw kahapon, yun ang kumakalat na istorya na hindi nga kayo papayag na
Diba?
na hindi kayo inclined to support. Bakit po
Di-
nag-issue pa ng ganong statement?
Nilinaw naman po siguro po nagkaroon lang ng konting miscommunication or misunderstanding do sa statement in which last night nilinaw naman po ni DS Puno na ang ibig niya sabihin talaga it's a conscience vote po. And even before naman po, marami na akong istorya sa National Unity Party. Wala naman po talagang nagtitikta sa amin doon. Una nga po, iba-iba ng pag-iisip din yung mga kongreso. At even yung 305 o 310 members po, I still believe that they will vote based on their conscience and based what is right and what is just. Yun po ang nakikita ko dyan.
So, ikaw, sir, how will you vote?
Ako po ang nagsimula, kung matatandaan po ninyo, last year, although wala pang impeachment noon, ako po yung nag-privilege speech regarding kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Doon po, at ang alam ko, doon po nag-start at gumulong yung impeachment niya. Ngayon, to be honest po, nasa office na namin yung 4 na complaint ng impeachment. Babasahin ko po mamaya, although yung 2, nabasa ko pa. At halos yun din naman yung mga nakaraang sinitali in which bumoto po ako noon for impeachment at that time. Ngayon po, tatampusin ko lang yung 4 na taxi. Yung huli po, yung pang-4 na impeachment complaint, hindi ko pa po talaga nababasa. And I have to look at it. Pero definitely po, ang tingin ko naman, makaka-generate din ng 105 members to sign the impeachment dahil halos yung Kongreso naman po, siguro naniniwala sa tama at sa makatarungan.
How did you come up with that number, sir? May mga nakausap na kayo, yung 105?
Again po.
Yung 105 that you're saying,
105
how did
po
you...
ang magic number to get Vice President impeached.
So, 1/3. Pero may mga nakausap na po kayo. How did you come up with that? How are you so confident about this?
Meron na po ako nakausap in the first place, yung Committee on Justice lamang po, that is 50 plus yung Committee on Justice including opposition. And I still believe, kasi po yung 4 na impeachment complaint, iba-ibang congressman yung endorser. So definitely, kung nag-endorse sila, boboto na sila to impeach the Vice President. Yung Committee on Justice po, 50 plus yung... so doon pa lang po, meron na. Plus I think, marami na rin po ako naririnig na ayon sa... in favor of impeachment. Kaya I think makakakuha po ng 105 dahil 300, 1/3 lang po. Mukhang kaya po makuha sa Kongreso yun.
Sir, you're giving the impression na sa Committee on Justice matutuluyan itong impeachment complaint, one of the 4. Did I get you right? Your feeling is that yung Committee on Justice, most of the members, if not all, are for the impeachment?
inclined to impeach the Vice President. I think so po. Kasi by Monday to Wednesday, itatakal na po yung grounds niya.
Sufficiency po.
Kung merong, pero I believe po na magkakaroon ng substance kasi ayon sa pagkakabasa ko, halos wala naman pong naiba doon sa nakaraang taon. At kung matatandaan niyo po, hindi naman tinakil ng Supreme Court yung laman
Yung
ng
merits,
impeachment. So, pero kami po, nabasa na ho na, medyo naiba lang yung style, pero still believe yung magic number na 105 kaya pong makuha. And even sa Committee on Justice, naniniwala ako na magkakaroon ng substance and sa forms.
Balayan ko lang po yung...
Pero Congressman, nung nakaraan at overwhelming yung vote for impeachment. Ngayon may mga nagsasabi, marami daw na mga member ng House ngayon, iniisip, baka maging presidente to si Vice President sa 2028. At baka daw lumiit, maging medyo significant yung liit ng boto. Although sinabi nyo nga, 105 lang naman ang kailangan. Pero tama ba yon na sa sense nyo, iniisip nga ng mga kasamahan nyo ngayon sa House na nag-aalala sila na iniisip nila yung 2028 kung anong pwedeng maging resulta?
Well, ma'am, ako I still believe pa rin po sa wisdom ng mga congressman natin ngayon sa 28th Congress. And I still believe that they will vote based on their conscience and based what is right and what is just. Siguro po, because that is our constitutional obligation na kung mali naman, tulad po na nangyari kay President BBM, hindi po at na-dismiss ng 200 plus po yung congressman na bumoto. This time po, kasi yung nakaraang composition, yung 19th Congress to 28th Congress, medyo magkaiba na po. May mga natalo noon at may mga bagong pumasok. So yun lang po yung hindi ko pa maalam kung ano yung magiging posisyon nila. Opo. May mga bata rin po nagpasukan ngayon. I still do not know kung ano yung magiging boto nila. Pero as far as yung ibang nakakausap ko po, lalo yung mga second termer and third termer, siguro po inclined sila to impeach the Vice President dahil based doon sa article of impeachment, yung 4. But we still have to see kung ano po talaga mangyayari.
Okay.
Balayan ko lang po yung NUP, yung inyong partido. Tama ho ba? You're 43 members right now in Congress?
42 right now po. It's 42.
42. At pag sinabi po ninyo na hating-hati, yung partido ninyo sa Kongreso doon sa issue ng impeachment, are you more or less looking at 50-50% hati o mas lamang yung isa?
That I still do not know. Pero narinig ko pa yung statement ni PS po, no? May mga nakausap siya na parang hindi pabor do sa impeachment. Ngayon, meron din po naman ako nakausap na pabor, just like Congressman Benny Abante na isa pa sa...
Siyempre, endorser po
Benny
siya.
Abante is also from NUP at isa pa po siya sa mga endorser ng fourth impeachment complaint. So siguro po, hindi ko alam kung hating-hati pa talaga. Malalaman po natin by Monday kasi kanina pa lamang po pinadala sa office namin yung fourth impeachment complaint. At ako po hanggang sa oras na to, aminin ko sa inyo, binabasa ko pa po .
Yung last year po na impeachment vote, meron bang posisyon yung NUP as a party nung huling impeachment vote February last year?
Never pong nagbigay ng posisyon ng NUP at that time. Ang instruction lang po lagi at in any voting naman po ng House Bill, ang instruction po ng NUP is you have to vote based on your conscience. Yun lang po lagi. Kung ano yung sa tingin yung tama, kasi minsan po, kung sa tingin ng isang congressman hindi tama, hindi po namin pinipigilan yun, yung mga ganong sitwasyon. Lalo na po dito sa impeachment ni Vice President Sara, dahil sabi nyo nga nahati yung Kongreso dito. So, lalong hindi po posisyon ng NUP na magdidikta po sa amin. At never naman po nagdikta ang NUP sa kanyang mga congressman na partido.
Pero imputan po last year, karamihan, I suppose, ng NUP bumoto for impeachment. Kasi...
I think so. Hindi, pero kung natatandaan nyo, Kiko Barsaga is one of the NUP member last year na hindi na rin siya bumoto kaya kagad sa hindi po lahat bumoto. I don't think so. Tsaka si DS Puno po, he is not a part of the 19th Congress eh. Ngayon pa lang siya. So talagang hindi ko po alam. Papasahin niya po at naniniwala naman ako sa wisdom ni DS po, no? At magdi-decide siya based on his guts, based do sa what is just and what is right. Yun po lagi ang sinasabi naman niya sa amin lahat.
Sir,
Congressman, cambio lang akong konti.
wait lang, Ami.
Nagkakaroon ba kayo ng
Ami,
ng-
wait. Let me just close out just party stand on the impeachment. Nakalimutan ko na tuloy, Mike. You said it's causing a lot of division within the party. Amongst the ones na ayaw that are against the impeachment, what are they telling you?
Nahihinaan po sila doon sa complaint. Yun po ang sinasabi nila. At yung iba, sinasabi nila doon sa confidential fund, talaga naman daw pwedeng alias. Iba-iba po na opinion eh. So, iba po yung opinion ko, iba yung opinion ng ibang mga congressman po sa atin. Yung first term congressman po na NUP, to be honest, hindi pa po sila nagbibigay ng ano nila ng opinion nila eh. Kung ano, baka ngayon pa lang din po nila binabasa.
Okay. Ami?
Congressman, magkakaroon ba kayo ng party positions na dynasty? It's a very contentious issue eh.
Not a party position, pero definitely po, naririnig ko na rin na mukhang lahat kami papunta sa anti-dynasty po.
Pero ano
Ako
nga
po,
yung
I
specific,
myself-
anong version?
Yung version, yung sa second consanguinity po, yun po.
Second degree of
Senate-
consanguinity.
Senate
Apo.
version?
Bawal
Saka-
yung direct succession.
Apo, bawal yun. Yung, may version po si Speaker Boji eh. Malamang yun po yung susundin namin. Yun po yung hawak-hawak
the
namin na
speaker's version.
binabasa namin.
Ito po yung may clustering.
Clustering yung kay Speaker Boji eh.
Again po?
Yun yung papayagan kayo sa iba-ibang di ba?
Hindi po.
Regional,
I
provincial.
think it's 22, 23 version po yung pinasok ng...
Oo nga.
Ang
24.
pinag-uusapan namin, opo. Pag-iisahin po namin yon, pero mukhang nagkakasundo na po kami doon sa hanggang second degree. Kasi medyo malayo na po yung fourth degree. Tsaka yung succession nga po, yung direct succession, mukhang yun po hindi papayagan. Pero wala pa po sa final version ha. Inaayos pa po ng Committee on Electoral Reforms, in which I am also a member of that committee.
Sorry, naputol po kayo, sir. You were about to say, para sa'yo, what did you think personally of the bill?
Doon sa second degree po. Pero hanggang ngayon po, kasi nga pinagsama-sama yung 23 version, inaayos pa po namin sa electoral reforms, in which I am also a member of that committee.
Wala pang consensus at this point.
Wala pa po, siguro hanggang next week po, pero kasama na po sa LEDAC ni Presidente yun. At definitely po, siguro within 2 weeks bago magbakasyon ng Kongreso, ipapasa po namin yung anti-dynasty law.
2 weeks bago mag-break.
Hopefully, but definitely po yun, na may papasa yun bago mag-break.
Okay. All right. We'll hold you to that, Congressman. Ed?
Okay.
Okay. We'll leave that there. Thank you so much for talking to us today, Congressman Rolando Valeriano of the Manila 2nd District. Salamat, sir.
Salamat
Thank you, sir.
po. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you.
Okay,
Ayan,
so
mukhang
wow.
matutuloy ang
members pala.
dynasty
May papasa na na anti-dynasty bill, it looks
in 2
like.
weeks.
Well, 2 weeks
Before the Holy Week break.
2 weeks before the break. Exactly. I mean, that's the rough target. And
That's in Congress, ha?
Although he
Iba
said-
po yung Senado.
yeah, I know.
Hindi, meron din na din sa Senate, di ba? Na meron na rin nabubuo yung yung ganun din, second degree, di ba? Second degree, yung 12 ang nagpirma so far among the senators. Ang tanong na lang, ilan yung papayagan na sabay-sabay umupo simultaneously?
And the bigger
Yun yung
question,
medyo malabo,
the bigger question for me is the succession, if that will be allowed. Kasi maraming nagre-reklamo din about it. Many are up against that provision na bawal yung succession. As Congresswoman Janet Garin told us, many of her colleagues feel that it's impinging on their constitutional right to run for office. Yeah, but it'll be interesting anong version Congress finally passes.
And yung clustering, the controversial clustering of
Yan,
that's word, ba?
kung ilan yung
Clustering.
papayagan. Di ba?
Kung ibang
Parang yung
jurisdiction
sa
ka,
Senate,
pwede
dalawa
ka
lang ang
tumakbo.
papayagan eh. to serve simultaneously. Ayun.
Okay.
Ewan ko yung sa House.
Okay. Well, we're on until 5:30 p.m. today. Storycon will be right back after a quick break. Please stay tuned.
This is the Story Conference Group or the Storycon Group.
Welcome back to the final stretch of the program. Welcome back to Storycon. I'm Regina Lay.
I'm Rodrigo, and of course, with us, Ami Pamintuan of the Philippine Star. Ami, anong malaking story nyo bukas?
Bukas, Saturday.
Naabangan pa natin syempre yung mag-umpisa pa lang in a couple of minutes, no? Final phase ng defense. Yan sa confirmation of charges. Eh, abutin na naman
The
yan alas
concluding
10.
remarks.
At saka, of course, interesting yung nag-speculate bakit napunta si Mr. Lutilla sa Vatican. So he can pray more daw.
Nakakatawa. I thought
nagsabi niya
I thought it was funny what he said, which is that apparently he told President Marcos he wanted a quote-unquote
A
lighter assignment. Totoo naman, mahirap ang
lighter assignment.
DNR. Mahirap talaga ang DNR. You're constantly wrangling with competing interests sa DNR, right? Especially
Although matagal na, isa siya sa mga nababanggit na several weeks now.
na
na talagang ang
palitan.
mawawala.
Oo nga. But
Masarap ang posting sa Holy See, ha?
oh yeah.
Oh, di ba?
It's a very cushy diplomatic post.
Pwede mo lakarin yung
Yes.
yung buong estado in one day.
Exactly. And then you're close to the
Oo. Enjoy
to the
yun.
fathers, to the seat of the
Malapit ka sa
hold
langit.
the power of ayun, malapit sa langit. Pero as balik tayo dun sa ICC, let me just remind everyone that we are not expecting a decision today.
Oh, yeah.
The ICC pretrial chamber has up to 60 days to decide on whether or not this will proceed to a full trial. As we keep saying, there are 3 possible outcomes. It could proceed to a full trial. It could be remanded. They could say we need more evidence. They could ask the prosecution to gather more evidence, or it could be outright dismissed. What could be decided on today, and we're not entirely sure about the timeline as well, is his detention at, I think, 10 p.m., 9 to 10, or I think it was 10 p.m. our time, that the chamber will conduct a hearing on Duterte's continued detention, and they may decide on that. We're trying to find out exactly what the timeline is for that.
But that's a regular review of
It's an annual
the
thing,
detention.
yeah.
Yeah.
Request for
It's not because of any decision made earlier or any motions made earlier, but it's a,
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's a regular review.
Okay, so I was asking about this, and we just got an answer through our reporter at The Hague from the official ICC spokesperson, and they said no decision is expected during the hearing on detention this afternoon, meaning 9 p.m. our time. This hearing is held by the chamber to hear submissions by the parties on the question of detention, and the chamber will take these submissions into account to make its decision. During the hearing on the review of detention, the chamber will hear submissions from both the prosecution for 20 minutes, the CLRV, the common legal representative of the victims, for 15 minutes, and then the defense for 20 minutes. So, again, we're not expecting a decision on that either. So they didn't say when we can expect a decision on the detention, though. But as Ed said, this is part of an annual
based on
review.
yung mga ruling nila dyan sa interim release, I guess we all know na kung ano yung magiging ruling niyan. As of this time, baka later in the coming months. So, nire-review siya regularly, di ba?
Correct.
Oh, maybe later. Unless, pero but if this thing goes to trial, hindi na siya pakakawalan.
There will be a press release from the ICC at the end of the confirmation of charges hearing. So we'll definitely break that to you as soon as we get it, as well as a recorded statement from the ICC spokesperson. But that's all that we're expecting today. Again, no decision on either the confirmation of charges hearing and the detention of former President Rodrigo Duterte. Interesting as well to hear what the closing arguments will be. Of course, you know, at this point, we know quite a bit already about how the prosecution's main arguments, pati na yung defense. If I were to summarize the defense's main argument, it is that there was no direct order. There
There's
was
no
no
connection.
common plan, and there is certainly no link, no direct link. As Attorney Kaufman said yesterday, it all collapses at the level of the co-perpetrators because there's nothing to connect Duterte to the killings on the ground. There's no demonstrable evidence, is what he was arguing yesterday. And then
No
Quinn-
smoking gun.
no smoking gun, exactly. And
Yeah.
he also tried to cast into doubt the reputation, the credibility of the witnesses that the prosecution used. He said these are, criminals. The most that they can allege is that they interpreted it themselves, that to neutralize means to kill. And then, he said that they were only mostly doing this in exchange for immunity. So yun yung ano. It will be interesting how...
And the credibility of the media reports used.
Yes.
Ayaw talaga mga sensationalized,
You know,
Ano yan? Philippine Star yan.
sensationalized reporting.
I'm sure yung dyaryo yung ibig niya sabihin.
Cherry picking the reports.
Oo nga, Ami, why did you cherry pick? Ikaw talaga.
Cherry picking the statements.
You use the salacious, you love salacious headlines daw. And
Salacious, yes, salacious.
And the drama of the crime scenes set against the backdrop of a rain-filled,
With the lighting.
with
Yeah.
the dramatic lighting. I forgot the exact phrase, but you know what's going to be interesting is how that video clip that's being contested by that journalist from Davao, si Ben Tesiorna, how that might
Yeah.
factor into this case. Because now si Ben Tesiorna has filed a notarized affidavit asking the ICC to, number one, take down the video, redact it from the official records, and number two, issue an apology, saying that
Yeah.
it was misrepresented.
Testing lang daw yun. Yeah, it was testing a technology.
So it'll be interesting to see how the ICC responds to that, because it would be a hit to their credibility if they have to at one point issue an apology nga for using that clip that the Siorna took.
Okay. So, Ami, maliban doon sa ICC, what do you expect to be in your headlines
Di ba
tomorrow or front
nag-umpisa
page?
yun ngayon?
Hmm?
Di ba nag-umpisa na yung proceedings ngayon?
Should be.
Should be,
5
yes.
o'clock.
5
Yun lang,
o'clock.
dynasty, impeachment. NBI is going to start investigating daw the statements of the 18. The 18 Marines
yeah.
and
Yeah.
non-Marines, and
Matibag.
titignan nila. So, tignan natin kung ano kalabasan yan, because if Mike Defensor is correct, it's actually continuation of the testimony of Orly Gutesa. Eh, nag-disappear na nga si Orly Gutesa. Kaya titignan natin. Although if it's NBI, ibig sabihin DOJ yun, ano? Ang binigay daw ni Atty. Baligod to the Ombudsman. Although pwede namang humingi rin ng tulong ang Ombudsman sa NBI. So yan yung follow-up niyang yung istoryang yan. At baka kung gusto niyo foreign affairs, dadating si South Korean President next week. Nag-announce sila.
Oh.
We're buying a lot of
Military
big ticket
military
defense equipment from
Yeah.
them, hardware. Ships and aircraft. At meron daw serious effort to buy a submarine
From
for
Korea?
our Navy. From Korea.
From Korea.
Dati kasi sabi wala daw tayong pera.
Tsaka dati they were looking at
ngayon,
the Russian kilo class eh.
Wala naman talaga pera. I mean, the budget is not...
Ngayon daw, they're exploring the possibility na to go through a Korean loan.
Because it's also, obviously from a foreign affairs perspective, it's also favorable to
Yes.
Korea to, have closer defense ties with the Philippines, because they're also
Yes.
having their own issues with China. Lee Jae-myung, the South Korean president.
Yes, he's arriving. At magtataas na naman daw ng tuloy-tuloy yung price hikes in the coming month. March.
March. Today is the last working day of
Tuloy-tuloy ang
February.
price hike.
I can't believe it. Ang bilis. It's the last working day of February. March na next week.
Walang 20,
Yeah.
walang 29 tsaka 30.
Next week.
28 na
I
bukas.
mean, March na, it will be the 1-year anniversary of Duterte's arrest and
Yes.
transport to the
Susunod na
Hague.
yung the Ides of March for him.
The Ides of March. So poetic.
For him.
And by the way,
Sino
sorry,
mga Ides of March kaya ngayon?
ngayong bumalik
Ngayon
tayo.
kaya, sino?
Oh, yes. We don't know, di ba? Although various legal experts have already told us not necessary that just because there were 9 named co-perpetrators that they will also be arrested.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not necessarily going to be the case. So we don't know who the next people will be, if at all. If at all, di ba?
Di ba sinabi sa atin, baka maximum lang 2 more. Maximum.
Because they're only going
Kasi-
after the people at the top, the
Yes.
quote unquote masterminds. By the way, coming back to Duterte reminded me of something. Sabi ni Sal Panelo kanina that they have to prove a direct link. I don't think that is counter to what all the other ICC linked experts on international law that we have spoken to. Sabi na nila, you don't need, when it comes to international criminal law, you don't have to prove direct link and causation, direct causation. There is a possibility that if it's all circumstantial evidence, and it is at this point, as Attorney Kaufman said, there's no smoking gun. If it's all circumstantial evidence, if the only logical conclusion of all that circumstantial evidence is that he was responsible for all these deaths, then that's an inference, and the criminal court can take that as a, can use that to move the case forward. So it
May isa
doesn't.
pang interesting point na ni si Kaufman.
Hindi daw kailangan direct causation.
Sabi niya, yung civilian population daw sa crimes against humanity, I need to conduct research on this, no? Ang definition daw ng civilian population sa crimes against humanity under the ICC, hindi naman daw covered yung sitwasyon na to. Kasi yun daw, kahit daw may organizational order, kung sakasakali man na mapatunayan yon na merong ng ganong systemic na order na matitrace dito sa Pilipinas, ang order daw is for criminals. Not to the civilian, not directed sa civilian population.
So they're trying to create a subgroup.
So yun ang hinahanap ko na description. Under daw sa crimes against humanity ng ICC,
It has to be an attack on the civilian
pwede mong
population.
ibahin yon. Kasi that's a defense actually of Rodrigo Duterte. Sabi niya, may presumption of regularity ang he just wielded the powers of the presidency to deal with criminality. Yan ang lagi niyang sinasabi noon, nung presidente siya.
But what if you shoot
eto, gagawin ko to.
people on suspicion of being
tatargeting ko
criminals?
because I am protecting the civilian population.
Yeah.
That's their message
So
actually.
he's trying to, they were trying to classify it as a subgroup. They are not part of the civilian population. It's not a direct attack on the civilian population. But of course, at this point, probably the prosecution will question that because, I mean, all these people that were killed, not all of them were drug users in the end, after all. Diba? There were some cases na hindi naman mistaken identity. Remember that 3-year-old that was killed? I can't remember her name, but she was...
Roque de los Santos.
Roque de los Santos was 17
Kasi
at that time.
yung defense na yan ni Duterte, ginamit na rin yan nila, remember sa Thailand, yung crackdown ng drugs, si Thaksin, si Nawatra.
Yeah.
Yan din ang sinasabi nila
Oo.
We're just doing our job.
Yeah.
We are going after the drug dealers. Ang dami ring napatay doon sa Thailand.
Yeah. Okay, that does it for us this week and this February.
Yeah.
We didn't have Ronald for most of February.
Oo nga. Lokong yun.
Marami
Text
siyang
nga natin.
nag-ano daw siya ngayon
Kaya nga.
Hindi naman black ops, kundi
Yes.
special
Black Ops
operations.
talaga sinabi.
Yes, that's it. Marami siyang special operations that
Marami siyang special operations ngayon. Kahapon
Especially-
nag-usap kami dito.
especially in the afternoon. So, madalas, that's why he's been skipping the show. But we hope to have him back soon.
Black Ops to.
Black.
Si Ami talaga.
Kami
Oh.
nagsabi.
Si Ami nagsabi nun, ha?
Special
Okay.
ops,
Thank
niloloko
you.
ko lang.
Thank you for joining
Gusto ko yung black
Storycon.
eh. Tingnan mo, pareho kayo naka-black.
This is blue.
This is blue.
blue ba yan?
That's black.
It's
Thanks
blue.
for joining Storycon today
Blue ba?
and this week. Ami Pontuan, Editor-in-Chief of the Philippine Star. Happy weekend, everyone. Ay, ako pa rin. Join us again Monday, 4 p.m. for Storycon. I'm Regina Lay.
I'm Ed Lingaw, kapatid. We are One News, all sides, all the time.
This is the Story Conference Group or the Storycon Group.
Good afternoon. The historic legal battle of former President Rodrigo Duterte at the International Criminal Court continues now. We'll bring you the latest as the last day of the confirmation of charges hearing unfolds. My name is Regina Lay. This is Duterte's ICC confirmation of charges hearing, a special coverage. To recap, before I recap, let me just lay out the program for today. From 10 a.m. Netherlands time, that's about 5 p.m. our time. The defense's submissions on the merits of the case will continue for about 30 minutes. Recall that day 3 yesterday was all about the defense. The defense was able to lay out its submissions on the merits of the case for pretty much the whole day, and today they get a last chance to do so. That's just for half an hour. After that, the prosecution will deliver their closing statements for about half an hour as well. After that, we go on a quick 30-minute break, and the second session of today will play out as the CLRV begins its closing statements. The CLRV stands for the Common Legal Representative of the Victims. The lawyers for these are Attorney Gilbert Andres and Attorney Joel Butuyan. They will be able to deliver their remarks for about 30 minutes, and right after that, the defense will give its closing statements. That's also for 30 minutes. After that, we go on a 90-minute break, but that concludes the confirmation of charges hearing, because in the afternoon Netherlands time and about 9 p.m. our time, they will be hearing the review of detention of former President Rodrigo Duterte. No decision is expected today, whether that's on the confirmation of charges hearing or his detention. The pretrial chamber 1 has about 60 days, maximum of 60 days, to decide on the confirmation of charges hearing, whether it's going to A, proceed to a full trial, B, whether they'll send it back to the prosecutors and ask for more evidence, or C, dismiss it outright. As for the decision on his continued detention, we don't have a timeline for when they'll make that decision. Suffice to say, it will not be today. That is something that the ICC spokesperson has already confirmed to us. Remember that the hearings on the detention are a regular thing. This is the first one for former President Duterte. But after that, every 120 days, they will be reviewing his detention to see whether or not it is necessary to keep him in detention. This is day 4 of the confirmation of charges hearing. Of course, days 1 and 2 were primarily dedicated to the prosecution as well as to the victims, the CLRB, the Common Legal Representative of the Victims, to deliver their submissions on the merits of the case. Okay, we're just trying to, actually the hearing has kicked off. There's just a 30-minute broadcast delay for those of us in the Philippines, and we're waiting to see whether the feed, what time the feed will go live. But as I said, today will be all about the closing statements. The defense has already laid out its submissions on the merits of the case yesterday. That's made the case essentially that there was no direct order from Duterte to kill the victims on the ground, that there was no common plan during his administration to attack drug users and those found selling drugs. And number 3, that there was no chain to possibly even link Duterte at the very top down to the so-called co-perpetrators that the ICC prosecution named, and down to the killings on the ground. We're looking at, those are not live video, that's not a live video, those are recorded footage from the previous days. That is, of course, Attorney Kaufman being hounded by reporters. There are a number of Filipino journalists there covering this confirmation hearing. He had spoken to our reporter on the ground, Angela Lagunzad Castro, but did not give away much. All he said was that he is confident that this case, that they will be successful in the case, given that Attorney Kaufman has already questioned the links of between Duterte and the victims on the ground, and also questioned the credibility of the witnesses that the prosecution is using. Kaufman argued that there is no demonstrable chain of command. That was during yesterday's confirmation of charges hearing. What stands before the court, he said, is just a narrative pleading, just rhetoric, just a not a legally robust articulation of individual criminal responsibility. He argued that the prosecution's submissions lack specificity on the modes of liability and the contours of the alleged criminal plan. He said the killings were random, not systematic. It is also a subjectively defined subgroup of the general civilian population. Here he's trying to say that because it's not an attack on the civilian population, it is not a crime against humanity. This is a defined subgroup, meaning the drug users and the pushers. The defense, though, does not deny that drug-related violence occurred during former President Duterte's time. It's not something that they're contesting at this point, but Kaufman did bring in the fact that the killings have continued well after President Duterte's time and into President Bongbong Marcos's Jr.'s administration. Okay, we're seeing on the live feed that the judges are now taking their seat in the pre-trial chamber. Let's listen in.
Judge Motok. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome everyone in and outside of the courtroom. Court officer, kindly call the case.
Madam President, Your Honors, situation in the Republic of the Philippines in the case of the prosecutor versus Rodrigo Roa Duterte, case reference ICC 0121, 0125, and for the record, we are in open session.
Judge Motok, thank you very much. I would like to ask the parties and participants to confirm that the team composition is the same as yesterday's. Good morning, Madam President, Your Honors. I can confirm that indeed the OTP is represented by the same staff members. There have been a few changes over the days, but they are all here. The presiding judge, thank you very much, Deputy Prosecutor. Ms. Masida, for the legal representatives of victims. Ms. Masida, good morning, Madam President, Your Honors. Same composition as yesterday. Finally, the defense, Mr. Kaufman.
Good morning, Your Honors. We remain the same.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I would now like to call upon the defense to address the court and to complete their submissions on the merits. We have to add the time that the defense did not use, but you can use all your time. We will have a break at 10:30, and then we will continue in the afternoon. So, Mr. Kaufman, please proceed, and you must respect the Chamber's decision regarding redactions. Otherwise, I will be obliged to interrupt you each time so as to protect victims and witnesses. Mr. Kaufman, please go ahead.
I do indeed thank Your Honours for that consideration. And we did, in fact, have a short version prepared and a long version prepared. So I'll be reading from the long version, and that was specifically so that we could accommodate the redactions that have been so insisted upon, and we respect that, of course, by the prosecution. So I now turn, with respect, Your Honours, to count 2. And this concerns the alleged murders of high-value targets during the presidential period. And before addressing the individual incidents that the prosecution characterises as involving so-called high-value targets, the defence makes a preliminary observation. The term high-value target appears throughout the prosecution's brief as though it is evidence of a coordinated plan to eliminate targets. With respect, that inference cannot be sustained. The existence of a prioritization category within a law enforcement campaign does not establish a criminal plan. HVT was an operational classification used by law enforcement, and in this sense, it is no different from a similar acronym in another country where I have clients. APOTS, or Australian Priority Organisation Targets. HVT is not a code for an instruction to kill or a witch hunt. It was a prioritization tool within anti-drug operations applied across regions and units on the basis of intelligence assessments, alleged position within drug networks, or inclusion on watch lists. Classification does not imply selection for murder, any more than it is proof of unlawful intent. The prosecution itself acknowledges the existence of formal operational frameworks, including police circulars and structured campaigns. Within those structures, individuals could be designated high value for purposes of operational attention. Many HVT operations, in fact, resulted in arrest or surrender, albeit some resulted in fatal encounters. For this reason, each alleged HVT incident must be scrutinized on its own evidentiary foundation. When the incidents falling under Count 2 are examined individually, the pattern we submit is similar to those incidents falling under Count 1. Namely, heavy reliance on insider testimony, wishful and selective reading of police reports, and dubious and tenuous linkage to Rodrigo Duterte. Now, the operations cited under Count 2 were conducted within the framework of the lawful war on drugs, and as such, operational contexts are consistent with planned law enforcement activity, including buy-bust operations and coordinated arrests rather than preordained killings. The evidence for Count 2 incidents consistently shows that the deaths occurred during armed confrontations in which force was used in response to an imminent threat, in accordance with the rules of engagement repeatedly articulated by President Duterte, namely that lethal force was permissible only where life was in danger. Across the Count 2 incidents, there exist contemporaneous documents, whether it be arrest warrants, operational records, or firearms recovery reports, all of which reflect legitimate police operations that escalated into exchanges of gunfire. The general record does not substantiate a theory of wanton execution, yet the prosecution seeks to rely, once again, on the testimony of criminals spilling their hearts with a tacit understanding that they will never be prosecuted. In 4 of the 5 incidents, contemporaneous reports document the recovery of firearms at the scene, indicating that the weapons were used against police and prompting a responsive use of force. In incidents 12, 13, and 14, the operations were authorized by judicially issued search warrants. We have diagrams on the screen being shown. I'm not going to stop. They will be presented throughout my presentation continuously, all in an attempt to save time. Those circumstances are squarely within operational legality and fundamentally incompatible with a pre-planned murder. Incident 14 is particularly instructive. 4 individuals were arrested alive. To us, that demonstrates selective and not indiscriminate use of force. In incidents 10, 13, and 14, gunpowder residue was detected on the victim's hands. At a minimum, that forensic finding is consistent with an exchange of gunfire and not consistent with a straightforward execution narrative. And the prosecution and the victim's representatives simply can't have their cake and eat it. They can't say in one breath that drugs and guns were planted on victims and therefore dispute crime scene evidence, while at the same time complaining about the lack of crime scene evidence. Yet the prosecution virtually disregards these objective and forensic indicators in favor of narrow and often uncorroborated insider testimony. This is best illustrated in Incident 10, which rests almost entirely on P1160's assertion that a firearm was planted at the scene of the crime, and the official report fabricated. Yet P1160 expressly accepts that he did not witness the planting of the firearm and merely assumes that it must have happened, before conceding that the firearm may already have been present. Once again, we are in the realm of inadmissible conjecture. We know that an investigation followed that incident. The opening of an inquiry is not consistent with the intention to conceal wrongdoing. Beyond that, as I've just mentioned, the record reflects the detection of gunpowder residue on victims' hands in this particular incident. A forensic indicator consistent with an exchange of gunfire and inconsistent with the witness's testimony, which is notably, once again, uncorroborated. Incident 11. This is the sole incident in count 2 where direct linkage to Mr. Duterte is advanced. And this linkage rests entirely on voice recognition by an individual who claims to have overheard a telephone conversation and recognized the president's voice while being physically moved from one location to another. The alleged recipient of the telephone call himself was never interviewed, and another person present on whom the prosecution relies for corroboration did not hear the conversation. After all, would it not have been an item of interest to all those present in that specific location that the President of the Republic himself had condescended to discuss matters of such a criminal nature by way of telephone? So the ridiculous assertion stands solely on the word of one single individual. The only other corroborating witness, the one who heard nothing, acknowledged a personal resentment that he harbored for the then President, Rodrigo Duterte, for reasons you will find in PHL OTP 000-16420-R01 at 0022, lines 695 to 708. Once again, I can't mention the reasons because it's redacted. Voice recognition in uncontrolled conditions, while being physically moved, and uncorroborated by any forensic or documentary evidence, cannot constitute substantial grounds for confirmation, particularly where it forms the sole mechanism for attribution. Incident 12. This incident relies heavily on a central witness whose credibility is seriously compromised by retaliatory motives he admits to harboring against Mr. Duterte. This can be found in OTP tab 55 at page 27. Line and another reason that we cannot mention in open session, but which can be found in PHL OTP 000-15167-R01 at page 0008. For this particular incident, the case record demonstrates that this operation was conducted pursuant to a judicially issued search warrant, with operational reports and documentation concerning the recovery of firearms. To display such an extensive contemporaneous record, one would expect the prosecution to produce forensic evidence capable of undermining the reliability of these materials, evidence demonstrating fabrication or inconsistency sufficient to reduce their probative value. None, however, has been forwarded, because none presumably exists. Incident 13. This relates to the killing of Mayor Espinosa, whose name I can mention, and Raul Yap, who was shot in a police cell. The prosecution's case is largely premised on a witness who claimed to have heard but admitted not to have seen anything. Thus, there is nothing in the prosecution's evidence to contradict the alternative theory proposed for this incident, which is that there was a firefight between the victims and the officers in the police station Leyte sub-provincial jail. Nor is there a need to enter into these conflicting accounts because the prosecution's own evidence exculpates Rodrigo Duterte for responsibility for this incident. Not that he admits any connection to it. After all, according to the prosecution, on 1 August 2016, Rodrigo Duterte gave Espinosa a 24-hour ultimatum to surrender. And surrender he did the following day. 4 days later, Rodrigo Duterte commended Espinosa for surrendering to Ronald de la Rosa, commenting that it was just as well that he did. So if we look at it from the point of view of Rodrigo Duterte, that is where the incident ended, despite Mr. Jeremy exhorting us to believe otherwise. What happened thereafter, as awful as it may be, had nothing to do with our client, and not one witness can say that. The prosecution's narrative in Incident 14, the raid on the house of another person who I can mention, the mayor of Ozmiz City, rests exclusively on a witness who, for reasons we cannot explain in open session, is wholly unable to provide complete or reliable testimony for reasons that can be found in D36, tab 181, lines 128 to 155, and lines 191 to 212. Contemporaneous documentary police reports reflect that this police operation proceeded pursuant to 6 judicial search warrants, something hardly consistent with a premeditated murder scheme. After all, if the intention was cold-blooded murder, why go to the bother of involving a judge? Official investigative materials also indicate that officers approached the premises, announced the execution of the warrant, and were met with gunfire that struck a patrol vehicle and injured an officer, prompting a return of fire. This directly refutes what Ms. Masita so categorically claimed on Tuesday, namely that none of the arresting officers were ever harmed during the operations. Transcript. T5, page 44, line 24. In every case, the victim was killed, and none of the arresting officers were harmed. The exchange of fire, as reported, is supported by the fact that gunpowder residue was found on 7 individuals, including on the mayor himself, and a paraffin test turned out positive on the person of one of the victims, indicating that he had discharged a firearm, something totally negating the gun plant theory proposed by the prosecution's only witness. It is also worth stressing that 4 individuals were arrested alive following the operation, and that one of them was subsequently sentenced to life imprisonment after the domestic courts rejected claims of evidence planting. That fact alone is not consistent with a theory of indiscriminate execution, but is rather consistent instead with arrest and prosecution within the boundaries of the law and not indiscriminate use of force. So to summarize, across incidents 10 to 14, count 2, we see absolutely no evidence whatsoever of any attribution to Mr. Duterte on the granular level, nor do we see any evidence of a mutually agreed course of conduct on the upper hierarchical level of government involving Mr. Duterte and his alleged so-called co-perpetrators. The record reflects police operations conducted at unit level sometimes under judicial warrant. P1166 describes operational discretion resting with the local team leaders and characterizes planned killings as rare and locally motivated. P1066 clarifies that to neutralize, that word which has been heard so often in the last few days, neutralize referred to lawful enforcement, not killing, the prosecution's own witness. The Senate committee report refers to rogue uniformed police. To conclude, the evidence reflects decentralization, not control required under indirect co-perpetration. And for these reasons, confirmation on count 2 cannot stand. Now, I'm going to start count 3. We have until 10:30. I'm conscious of the time allotted to me. So count 3 relates to the Barangay clearance operations during the presidential period. Incident 15 marks the beginning of the Barangay clearance operations. Now, from this point forward, a familiar pattern emerges in the prosecution's narrative. The same modus operandi, to employ Mr. Jeremy's language. Routine buy-bust operations are recast as sham exercises designed to conceal extrajudicial killings allegedly ordered from some unspecified source from above. Mr. Jeremy claims a target was identified through the use of lists. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. As one witness, an intelligence officer, explains in his testimony, the use of lists is a normal standard procedure. Once validation was conducted on a person, X, a file on that person would be created as a result of intelligence operations. Then, so claim Mr. Jeremy and Ms. Croft, the target is murdered and reports are falsified and rewards are paid out. This, Ms. Croft suggested at transcript 5, page 23, lines 11 to 13, is the systemicity of the pre-planned attack. But this is not the case. The defense can point to contemporaneous official records generated across different units or organizations that show clearly that in the majority of these incidents, the evidence reflects legitimate law enforcement operations involving spontaneous and reported exchanges of fire and uses of force subjected to forensic and administrative review. These are not clandestine acts hidden from scrutiny, Madam President, but rather recorded operations consistent with self-defense in the course of policing. And where the evidentiary record supports competing inferences, including the inference of a lawful armed confrontation and the inference of an unlawful execution, well, and with this I will conclude, in dubio pro reo. 10:30.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaufman. So I've understood that you would like to use the time that remains to you, and you still have 20 minutes, actually. I understood that you wanted to use that time. Yes, I would, but I'm not so sure if I can conclude in 20 minutes.
C'est possible. OK. Nous essaierons, Madame.
Ouais, donc vous avez la...
Judge Motek, very well. It's still you. You have the floor. Proceed.
Across incidents 15 through 49, the Chamber will repeatedly encounter contemporaneous buy-bust or warrant-based documentation, reported exchanges of fire, gunshot residue findings, ballistic testing, immediate hospital transport, internal investigations, and in some cases, prosecution and conviction of officers. Against all of this evidence that you've just seen on the screen here, the prosecution offers single insider accounts of alleged stagings. and corroborated assertions of weapons planting and nanlabans, unsupported by any forensic evidence, often speculative, frequently contradicted by the alleged co-participants, or yet, more often, complete silence from the alleged co-participants, as they were never even questioned about the incident. And most importantly, despite Mr. Jeremy's assertions on Tuesday, wherein he claimed that the police reports were repeatedly falsified to legitimate the operations as acts of self-defense, copy-paste reports in which victims were frequently blamed for their own deaths, there is zero proof, none, that the only existing contemporaneous documentary evidence is fabricated or unreliable. No proof whatsoever of this supposed falsification in the entire case record. And on this point, let us just clarify a basic principle, that a state document with the appropriate stamps and signatures and what have you is prima facie reliable, or in other words, it carries a presumption of administrative regularity. And if the prosecution seeks to displace that document and call the entire state apparatus into question, then the burden rests on it to produce credible, objective evidence rebutting that presumption. Bare allegations or reliance on single prosecution witnesses cannot suffice to overcome this presumption of authenticity and correctness, nor should the burden shift to the defense to prove that those documents are not falsified. Now, we do not deny that in some instances the record may reveal unlawful conduct by individual officers.
Okay, we lost the feed again. It's not clear what is caused this time because I don't believe I heard a name that Attorney Nicholas Kaufman mentioned. Because yesterday, when the feed cut out several times, it was because the judge, Judge Motok, had to remind Kaufman that he cannot identify names, identify people in this in his submissions. Today, just a few seconds ago, I didn't hear him mention a name other than much earlier during his part when he mentioned Raul Yap and Kerwin Espinosa by name, which I believe he was allowed to do so. In any case, to recap, this Attorney Kaufman is now at the point of contesting count number 3 of the charges against humanity against former President Rodrigo Duterte. Count 3 pertains to barangay clearance operations during the presidential period. This is the count that has the most number of incidents. So incidents 15 to 49 here falls under count number 3. Before the feed cut out, Attorney Kaufman was saying basically that incidents number 15 to 49 were all warrant-based operations. They were complete with police investigations, ballistic assessments, and in some cases, prosecutions of those involved. He was just underway in the middle of recounting that. Okay, we have the feedback now. Let's listen in again.
And then went on to refer to this as one single operation in which 32 victims were killed by the police in Bulacan. But what Mr. Jeremy failed to tell you, Your Honours, is that one of the prosecution's own witnesses explained clearly that he investigated these deaths in an official capacity soon after the killings and found that 33 people were actually killed in different municipalities and provinces in central Luzon, but that their bodies were delivered to Bulacan. This was not, as Mr. Jeremy suggested, a single incident of mass murder, but rather an improper aggregate of a series of law enforcement operations over the course of 24 hours executed in large geographical area and for which we have no evidence in the case record. There's no evidence on the perpetrators, victims, motives, manner of attacks, methodology, in essence, nothing to link them to an alleged fantasy common plan. Everything is just stitched together enough to give it a veneer of organization. I now turn to incidents reflecting documented armed confrontations. And as mentioned when I first turned to this count, the documentary record, which has not been displaced by any evidence proffered by the prosecution, reflects attempted arrests, resistance, and responsive use of force. And you've just seen some of the documents up there on the screen. Let's turn briefly to Incident 17, for which the prosecution has relied on a witness who stated that the planting of evidence was an open secret in the locality and province more generally. However, another witness, working in the same locality, P1208, states otherwise, that he was never involved in illegal operations resulting in deaths, was not aware of extrajudicial killings disguised as lawful operations, and confirms that there were no standing orders to kill. The operational objective, he explains, was arrest. Lethal force only when the circumstances required it. And you can find this information in Defense tab 96. And we see this pattern again and again and again. In Incident 40, for example, P1131, who worked with the individual alleged to have shot the suspect, stated clearly that the killings occurred only in circumstances of lawful use of self-defense. That can be found at Defense tab 74, and you can see it on the screen as well. This type of testimonial evidence is also corroborated by documentary and forensic evidence. Incident 15, the prosecution again resorts to its usual pro forma narrative of staged killings or nanlabans. But what it has not done, of course, is prove this. Whereas I urge your honours to look at the screen, where you can see detailed documentary evidence about how this incident came about, and I summarise: a spontaneous exchange of fire after the suspect discharged a firearm, ballistics testing of the officer's weapon, affidavits by the police officers involved, and formal review and investigation of the officer who fired his weapon. Now, I'm not going to sit here and bore you with all the evidence we have on every single one of these incidents, but what I will tell you, Your Honours, is that we have this type of forensic evidence proving attempts, arrests, armed resistance, and responsive and sometimes disciplined use of force in no less than 13 incidents. I don't know where Mr. Butuyan got the idea from that there's no forensic evidence left in the case record. And may we remind you, Your Honours, until the prosecution proves otherwise, which it has not, these state documents remain prima facie, authentic, and reliable. For incidents substantiated by a single witness narrative and unconfirmed by alleged co-participants, I refer Your Honours to no less than 9 incidents. One prosecution witness, P1160, is the sole testimonial evidence for at least 3 incidents, while another 6 incidents are premised entirely on the testimony of P3. Now, what's interesting about these incidents is that P3 alleged that he was only one of a group of 3 or 4 perpetrators, and these other perpetrators are actually also prosecution witnesses. Yet none of the other witnesses corroborated his version of events. Not one. A couple of incidents alleged by the prosecution appear on its own evidence to be unrelated to drug enforcement, and thus questionably part of the fantasy common plan or organizational policy. For this, I would refer you to incidents 31 and 41, which involved targeting of 2 individuals, again, because of non-drugs related conduct. I'm not sure whether I can mention the type of conduct without revealing the identity, so I shall refrain from doing so. The prosecution has not presented any evidence to substantiate any nexus to anti-drug operations in either of these incidents, And for this, I refer you to D36, tab 158, at page 4. On the perpetrator's own account, the trigger for the killing was a personal grievance relating to property damage. There are numerous incidents against unidentified or improperly identified victims. The victim in incident 45 is described as a minor, just as in incident 38, another incident on which Mr. Jeremy focused on Tuesday. And by the way, on the subject of the killing of children, of course it ticks the right boxes for the prosecution insofar as it pulls the heartstrings. But apart from Kian de los Santos, the prosecution has not, despite its emphasis on children, presented to this chamber during these proceedings any evidence that even one victim, apart from Kian, in its 49 incidents was a minor. No birth certificates, no corroborative evidence, nothing. While incidents presented as involving minors are indeed grave, Article 61 requires proof, not emotion. It is for the prosecution to prove that the children were involved in these incidents, and not for the defence, once again, to prove a negative. Now, this evidentiary deficit extends even further. The Bulacan Provincial Office provided a certificate indicating that it had no record corresponding to the names of the victims, whose names have been redacted on the slide, which we will show you. Okay, but we'll pass on. But their names have been redacted. And these are alleged police killings, yet no operational report. Indeed, no contemporaneous documentation whatsoever has been produced. So on what does the prosecution base its claim that these individuals were murdered by the police other than P3? The prosecution relies almost exclusively on the account of P3 echoed by P8. And this is rather ironic. Does the prosecutor claim that P3 is corroborated by P8 when the source of P8's information is in fact P3 himself? Bootstrapping logic, once again. The alleged direct perpetrator, P1201, stated during his interview that he had never participated in an operation involving a child. The other officer allegedly present during both incidents, P1131, was never questioned about these events by the prosecution. And that omission, we submit, is not neutral.
Okay, we lost that feed again. I guess there might be another redaction in there somewhere. Although, as you heard, Attorney Nicholas Kaufman was a lot more conscious about the necessary details that he must leave out in order for them to not be redacted. Before we cut the feed, he was contesting the idea that the prosecution said that there was no forensic evidence. He said that's not true. He doesn't know where the prosecution got that idea. He called the common plan, the so-called common plan that the prosecution had put forth, a fantasy. He said there was no such link, that there was no such state directive to kill the drug war victims. He says the prosecution only stitched together everything to try to create a narrative. The most significant part of this session so far is that he has contesting the idea that there is no official documents, as I said, that the prosecution had laid out earlier in the week. Attorney Kaufman was saying that there was evidence, there was, in some cases, there were investigations, there were ballistics evidence and so on, and it's certainly not true that there's no forensic evidence as alleged by the prosecutor. All right, let's tune back into the feed.
Plan. And it does not reflect what the prosecution on Tuesday described as the systematic features of a national network operation. Instead, according to P3, the motive was personal financial gain through the sale of bodies. And if P3's account is accepted, it reflects opportunistic actions for personal gain of the most macabre kind. As held in Al-Hassan, an opportunistic act committed for personal profit without more falls outside the common plan. Now, just to finish up quickly on the issue of identity, in Incident 43, even the alleged perpetrators are not identified. Without identification, the Chamber cannot assess their institutional affiliation, chain of command, or attempt to make any possible linkage to Mr. Duterte. One more thing, Your Honours. The prosecution focused for some time on Incident 23. I can mention his name, Mr. Benjamin Vizda. Mr. Jeremy displayed compelling footage of Mr. Vizda's arrest and then
I guess that name is going to get redacted again. As we said, every time the feed cuts, it's because Attorney Kaufman is being asked to redact something, and just before it cut out, he had named Benjamin Vista, which is one of the alleged victims that were named by the prosecution amongst the 49 incidents that are before them. That the pretrial chamber court is dealing with right now. I think we have the feedback up. Let's listen in.
Cuffed. He attempted to grab the gun of one of the policemen, leading to a struggle and prompting the motorbike to fall over and the policeman to shoot Mr. Vizda twice in self-defense. And that this PNP report appears to be corroborated by another prosecution witness, whose testimony fully aligns with the substance of the police document. Mr. Jeremy claimed that the PNP reports were false, relying solely on the allegation of one witness that the scene was staged. This witness claimed that the handcuffs were removed from the victim, that the body was loaded on the tricycle a few minutes after being shot and then brought to the hospital. However, his account is contradicted by the very picture the prosecution has shown you on Tuesday. Indeed, it appears that the prosecution is submitting documentary evidence which undermines its own witness's testimony. As you can see here, handcuffs are on. The body is on the ground rather than on a tricycle. Photojournalists are also present. This contradiction was even noted by the prosecution's investigators at the time of the interview and was put to the witness. And when confronted by the investigators, what did that witness say? I don't know if I can.
Lost the feed again. Not sure if it was a name this time or it was the presentation, the picture that was shown. Attorney Kaufman was saying that the prosecution's own documents undermine their own arguments. That's the argument that he was trying to make, saying that the victim that was shown in the photos that he presented were in fact, there were journalists around. There was and that the victim, the perpetrators were handcuffed. Okay, we've got the live feedback on. Let's tune in.
Or has the prosecution 2 minutes left, not be satisfied? And finally, with regard to count 3, the prosecution's witnesses themselves concede that there was no formal approval process. Targets were selected without validation, officers acted for personal reasons, and decisions were taken locally. All of this destroys the assertion that there was a mutually agreed common plan. I will elaborate. P1160 claims hierarchical transmission of policy within the police, while simultaneously acknowledging officers' autonomous killings for personal motives. Those propositions cannot comfortably coexist. P3 explains that certain officers acted outside any common plan and for opportunistic reasons. See Incident 38. In Incident 49, P1207 attributes instructions to local officers without evidence of communication or direction from higher authorities. And most significantly, P1207 P1207 states after a certain death, once again abiding by the redactions, Hague operations and killings ceased. This indicates, Madam President, Your Honours, that dependence on specific individuals, not an enduring organisational policy. A system-wide common plan cannot depend on the continued presence of a non-fungible local official. And with this, I conclude.
Judge Motok, thank you very much, Mr. Kaufman. All the arguments on the merits have been heard. We will now break for 40 minutes up to 10:30. And after we return, we will continue with the closing arguments or submissions, starting with the OTP. Thank you very much. Court is suspended.
Okay, there you have it. The end of the confirmation, well, not the confirmation of charges hearing, but the submission on the merits of the case by both the prosecution as well as the defense. During today's session, the feed cut out for at least 3 to 4 times, and we know at this point that it was because the judge is asking Attorney Kaufman, the defense lead counsel, to redact some details. Yesterday, the feed also cut out several times, and after that, the chamber released a statement saying that, let me read part of it out to you. It said, the chamber is of the view that the information that was asked to be redacted, also from the direct broadcast today, was limited to identifying information of witnesses and victims mentioned during the submissions. The defense disclosed information on several occasions that allowed for the identification of victims and witnesses. For example, positions held and nicknames, things that must not be disclosed so as to ensure the protection of witnesses and victims. That is a statement that the ICC chamber issued yesterday after the feed also cut out several times, and again, it did so today as well for likely the same reasons. Okay, prosecutors of the International Court stand firm that former President Duterte directed, approved, and admitted killings under his watch, and that is why for the victims, confirming the charges against Digong gives them hope. Here's that story.
Those in power are not above the law.
This is what the dawn of Duterte's confirmation hearing mean for Deputy Prosecutor Mame Manjan-Niang. Behind months of delay, kicking off the hearing is what the prosecution holds as the first step to holding Duterte accountable for his alleged crimes against humanity.
The commencement of the confirmation hearing against Mr. Rodrigo Roque Duterte is a reminder of the court's unwavering commitment to its mission to investigate and prosecute individuals for the most serious crimes of concern to the international community and to bring justice to the thousands of victims of the mass crimes and atrocities perpetrated in the Philippines.
With their submissions of merits, the prosecution laid out testimonies from victims, CCTV footages, and recordings of Duterte's previous speeches. For the prosecution, it is crystal clear that Duterte ordered and approved the killings as he himself had allegedly admitted.
DDS members did not fear punishment because they were committed at Mr. Duterte's orders or direction. That is 4 times, 3 of them under oath, that he admitted having a death squad in Davao, including saying he is the death squad. That's not hyperbole. That's not bluster. That's him telling the truth when he feels safe. That's the man before you for this hearing, even if he's not in court today. He repeatedly promised to kill people, his own people, if elected president. He said it, he did it, that's who he is.
The prosecution also asserts Jaguar killings are systematic as there is so-called common plan of Duterte and his alleged accomplices.
There can be no doubt about Mr. Duterte's knowledge and intent. He intended that the crimes would be committed, and he was aware that they would be committed as a result of implementing the common plan. Mr. Duterte knew because he himself established the DDS to kill people. He repeatedly broadcast his intention to implement the common plan nationally if elected president.
This brutal murder led to a massive public outcry across the Philippines. And this was the pattern, Your Honours. Out of one side of his mouth, quietly, occasionally, he would speak about self-defense. And out of the other side of his mouth, loudly, frequently, he would say, kill, and I will protect you, I will pardon you, and I will promote you.
For the Council of Drug War Victims, confirming Duterte's charges is their only ground of hope to attain justice.
It is a recognition that their loved ones mattered. It is an acknowledgement that what happened to them was wrong. It is a message that they have not been forgotten. These proceedings offer something they had been denied in years: hope.
The virus of impunity that is spread all over the country has become a cancer that has metastasized, infecting millions of Filipinos. Mr. Duterte has created clones of himself. He converted millions of peace-loving citizens into bloodthirsty disciples who have become converts to the belief that violence and killings are valid solutions to societal problems.
Your Honors, the victims know. They have seen with their eyes, they have heard with their ears, and they have witnessed the barbarity of the murder wherein their loved ones' human dignity was never respected.
Kapatid Arles de los Santos, we are One News.
All right, at this point, let's bring in an expert on this. We are joined by international law expert, Attorney Ross Tugade. Attorney Tugade is also an accredited assistant to counsel at the ICC. Good evening, Ms. Tugade. Thanks for joining us today.
Good evening, and thank you for having me on the show.
I know you don't have a lot of time, so I'll cut to the chase, Attorney. What do you think of the submission on the merits of the case so far by the defense counsel?
Well, when we go to the defense counsel's arguments, and I've said this elsewhere, that it seems that Mr. Kaufman in his submissions was trying to make the argument that there was no intent on the part of Mr. Duterte. When it came to the utterances, that actually did not mean that he meant to carry out the criminal plan or the common plan as it is denominated in the charges. But in my own assessment of how he argued that point, in the ICC or in the statute of that established the ICC, the Rome Statute, it's not only the pronouncements that are being assessed, but also what happens behind closed doors, so to speak, what are the ways in which they organized the system, what were the kinds of planning involved in terms of implementing the common plan.
That's also one of the backbones, well, the main backbone of Attorney Kaufman was that there's no causal link here between Duterte's words and the killings on the ground. In fact, he said there's no smoking gun, and certainly he's trying to make the case that there is no common plan. He says it all collapses at the level of the so-called perpetrators because there's absolutely no proof, no single piece of evidence that he did directly order such killings. What did you make of that?
Well, first of all, when it comes to the anti-drug policy of the Duterte administration, there is a lot of paper trail, an official paper trail at that even at that level that speaks to how the common plan was actually implemented. We have a number of memorandum circulars that covers Oplan Tokhang and the double barrel operation of the government, the HVTs and the Oplan Tokhang, which constitute the different counts of the charges that were formulated in the document submitted by the OTP. So with respect to that argument that there is absolutely no evidence of a common plan, I think that is already belied by the fact that there's a massive paper trail that shows us the description of how Tokhang and HVTs would be carried out.
The documentary evidence here is what? Police reports mainly?
Police reports could be one of them. Police reports can actually tell us about the pattern. So this is also something that I have been emphasizing in other places that I have spoken, that the pattern will constitute those non-repeating, non-coincidental types of acts that constitute the criminal design over, let's say, a geographical area or a span of time. So police reports can definitely tell us more about the context, the pattern, the modus operandi, which is a more familiar term to us. But more than that, when it comes to the structure, we have the Command Memorandum Circular, which contains that very contentious word that they have been debating about in the past 2 days, the word neutralize.
Yeah.
And again, we can infer from how neutralize was being interpreted through the implementation of the plan that neutralize would result into the killing of drug suspects.
And yet, repeatedly, Attorney Kaufman made the point that to neutralize does not mean to kill directly. It means it pertains to lawful law enforcement operations, and the fact that the killers on the ground, the police operators on the ground, interpreted it to mean to kill is on them, not on Duterte.
Yeah. Under the framework of the Rome Statute, it is actually not, it's not required or not needed to be proved that, in this case, the indirect co-perpetrator, if that's the mode of liability that we're pinning on Mr. Duterte, would have made a legal assessment first of the actions that he carried out or his participation in the criminal design. So there's actually no requirement for him to make the legal assessment. So I think, in my assessment, that argument that basically says, well, it was all framed through self-defense, that the orders to the policemen would be to subdue the drug suspects, but within the ambit of self-defense. That I think is quite a red herring of an argument. What we need to focus on is the pattern of criminality that sufficiently fulfills the specific elements of crimes against humanity of murder, as well as the contextual elements of crimes against humanity of murder, which is the widespread or systematic attack against a civilian population. And in the elements of crimes read together, it says any civilian population. It does not require to make a distinction as to a segment of the population.
So you're saying in international law, and especially at the ICC, there doesn't have to be a proven direct link, because the idea that you have to prove, the prosecution has to prove a direct link keeps coming up. And in fact, earlier this afternoon, we spoke to Attorney Sal Panelo. As you know, he was one of the 6 lawyers sent by the Duterte family to the ICC to observe, at this point, the hearings. And he repeated to us that he believes that this case should be thrown out, because if you base it on the merits of the case, there is no evidence here. And certainly, he believes that there should be, the direct link should be proven by the prosecutors. So you're saying that is not the right interpretation?
What I'm saying here is that when we try to establish causality, so causality is actually needed to be established in any criminal case, even in domestic criminal cases, you have to show causality. But I think what they're trying to say is that, well, we don't have any evidence that any of his speeches actually said, kill them, or it did not actually prove that he was the one who was actually ordering, or he was the one who basically carried out the criminal acts. What I'm saying is, when it comes to the framework of the Rome Statute, there are different modes of liability by which a person can be found guilty of crimes against humanity. So at this level, we're not yet adjudging the guilt of Mr. Duterte, just sufficient enough evidence for it to proceed to trial. And in the case law of the ICC, there's the mental element. Okay, there's the mental element that Kaufman was also trying to allude to, that requires, aside from intent, it's also that virtual certainty. So virtual certainty is actually enough in the case law of the ICC to establish liability for certain criminal acts within the jurisdiction of the court. So virtual certainty is enough for us to assess liability, in this case, as an indirect co-perpetrator. But remember, there are also other modalities that are being alleged, aiding and abetting, as well as ordering.
Correct. So virtual certainty, not necessarily that you have to draw that direct link, that line has to be proven first. Could you also weigh in on one of Attorney Kaufman's arguments that this is not a crime against humanity because the targets were a subjectively defined subgroup, meaning they are drug pushers, they're users, they're not, i.e. general civilian population, that the killings were random and not systematic, and certainly that they were not state-sponsored. What did you think of that?
So going back to the text of the Rome Statute, it says widespread or systematic. So what separates those two words is the word or, which means in the alternative. So it could be widespread, it could be systematic. So that's on the first, what you call the chapeau element or contextual element of crimes against humanity. Now, on to his argument that it has to be a distinct sector or a distinct part of the civilian population. I was quite surprised that Mr. Kaufman was trying to make this argument because he knows very well, as an expert of international criminal law, that we make these distinctions as regards the identity of the group in other crimes like genocide. In war crimes, it matters if it's civilian versus combatant. But for crimes against humanity, which is a very distinct case or a very distinct crime under the framework of the Rome Statute, read that with the elements of crimes, it says any civilian population. So that level of making a discrimination or discriminatory intent as to the segment of the population you're targeting, that's not required in crimes against humanity, as opposed to, say, genocide, that requires you to target certain groups based on certain types of identity or identification.
Okay, I wonder why that he saw fit to bring that up. I guess, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't hazard a guess. But last question, Attorney Ross, what do you think? Well, actually, no, I'm not last question, because I misread the time. I do have a little bit more time for you. But what factors do you think will carry the most weight in the judge's decision at the end of this week on whether or not to push the case forward to a full-blown trial, to dismiss it, or to ask for more evidence? Which of the factors that you've heard so far will carry the most weight, do you think?
I think the contextual elements are key here in establishing that it is a crimes against humanity case. With respect to the specific elements of murder, I think we've already gone past the point of trying to prove that several people or a lot of people were actually killed in the context of the drug war. So we've already hurdled that legal threshold. When it comes to the contextual elements, I think that would be key in how the pretrial chamber would decide whether or not this would proceed to the trial proper. So they have to assess if there was widespread or systematic attack. They have to gauge the common plan. They have to also look at the nature of the attack, as well as what we call the linkage evidence, or the actual participation of Mr. Duterte as a perpetrator, whether that's indirect perpetration or aiding and abetting or ordering in the whole criminal design.
It's a real delicate balance that they have to weigh here. Titimbangin talaga yung mga arguments on each side. What about the idea that the witnesses that the prosecution presented are not really credible, as Attorney Kaufman has been alleging? He says, they are giving all these testimonies just merely in exchange for immunity. He says they made wild assertions about the drug war under Duterte, and he says that a lot of the so-called DDS, the Davao Death Squad, is a fictitious thing, and because particularly because no witness has come forward to say that they directly heard Duterte give a kill order. What did you think of this tactic of discrediting the witnesses?
Again, it surprises me coming from an expert of international criminal law that he has introduced these kinds of arguments in his submissions. He could have attacked the widespread or systematicity of the common plan. He could have attacked the nature of the attack that was being alleged, or even the mode of liability. But here, it seems that going the route of discrediting the witnesses is something we don't usually see in this kind of proceeding, or in this very high level of international litigation. So I was quite surprised that he's going that route, and that route is quite a familiar trope for us Filipinos, something that we hear of in our own domestic legal system, but that's not something that we usually hear. In the ICC, there have been cases of witness intimidation, and the court has promptly responded to those instances where there were cases of witness intimidation. That's governed by a different provision of the Rome Statute. So I'm waiting what the court will make of these allegations by Mr. Kaufman.
Would it work, do you think? Has it ever worked in the ICC, this tactic of discrediting witnesses?
What I could say is that so I hazard to make a speculation on this, but what I would say is that the ICC is by design is very big on procedural fairness, especially for the perpetrators. So due process rights are a big thing in the ICC. So when it comes to weighing those kinds of allegations, I think the ICC will have to look at them carefully. They will certainly scrutinize, but also factor in the reality that the Dutertes are still a very powerful family in the Philippines, and they do have certain access to resources and power that you don't normally see in an ordinary criminal investigation.
Yeah. Last question, Attorney Ross, I know you have to go. Not related to today, but I'm sure you've heard as well this week that there were allegations that have come up that the ICC investigators that came to the Philippines were quote-unquote wined and dined and even bribed to a certain extent. So much so to the point that at some point the ICC spokesperson's office had to issue a statement denying all of these claims, because I heard that they were being bombarded by so many Filipino journalists. Maybe give us a sense of how they operate, right? Because I think a lot of people still believe this narrative that they were bribed.
Yep. So just looking at the kinds of crimes that the ICC has under its jurisdiction, these are crimes of a massive scale, usually perpetrated by an organization or a structure that has access to power, has access to resources. So it's always quite difficult for investigators to go in country and do the investigation so out in the open. So again, I am also quite baffled by these kinds of allegations that the investigators were receiving cushy treatment in plush hotels or restaurants. It's really quite difficult for them to enter active contexts where there is a lot of possibility of intimidation on the kind of work that they are doing.
And indeed, part of the statement, I looked it up again, part of the statement reiterated that the costs related to the investigation, including mission expenses, are fully covered by their own budget, and everybody's covered under an independent oversight mechanism. So we wanted to just re-emphasize that. Okay, we'll leave that there. Thank you so much for talking to us tonight and for all your insight. That was very helpful. That was international law expert, Attorney Ross Tugade.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. The defense continues to lay out its arguments before the pre-trial chamber. For the latest development, let's go live to our One News anchor, Angela Lagunzad-Castro, live from The Hague. Ange, bring us up to speed. What's been going on? I think you're on mute, Ange.
All right. So we're here right now at the ICC Media Center in the ICC, The Hague, wherein the confirmation of charges of former President Rodrigo Duterte is taking place. It's actually the 4th day and last day of its confirmation. And sa umpisa ng hearing kanina, no, actually we started a little bit late. That's parang 10:06 or 10:07 if I'm not mistaken. But in the first round of the hearing, or before they started, ni-remind the judge mo itong si Attorney Kaufman na irespeto yung redaction rule, no? Otherwise, he will be kumbaga parang lagi siyang mapipigilan, no? Kapag hindi niya to irespetuhin. But of course, si Attorney Kaufman said naman yes, and he respects the rule and he moved forward to the presentation of his case. At sinimulan nga niya sa high value target, Reg, no? At sinabi niya dito na ito ay isang procedural framework, and even other countries have this. At sinasabi din niya na hindi po pwede naman na meron din siya binanggit dito, Reg, no, regarding yung pagkamatay ni Mayor Espinosa na pinresenta rin ng what you call this, ang prosecution last time. And he said na in fact, itong si Mayor Espinosa ay surrendered, no, base doon sa sinabi ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, and whatever happened to him in the cell ay wala nang pananagutan doon si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte at that time. So it's still happening right now, the confirmation of charges, the completion actually of the confirmation of a submission of the merits, no, sa depensa. And later on, we will witness the closing statements of prosecution, victims via their legal counsel, and of course, the defense. So magkakaroon ng tagisan ng talino dito to make sure, no, makumbinsi nila ang pre-trial chamber judges dun sa kanilang panig sa prosecution na ituloy ang trial dahil merong merito ang mga ebidensya, and on the other side of the fence, wag ituloy ang trial dahil walang kinalaman at mahina ang ebidensya laban kay Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. We will know the ruling of this charges, this confirmation of these charges within 60 days.
And I was surprised that there were 3 more times, I think that was 3 more times, that the feed cut out precisely because of these redactions nga. And
Yes.
in one
That
of those...
was yesterday.
Yesterday kasi he was Attorney Kaufman was already reminded of the redactions and to be careful with the details that that could identify witnesses and victims, right? And then after that, the ICC issued a statement. So it's coming as a bit of a surprise to me that we run into the same problem today, where they had to cut the feed 3 times because of the redactions. But in one of those cases, wala naman yata siyang sinabing name, or were there any other details that the ICC court was very particular about?
Well, at that time, the only time na naabutan ko yung regarding sa pagsabi niya ng pangalan, yung Mayor Espinosa lang. But the rest kasi I'm live sa other shows, so I'm just also getting feedback after kong mag-live ng show. Pero yun yung mga naabutan ko lang yung pagsabi niya dun sa Raul Yap and Mayor Espinosa. When in fact, sabi niya kasi, di ba, which I am not allowed to say the name, when in fact, yung prosecution, nasabi naman yun during their presentation 2 days ago.
You're right. He mentioned Kerwin Espinosa and Raul Yap in one go. And I thought, our understanding kasi there are some names that are really prominent when you're talking about the war on drugs. And our understanding was that, because these are known, people who were killed, that it would be okay to mention their names. But in any case, what else is going on there in terms of, we know we're not going to get an answer on the detention review today.
Yes.
But how different is it going to be, do you know, from the confirmation of charges hearing?
I'm sorry, naputol ka, Reg.
How different will it be, do you think, yung detention review from the confirmation of charges hearing?
Well, according dito, parang it's going to be a short lang eh. Let me check. Here. Parang it's going to be a short, kasi overall it's going to be an hour procedure for the detention review. So 20 minutes, the chamber will hear submissions. So sabi niya, no decision expected during the hearing of detention this afternoon. Same. So it's going to be an hour lang for that. So it's going to be after the submission, closing statements nung tatlong panig.
Fair enough. And then, what else do we know about how the prosecution is preparing for the closing of arguments? Kasi after this break, the closing of arguments now for both from the prosecution, from the victim side, as well as the defense. What do we know about how the CLRV and prosecution is preparing?
Well, of course, wala tayong nakuhang impormasyon because hindi natin nakita, hindi nagpakita itong sa prosecution. Hindi naman talaga sila nagpapa-interview, no? Bihirang-bihira. Doon naman sa common legal representative, nung tinanong namin sila when I was able to talk to them the other day, they're very prepared na doon sa kanilang closing argument today. At talagang asahan daw natin magkakaroon ng rebuttal, no, sa pagitan nitong mga panig na ito. So yun ang sinabi nila sa atin. Sabi nilang ganoon, itong common legal representatives, si Attorney Joel Butuyan and also Attorney Gilbert Andres, medyo kasi parang last month lang sila nasabihan na they will represent the Filipino victims in this case. But nonetheless, they were able to prepare naman the merits of the case. Kaya nga nung nag-present sila nung time nila ng submission on the merits, they're very confident na makukuha daw nila ang desisyon this time.
And Ange, finally, Attorney Kaufman said Duterte was in good spirits. Tama ba? That's what we're hearing?
Yes, so we were able to talk to him after the confirmation of hearing yesterday. Actually, sinundan namin siya until makakross pa siya ng other street.
Hinabol niya talaga.
He said, he was able to update the former president of what's happening in the case. And he said the president is in good spirit. And he relies on the updates from his legal counsel because if you can remember, he waived his right to appear in his own confirmation of charges, including yung kanyang pag-monitor online.
That's true. Oh, sorry. One last squeezed in question. I spoke to Mac Ortiz, yung cameraman mo yesterday, and he said that you were able to briefly talk to former ES Salvador Medjaldea. I was wondering what you guys talked about and what's his state of mind at this point.
That was the other day, if I'm not mistaken. We were in the Duterte Street. They call it Duterte Street, but in fact, it was a street on the side where the detention facility is, where the president or the former president is currently detained. Apparently, all regularly, some OFW, the supporters of former president, would go there and gather, bring food, just to let the president know that he is not alone in this fight, according to their supporters. As for Medjaldea, medyo matipid yung sinasabi niya. Parang he wanted to really see the president. Actually, the reason why they're here is to really visit the president. But nagulat sila nga na nag-waive ng right ito si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte to appear in his own confirmation of charges. Tapos, since they're going na rin here, in-appoint na sila ng family of Duterte na maging Filipino Legal Counsel. So mag-observe sila nga until now doon sa nangyayari na coverage, na hearing, confirmation of charges na hearing dito today. Of course, ginigiit pa rin nila yung jurisdiction na hindi dapat na dito tinatry ang Pangulo. Sabi nila, it is fair for them na sige, itry nyo yung Pangulo, pero dapat sa bansa natin. And he reiterated yung loyalty at pagmamahal daw ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa ating bansa. So hindi daw niya magagawa yung anything that is being thrown at him by the prosecution.
Oh, that's interesting, Ange. So they were planning to go na talaga. The 6 Filipino lawyers were planning to go. They made plans already to be there, hoping to catch Duterte at the confirmation of charges hearing. But nagulat sila that nag-waive ng right itong si former president to appear. Okay.
That is actually according to Attorney Sal Panelo.
Okay. All along kasi we thought that the Duterte family had, that came before their plans to go, that the Duterte family put them together and said, okay, kayong anim, kayong maging legal representative. I see. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, but we'll leave that there for now. Thanks so much for your reporting, Angela. I know you've been going around the clock for several days now, pero malapit na matapos. Don't worry.
No
We'll
worries.
get back to you a little bit
No
later
worries.
on.
Happy to be of service.
One News anchor Angela Lagunzad Castro reporting to us live from The Hague in the Netherlands. We'll bring you more updates when we return. This is Duterte's ICC confirmation of charges, a special coverage. Lots more to cover after this. Closing statements ng prosecution and the defense. Stay tuned for that. Welcome back. The annual detention hearing of former President Rodrigo Duterte will push through without his appearance. Under ICC rules, the pretrial chamber is required to hold a hearing on the subject's pretrial detention at least once every year. For Duterte's case, the annual review is scheduled at 2 p.m. this Friday, Hague time, or about 9 p.m. here in Manila. Pre-trial judges of the ICC allowed Duterte to skip the review, noting that he understands that waiving his right to be present at the hearing. Recall that Duterte requested a non-appearance at the hearing even through video conference. The ICC Office of the Prosecutor earlier opposed the request, saying his attendance is necessary, especially given what it described as significant misinformation regarding the former president's well-being. Duterte's detention hearing will happen later, as I said, immediately after the closing statements. No, not immediately after, but after the 19-minute break. First, there will be a closing arguments from the prosecution and defense, then a 90-minute break, and then the detention hearing later tonight. The families of drug war victims say they felt belittled by the defense's arguments before the ICC. They pushed back against claims that the killings were not widespread and rejected the idea that these were merely rogue police actions. This came after Duterte's lead counsel, attorney Nicholas Kaufman, downplayed the thousands of deaths recorded in official government data. Kaufman said the prosecution failed to contextualize the figures and argued that compared to the number of police operations and arrests, the deaths were quote-unquote minimal. But for Lore Pasco, who lost 2 sons in the drug war, such arguments diminished the suffering of families seeking accountability.
Talagang minaliit po ang aming pagkatao. Kung baga, parang niwalang halaga yung aming mga mahal sa buhay. Sinasabi na numero lang, parang hindi binigyan ng halaga yung aming paghihirap, yung aming pagdurusa.
Meantime, Shira Escudero, whose brother was also killed in the anti-drug campaign, said the families remain steadfast.
Lahat ng nilatag ng defense, hindi po yan makaka-apekto sa panawagan namin para sa hustisya, and confident din po kami sa kung anong mayroon ang prosecution, at alam namin na matibay ang mga evidences against Duterte.
Context and direct proof. These were the key themes as the defense took the floor on day 3 of former President Rodrigo Duterte's confirmation of charges hearing at the ICC. Let's take a look back at this recap.
On the third day of the International Criminal Court's confirmation of charges hearing, the defense team of former President Rodrigo Duterte pushed back against the prosecution's case. But first, lead counsel attorney Nicholas Kaufman made this clear.
The defense does not disrespect the soul of any deceased person, nor does it make light of the loss of life.
From there, Kaufman accused prosecutors and even the Philippine media of focusing only on the sensational parts of Duterte's speeches.
Journalists and their editors have a tendency to fixate on the salacious elements of a person's speeches while ignoring the less interesting parts.
This after the prosecution presented several of the former president's past statements on the war on drugs, statements that made headlines at the time. These include Duterte's alleged admission that he was responsible for killings carried out by police. But Kaufman argued key portions were left out, arguing that other parts of those speeches show instructions for lawful police action in self-defense.
And the order is simply this: go out. Arrest them if you can. But if there is no peaceful method of doing it and you're presented with violent resistance, thereby placing your jeopardy in your life, you shoot.
For that reason, the defense maintained that Duterte's speeches alone are not enough to directly link him to alleged extrajudicial killings.
The point we merely wish to make is that relying on the former prosecutor's speeches as a means of proving criminal intent is impossible.
On the same day, a Davao City-based journalist objected to the prosecution's presentation of his video where Duterte was allegedly watching CCTV clips of the 2013 killing of 3 suspected thieves at Agdao Public Market. In his affidavit, Ben Jason Teixorna said the prosecution did not have permission to use his copyrighted video. He also denied any association with what he described as a tampered or spliced version of the footage, saying its broadcast has damaged his reputation and put his family at risk. Back in court, Kaufman further insisted that there is no smoking gun or no direct evidence proving Duterte ordered police to kill.
Not one witness relevant to any of the 49 incidents with which Mr. Rodrigo Duterte is charged will testify that he received a direct order from the former president to go out and kill someone.
All right, let's now tune back into the confirmation of charges here against former President Duterte. Now, this is the prosecution and the CLRV's closing statements.
He talked about, again, I'll get to it, talked about neutralize. And how that is a neutral word and needs to be taken in context. I'll come to that a little bit later. But again, there's evidence in this case, some of which Mr. Jeremy went through in his presentation, that neutralize meant to kill. Whether he is correct, or we are, whether we're able to prove it beyond reasonable doubt is another issue. Whether we're at substantial grounds is clear. We are. And I just say, again, responding to his argument about the documentation, that it's not unique to this case. In war crimes trials, crimes against humanity trials, where the very top leadership are the persons on trial, and when they're committing their crimes, they don't put it in writing often, let's go out and commit a crime. Mr. Kaufman will know this because we both worked together at the ICTY. During the trials for Srebrenica and the other Bosnian Serb army crimes, the VRS, every single order that turned out to be criminal, virtually every single order, had in the order from the General Mladic down the chain, respect the Geneva Conventions, treat prisoners of war properly, treat civilians properly in accord with the Geneva Conventions. That was in virtually every order, and it didn't mean anything. It was boilerplate as part of their cover-up. I'll move on to some of his points from yesterday now. He spoke at length in the beginning about Article 7.1 and an alleged problem or inconsistency with the al-Hishri case in our definition of the civilian population in this case. The law is very clear. All that Article 7.1 requires is that an attack is directed against any civilian population. That term, any civilian population in 7.1, is not limited to populations defined by nationality, ethnicity, or another distinguishing feature of that nature. It's a question of fact to be decided by the trial chamber. We have set this out, paragraphs 17 through 20 of our DCC. It is not particularly complicated. It is not blurry or ambiguous. We stated that alleged criminals in the Philippines are the civilian population, which are the object of the attack. That's a factual issue. So the position taken in the al-Hishri case, which is different, obviously completely, factually to this case, is irrelevant. Second, the issue in al-Hishri did not concern the definition of the civilian population. It was about the nexus requirement, under Article 7, and whether it is necessary for victims of the underlying acts or crimes against humanity themselves to be members of the population. It was a different issue completely. And we have defined the population in this case. That just reminds me of what he said today. at one point, oh, well, these victims weren't necessarily related to drugs or the war on drugs. Read our brief. Read the DCC. It makes it clear that it's criminals, including drug dealers, drug pushers, drug users. The incident I went through, incident 3, in my presentation on Monday, I made it clear the victims there in Davao were alleged thieves. That is why they were murdered by Mr. Duterte. Very quickly, he complained or spoke about the oh no, I'm going to skip that, Your Honor. It's not important. Moving on, he also made yesterday multiple comments that were inaccurate about the common plan alleged in the case. First, he said there was no direct evidence that even 2 of the co-perpetrators met in person to discuss the plan, the common plan. Legally, there's no requirement that they do so. However, factually, what he stated was incorrect. We have brought evidence of such meetings, and they're in our pre-confirmation brief. I won't go through it, but if you look at paragraph 27 and the items cited in footnote 135 of that paragraph, it sets it out. I'll come back now to the meaning of the term neutralize in the context of this case. It's open to interpretation in the abstract, but my friend, in trying to persuade Your Honors to take the view that neutralize didn't mean anything nefarious, quoted statement from Chief Ronald Bato de la Rosa, co-perpetrator de la Rosa, that neutralize did not mean to kill. That was at T006, page 31, lines 2 to 11. So he's been criticizing the credibility of our witnesses. Cites the police chief to say, the police chief who signed CMC 16, to say that neutralize is a neutral term that shouldn't be taken as showing any criminal intent. But we set out in our brief multiple witnesses for the mayoral period and for the presidential period who will testify that to neutralize means to kill. That's again set out in the brief, paragraphs 6 and 24. I'll read out just one example. This is ERN PHL OTP 000-15390-R01 at 0011, lines 345 to 346. Question of this insider witness. Okay, and the words eliminate and neutralize, what do they mean? Witness's answer, kill. You have to kill, whether it is a legitimate operation or not a police operation. So all of the dancing around about the term neutralize doesn't rise to the level where we would not be meeting our standard for confirmation today. One more example, my friend talked about it today. This is incident 13, in which the murder victims were Mayor Espinosa and Raul Yap. As we showed on Tuesday, Mr. Duterte, I won't play the video again, identified Espinosa as involved in drugs and said that he should be shot on sight and tracked down like a dog. And Mr. Kaufman said, yes, but Mr. Espinosa surrendered. And then tried to portray the murder of Espinosa in a jail cell as legitimate self-defense. In a jail cell, there's a shootout. The telling point here, as we said on Tuesday, transcript 5, page 10, lines 9 to 10. In the PRRD list, it was brought up, I believe, in the presentation. These two victims of Incident 13, they are noted as neutralized on the list, not on the day they are arrested, not on the day they go to jail. They're marked neutralized on the days they're killed. So they were neutralized at the time they were murdered, per Mr. Duterte's government at that time. As I said in my submissions on Monday, right from the beginning, we acknowledge throughout his speeches, Mr. Duterte and some of his co-perpetrators, I used the term allies on Monday, referred to shoot to kill and self-defense, and that they sprinkled in these references to due process and legality. The evidence shows, as I said, that was only to build a veneer of legality, to create an impression of legality, and to give his lawyers something to say when this day came. And that's exactly what has happened. Mr. Kaufman has gone through, repeated these when he can as some kind of mantra that supposedly exculpates his client. It does not. As I said, this is the lawyer Duterte trying to build in a defense in case he was ever held to account for his crimes. The facts can't be denied by these sprinklings. He ran a death squad in Davao that he created. He ran it for over 20 years before he became president. His promise was to kill thousands, and he did. So it doesn't matter how many times he tried to throw in a caveat. And again, as I said, this is not uncommon in crimes committed by powerful figures. They try to build in a defense. One point Mr. Kaufman made yesterday, again, showing why this case is ready to go to trial and should not be dismissed. He refers to witnesses providing what he says is exculpatory evidence. He misstated these witnesses by saying they were OTP witnesses. They're not. We're not relying on them, but their statements are disclosed. We found these witnesses and interviewed them through the process that he portrays as somehow corrupt or biased or I don't know what. They provided exculpatory information, and we disclosed it. And that is somehow meant to say that this case should not go to confirmation? I mean, these witnesses are interviewed under 55-2. They're as suspects. Is it really unusual that when you're interviewing somebody who was involved in the crimes, that they say, I didn't do it? Does that mean that this case should not go to trial? Again, we go to trial. He can call those witnesses. The trial judges will listen to his witnesses, listen to the OTP witnesses, and then decide if we've proven our case beyond reasonable doubt or not. I'll speed up a bit, Your Honors, because I don't want to go over my time. He made a small point I just have to respond to, making a call. Why aren't there more investigations? Why aren't crimes being investigated now in the Philippines? Well, his client prevented all that by withdrawing the Philippines from the Rome Statute when he thought he might be prosecuted, thereby ensuring that we would not have jurisdiction after a certain period. Another point. My friend is trying to kind of have it both ways on how Your Honor should treat Mr. Duterte's utterances, his speeches, his words. On day 1, T0004 at page 30, lines 18 to 19, my friend said, Duterte's word was his word and the people knew it, end quote. Yesterday, worried about his client's confessions. That's what they are. He said, quote, this is at T0006, page 7, lines 5 to 7. He said, quote, one cannot rely on anything coming out of Mr. Duterte's mouth. All right, that's good to know if he ever decides to testify, and for his representations on interim release, that you can't trust a word that comes out of his mouth. But beyond that, as I went through on Monday, 3 times under oath, Mr. Duterte said in committee hearings, I have a death squad. Is Mr. Kaufman saying that his client is a liar and a perjurer who has no problem lying under oath? Limited use statements. I won't go through all the, frankly, nonsense that we heard about limited use statements. What I want to make clear, he tried to create an impression which is just not true. Not one witness has been granted immunity in this case. None. There is no such thing as virtual immunity or whatever he called it. He said something similar today. It's standard practice to use these statements when interviewing suspects under 55-2 who have rights, and they do not grant immunity. It just means a statement can't be used against that particular witness. And if they lie during those statements to us, to the OTP, then the agreement is void and they can be prosecuted. And his suggestion somehow that we should not interview the direct killers, Mr. Duterte's killers at the bottom of the pyramid, they shouldn't be interviewed, that's clinically insane from a prosecution point of view. And of course, some of those persons will get limited use statements if their lawyers request them. And finally, we're here in this court to prosecute the most responsible, and the most responsible is his client, former President Duterte, not the people on the ground who committed the killings. They are responsible, but they are not the most responsible. And unlike his client, the ones who have come forward have shown remorse for what they have done. His client, contrary to everything he said in the last few days, the last 3.5 hours, repeatedly admitted committing the crimes we're here for. His killings of his own people, the Filipino people. We saw some of those in our presentations. I'm sorry, I missed one point. He said there was no linkage of the incidents to Mr. Duterte. He said, my friend, not one incident where the direct order came from Mr. Duterte for one of these incidents. Well, he should look at incident 1 of the ones we have charged. And I'm afraid I don't have my cite because I skipped around. But in that incident, the evidence shows that we have a witness who heard Mr. Duterte on the phone, who heard that the order came from Superman, his client's code name and nickname. Mr. Jeremy is helping me. It's at para 89 of our brief, Your Honors. So that was wrong. That is, I just wanted to reply. He said that several times. It's not true. Back to Mr. Duterte. He's proud of his killings. He wants to be remembered for them. Decades of murdering his own people, murdering the children of the Philippines. And he claims that he did it all for his country. He doesn't deny it. He says, as I said early on, it's a necessary evil. It's for the greater good. Doesn't matter how many kids I have to kill. I'll clean up the Philippines. Now, I want to play a clip, Your Honors, if we can do that, James. This is, you'll see the beginning. I played just a few seconds of it. I'm going to play more of it now, about 2.5 minutes.
na ginawa ko man ang lahat sa panahon ko para may konting katahimikan at mapayapa ang buhay ng Pilipino. Ang problema nito, ewan ko kung ang tingin ng ako'y raw yung o ganito na lang. Ito ganito na lang. O sabi ko, assuming na totoo talaga yung naririnig ninyo, bakit ko ginawa yan? Para sa sarili ko? Para sa pamilya ko? Para sa inyo at ang inyong mga anak sa ating bayan. Ang higiin ko na lang sa inyo, total, kung ganito man talaga ang swerte ko sa buhay, okay lang, tatanggapin ko yan. Wala tayong magawa.
Excuse me, Counsel, you have 5 minutes left.
Hulihin tayo kung ikulong tayo. Kaya lang, in the meantime, mag-contribute kayo, baski $5, $10. Para paglabas ko sa presuhan, pagawaan ninyo akong monumento katabi ni Rizal. Si Rizal may hawak na libro eh. Akin
Okay, what did we see there? This is essentially Mr. Duterte's farewell speech. It was made on 9 March last year, 3 days before, as he says, he was apprehended. He was not going to surrender, apprehended and surrendered to The Hague. What did we see there? First, I won't repeat it, shows total, utter contempt for this court. Second, referring to, quote, his sin, end quote. He says, assuming that all the talk you hear is true, assuming it's all true, why did I do that? What is the talk that's all true? It's obvious. After he says that, he says, problem is, they think I'm the one who, and the crowd cheers. Again, he doesn't say it out loud, because he knows he's on video, he doesn't want the words there, assuming I'm the one who killed all these people. So he makes a little motion, crowd goes wild, and he smiles, because he likes that after he's made that statement. What innocent person has ever said, assuming I committed all these murders, it was for a really good reason? That's what they would like you to believe, that he doesn't mean it. And he says he did it not for himself, not for his family, but for the Filipino people. And it's obvious what he's talking about. He's talking about the murders. Again, the ends justify the means. Again, for him, the murders are a necessary evil for the greater good, as we heard right at the beginning of his career when he's teaching police officers to plant evidence. The end of that video, what does he ask for? He says, I might go to jail, what can we do? But when I get out, contribute money so there can be a monument erected of him when he's released from jail. And he describes what he wants that monument to be to himself, former President Duterte. A statue, not holding a book like the national hero Jose Rizal, but holding a gun. 3 days before his transfer to The Hague, this old man, you could see it still up there. What does he want to be remembered as? The man with the gun. And he's just taken credit for killing his own people. time for him to take responsibility for these crimes he brags about and glories in. Can we go to the next one quickly? I think I got about 3 minutes. James. This is tab 146.2. It's a quote from a speech on August 16th, 2017. What did he say? Quote, "I know I will have my own downfall. I cannot be president forever. I know that they will demand to answer for all this dead." End quote. And he was right when he spoke those words. He must answer for the dead. The victims demand it, justice demands it, and for purposes of confirmation, the evidence demands it. We have proven it to the level for this to be bound over for trial. We ask you to do that, Your Honors. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur
Thank you very much, Mr. Nichols. We will now go to the closing statements of the common legal representatives of victims. You have up to 12:30.
Va présenter les arguments en conclusion de cette audience.
Maître Andres will present the closing statements. George Motok, you have the floor. Mr. Andres.
Your Honors, good noon. In our closing statement, the common legal representative for victims will first rebut the defense submissions. Then we will provide the larger context why the confirmation of the charges against Mr. Rodrigo Roa Duterte is vital for the victims, especially in relation to their communities and the Filipino nation. Your Honors, listening to the defense submissions on the merits yesterday and today was to me like listening to the parable of the elephant, wherein they want us to see only the parts of the elephant: the trunk, the tusk, the ears, the head, but not the whole of the elephant. We must look at the whole context. Madam President and Your Honors, it's also my duty as the common legal representative for victims to express the views and concerns of the victims. As they're watching these proceedings, they have stated, and when they heard the defense effectively submitting that the chamber should ignore the systematicity and the widespread nature of the attack, it's like their murdered loved ones are being murdered again. Having conveyed that as my duty, we will address the defense submissions in seriatim with 10 rebuttals. First, on Mr. Rodrigo Duterte's speech, defense argued yesterday that, and I quote, "relying on the former president's speeches as a means of proving criminal intent is impossible." I am quoting the transcript of yesterday at page 4, lines 5 to 6. But the victims convey that the Philippine context is vital in knowing and understanding the criminal intent and impact of Mr. Duterte's speeches. Under the Philippine Constitution, the executive power shall be vested in the President of the Philippines. Whatever the President publicly states is policy. And in the Philippine cultural context, when there is strong respect for those in government positions, especially the President, as head of state and as head of government, the words of the President is to be obeyed, no matter what. Especially for Mr. Duterte, he has portrayed himself as a man of his word. The defense even emphasized, and the prosecution also referred to this last Monday, that, and I quote the defense, "For President Rudy, his word was his word, and the people knew it." End of quote. And that's the transcript of Monday, page 30, lines 18 to 19. The defense even stated that, and I quote, Rodrigo Duterte was and will always remain a unique phenomenon, end of quote, referring to the transcript last Monday at page 30, line 14. Mr. Duterte was and is indeed a unique phenomenon in the public and vulgar way in which he uses words to dehumanize the victims of his anti-drug campaign, to excuse their murder, to shape the Filipino psyche to his murderous rhetoric, and to predispose the government agencies under his presidency to follow his words as presidential policy and as orders. And the records show that every time Mr. Duterte exhorts the killing, the murders of alleged drug users, people are murdered all over the Philippines. To our second rebuttal, we rebut the defense legal theory in its Thursday submissions vis-a-vis count 1, which contains 9 incidents of murder during the mayoral period of the suspect. The defense argues concerning count 1 that this is allegedly, and I quote, hardly widespread. And I'm quoting the transcript of 26 February 2026 at page 6, line 23. We strongly disagree. Widespread refers to the scale of the attack. Courts and commentators interpret it through several indicators, such as the large number of victims, the killings, the deportations, rapes, or other acts affecting many people. Geographical spread, wherein the violence occurs across multiple towns, regions, or a broad area. The long duration, the sustained attacks over time, rather than isolated incidents. The mass impact on the civilian population. The attack affects the population as a whole, not just a few individuals. The focus is on the quantitative magnitude. The attack is large in scope or effect. Systematic, on the other hand, refers to the organized nature of the attack. It is about how the violence is carried out, where there is pattern or methodical plan, repeated similar acts showing coordination, organizational policy or approval, wherein there's the involvement of the state or organizational structures, use of resources, logistics, weapons, or personnel deployed in an organized way. Regularity in pattern, not random or spontaneous, but structured. This is a qualitative criterion. The attack is carried out according to a plan, policy, or organized pattern. In the Nataganda case, the trial chamber has held in 2019 that, and I quote, the assessment of whether the attack is widespread is neither exclusively quantitative nor geographical, but must be carried out on the basis of all the relevant facts of the case. End of quote. In fact, in Nataganda, the trial chamber once again emphasized that, and I quote, the term systematic reflects the organized nature of the acts of violence and the improbability of their random occurrence. It refers to the existence of patterns of crimes evidenced by non-accidental repetition of similar conduct on a regular basis. End of quote. In reviewing the evidence in the record of this case, the only reasonable conclusion is that the attack against the specific group within the civilian population, individuals perceived as linked to drug crimes, was widespread and systematic. Contrary to the statistics shown by the defense, there is ample evidence about the high number of murders in this case. Third, on the death rate. Based on the 2019 trial chamber judgment on Nataganda, there is no requisite death rate in order to prove crimes against humanity for murder. Fourth, we rebut the defense legal theory in its Thursday submissions, which refer to the chapeau elements of Article 7 of the statute. The defense argues, inter alia, that allegedly, and I quote, this policy did not and could not constitute an attack directed against a clearly definable civilian population, end of quote. And I'm referring to the transcript of yesterday at page 10, lines 16 to 17. We disagree. Since the chapeau elements of Article 7 of the statute provides for, and I quote, widespread or systematic attack directed against any civilian population, end of quote. As the element of crimes provide, and I quote, attack directed against a civilian population in this context, elements is understood to mean a course of conduct involving the multiple commission of acts referred to in Article 7, Paragraph 1 of the statute against any civilian population, pursuant to or in furtherance of a state or organizational policy to commit such attack, end of quote. It is also essential to note that on the targeting of a specific category of civilian population, the pretrial chamber has held in the situation in the Republic of Kenya that, and I quote, the chamber takes into account the information relevant to the status of the victims, their ethnic or political affiliation, as well as the methods used during the attacks, end of quote. The same pretrial chamber in the situation in the Republic of Kenya further held that, and I quote, the issue of whether an act was committed as part of a widespread or systematic attack needs to be analyzed on a case-by-case basis with regard to each particular act, end of quote. Applying this legal principle to the case at hand, we have argued that the evidence on the record unequivocally shows individuals targeted by Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign overwhelmingly came from impoverished communities where social mobility is limited and opportunities are scarce. The same type of people in the same type of communities using the same modus operandi were targeted by Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign. People from the vulnerable communities, the poor and marginalized, especially in urban, informal settlements marked by high levels of poverty. Thus, we have shown last Tuesday, Your Honors, that Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign was really a war against the poor. Consequently, the document containing the charges was not, and I quote, muddled, end of quote, as argued by the defense in the transcript of yesterday at page 8, line 8. Rather, consistent with the chapeau element under Article 7 of the statute, the DCC in paragraph 17 refers to the, and I quote, widespread and systematic attack against the civilian population in the Philippines, end of quote, referring to paragraph 17 in the DCC. While the DCC in paragraph 20 specifies that this attack was against, and I quote, alleged criminals in the Philippines who were perceived or alleged to be involved in drug-related, including production, sale, and use, and other crimes such as theft and murder, end of quote, referring to paragraph 20 of the DCC. The latter, in paragraph 20, is merely a subset of the former in paragraph 17 of the DCC. Again, this framing in paragraph 20 of the DCC is synonymous with the framing in the situation in the Republic of Kenya, wherein police violence targeted perceived gang members. Fifth, the defense yesterday referred to Philippine Supreme Court issuances And I quote, the defense inter alia referred to, and I quote, Supreme Court of the Philippines in petitions challenging aspects of the anti-drug campaign, end of quote. Referring to transcript of yesterday at page 26, lines 10 to 11. Madam President, Your Honors, I and Attorney Buturian are familiar with these petitions referred to by the defense because we were actually the petitioners' counsels in those petitions. And we actually argued before the Philippine Supreme Court last 2017 on this issue. Nevertheless, the defense critiqued the prosecution's manner of using the quote, Duterte's administration's year-end report for 2017, referring to PHL OTP 0003-3355 or tab 139 for the defense. Specifically, the defense argued that vis-a-vis the, and I quote, deaths of 3,967 drug personalities, end of quote, that, and I quote, these deaths comprise a fraction of the 118,287 total arrests for drug-related activities, end of quote. And I'm referring to the transcript of yesterday at page 32, line 1. Nevertheless, Your Honor, the same Supreme Court decision or resolutions referenced by the defense has stated with respect to those 3,967 drug personalities who died in the anti-drug operations from July 1, 2016 to November 2017, as indicative of the state policy of extrajudicial killings under the Duterte administration. As held by the Philippine Supreme Court in its notice of resolution dated April 3, 2018, which is PHL-OTP-003-3058, and which is tab 112 for the defense at pages 46. I quote the Philippine Supreme Court. Aside from the OSG's submissions in the present cases, we take judicial notice of the Duterte administration's 2017 year-end report, where deaths in cases related to illegal drugs and the internal cleansing conducted within the Philippine National Police are touted as accomplishments. And Your Honor, the next sentence is emphasized in the original resolution. The government's inclusion of these deaths among its other accomplishments may lead to the inference that these are state-sponsored killings. In the section Fighting Illegal Drugs and subsection Real Numbers, we find the following figures. And Your Honor, I will just quote the one that was in emphasis in the resolution. 3,967 drug personalities who died in anti-drug operations from July 1, 2016 to November 27, 2017. As well as 16,355 homicide cases under investigation from July 1, 2016 to September 27, 2017. 6. The defense referenced, again, the same Philippine Supreme Court resolution. But that same resolution held that nothing else to substantiate the OSG's claim of legitimate police operations. And I quote that specific portion in the Philippine Supreme Court's notice of resolution dated April 3, 2018, which is tab 112 for the defense at page 47. The Supreme Court held that, and I quote, "Apart from these numbers and their bare allegations, there is nothing else to substantiate the OSG's claim of legitimate police operations. The lack of any submission of the required information and documents leads this court to believe that there is no basis to the OSG's claim. It is Hornbook doctrine that bare allegations unsubstantiated by evidence are not equivalent to proof, i.e., mere allegations are not evidence." End of quote. Seventh, Your Honor. Again, in reference to the same Supreme Court resolution referenced by the defense, the Supreme Court also held there that the PNP cannot claim presumption of regularity on deaths occurring during police operations. Your Honor, I will quote that specific portion of the notice of resolution dated April 3, 2018, which is tab 112 for the defense at pages 47 to 48. The Supreme Court held, and I quote, "The PNP cannot claim the presumption of regularity in official functions because deaths are not supposed to occur during any of their operations. The presumption of regularity in the performance of official duty must be seen in the context of an existing rule of law or statute authorizing the performance of an act or duty or prescribing a procedure in the performance thereof. The presumption also cannot prevail over positive averments concerning violation of the constitutional rights of the accused." And Your Honor, in the next paragraph, all of it is being emphasized in the original. And I quote the emphasized portions. "The Duterte administration's 2017 year-end report states that there were 3,967 drug personalities who died in anti-drug operations from July 1, 2016 to November 27, 2017, and 16,355 homicide cases under investigation from July 1, 2016 to September 27, 2017. This is a total of 20,322 deaths during the Duterte administration's anti-drug war from July 1, 2016 to November 2017, or an average of 39.46 deaths every day. This court wants to know why so many deaths happened, as expressly reported under the section Fighting Illegal Drugs of the Duterte administration's 2017 year-end report. Next, Your Honor. The Philippine Constitution provides for the right of life in Article 3. Therefore, because of that right to life, there is actually no presumption of regularity if a person is killed during a police operation. And actually, the presumption is reversed. It's actually the onus probandi on the police to prove that his or her actions were within the lawful requisites of self-defense. In fact, Rule 15.4 of the 2013 revised PNP operational procedures mandates the proprio motu investigations if death occurs during a police operation. However, Your Honors, despite the at least 3,967 deaths under anti-drug operations, there was no proprio motu investigations for all of these deaths. 8, Your Honor. The defense yesterday referred to the Philippine National Police Operational Procedural Manual issued in 2021. But the same was irrelevant and a non sequitur with respect to how the PNP construed and applied the word neutralize under CMC 16-2016, from July 1, 2016 until March 16, 2019, which is within the temporal jurisdiction of the court. The defense recognizes that the same Philippine National Police Operation Procedural Manual was published in 2021, specifically in September 2021. And it was already after the temporal jurisdiction of this court. Hence, it's irrelevant with respect to this case. Ninth, the defense asserted that purportedly the Duterte's administration is, and I quote, intolerant for rotten apple police officers, end of quote. That's in the transcript of yesterday at page 32, line 20 to 21. This is not true, Your Honors. Mr. Duterte's administration has not criminally prosecuted the police officers responsible for the government-recognized deaths of at least 3,967 drug personalities who died in anti-drug operations from July 1, 2016 to November 27, 2017. In fact, the undisputed fact in this case is that the Philippines only investigated
Excuse me, counsel. You have 5 minutes left.
at most 302 cases. And I refer to the February 27,
2023.
January 26, 2023 decision of this chamber on the authorization pursuant to Article 18, Paragraph 2 of the statute to resume the investigation. The court here, the chamber has held, the chamber observes that at the time of the prosecution's request, the DOJ panel had referred to the NBI for investigation in case build-up 302 cases consisting of 52 PNP IAS cases, the non-Laban cases, and 250 NPS cases. And in paragraph 39, from the information before the chamber, it therefore appears that the DOJ panel review does not amount to relevant investigations within the meaning of Articles 17 and 18 of the statute. Moreover, the number of cases reviewed by the DOJ panel, namely 302, is very low when compared with the estimated number of killings that allegedly occurred in the context of war on drugs operations. Res ipsa loquitur. Mr. Duterte's administration has not criminally prosecuted the police officers responsible for these deaths. Last, Your Honor. The defense erred when it conflated Ms. Paulina Macida's statement that Rodrigo Duterte failed to prevent or punish with the theory that the prosecution has not charged command responsibility under Article 28. Ms. Macida's comment on the fact that Mr. Duterte did not take steps to investigate and prosecute was pronounced in the context of her submissions on the fact that encouragement of killings through public statements by Mr. Duterte sent a clear message that those responsible need not fear accountability and can act with impunity. Said comment cannot be extrapolated from that context, as the defense did yesterday. We do not suggest that Mr. Duterte should be liable under Article 28 of the statute. We maintain that there is ample evidence for confirming the mode of liability under Article 25(3)(a) as pleaded by the prosecution. Also, we want to emphasize, Your Honors, that there were indeed children murdered systematically under the charges that are being held against Mr. Duterte, Your Honor. And they are not mere collateral damage. In conclusion, the victims submit that the defense has not blemished the prosecution legal theory and evidence as provided in the document containing the charges and the pre-confirmation brief. The victims submit that the prosecution presented sufficient evidence to establish substantial grounds to believe that Mr. Rodrigo Roa Duterte committed each of the crimes charged. Consequently, all charges should be confirmed and Mr. Rodrigo Roa Duterte committed to trial. Lastly, Your Honor, Your Honor, the victims want these charges to be confirmed because they want to be reintegrated to their communities, because they are still in the shadows of fake news, of fear and of threats from Mr. Duterte's supporters. Hence, it's important, Your Honor, that all of these charges be confirmed against Mr. Duterte so that the victims of these crimes will be taken out of the shadow of darkness into the light of truth and justice. Because in the end, Your Honors, the victims, they're also created in the image of God, and they also believe that the God of the universe is the God of justice. Madam President, Your Honors, thank you for your kind attention. This ends the presentation, the closing statement of the Common Legal Representative for Victims. May it please the Chamber.
Judge Motok. Thank you very much, Mr. Andres. We will now take our break and resume with the final submissions of the defense at 1400 hours. The hearing is suspended.
There you have it, the conclusion of the confirmation of charges hearing against former President Rodrigo Duterte. What we heard just then were back-to-back the closing arguments of the prosecution as well as the CLRV, otherwise known as the Common Legal Representative for the Victims. For the prosecution side, it was represented by Attorney Julian Nichols, and then for the CLRV, it was Attorney Gilbert Andres, as you just heard. As expected, both the prosecution and the CLRV discredited Attorney Kaufman's arguments today as well as the previous days. The prosecution, first of all, if you might just summarize it, this says that Article 7 states clearly, Article 7 of the Rome Statute states clearly that it is, crimes against humanity qualifies as any attack on civilian population. There is no distinguishing factors here. It does not mean, it doesn't distinguish by nationality, by ethnicity. There's no such determination. This is in reference to the fact that Attorney Nicholas Kaufman in previous days had tried to question the charge of crimes against humanity on the basis that it was the drug users and the drug pushers that were killed, and not in arguing that it was not an attack on the general civilian population. It was, he said, a clearly defined subgroup. But the prosecution today says Article 7 of the Rome Statute does not qualify that any attack on a civilian population qualifies for a crimes against humanity charge. As expected as well, there was a bit of exchange about the term to neutralize. This was contested again by the prosecution, which said that although in official government memorandums, the term to neutralize never says to kill in local context, it is well understood that it means to kill. He also pointed to the fact that in a particular list that was crafted under the Duterte administration, the people that were marked neutralized were not marked on the days that they were arrested nor charged, but they were marked neutralized on the day that they died, on the day that they were killed. This was from Attorney Julian Nichols, contesting the idea that the theory that to neutralize does not mean to kill. He says that the fact that Duterte in many of his speeches never outright said go out there and kill was only to build a veneer of legality, to give his lawyers something to say when this day came. And in fact, it has come to pass that he is being made to answer for his for these killings. He also showed a clip, the prosecution showed a clip of Duterte speaking to an audience of OFWs in Hong Kong on March 9, 2025. Recall that around that time, there were already a lot of rumors that the ICC arrest warrant may have been issued for Duterte, and he was in Hong Kong. He says, and in that video, Duterte was quoted as saying, "I did not do any of this for me. I did it all for the children and for our country." And he joked that the people there should contribute $5 to $10 so that after he gets out of prison, that they could build a monument to him next to Rizal. So that's one piece of submission that the prosecution made during the closing. And finally, the prosecution showed a quote that came directly from Duterte himself, wherein he was saying that, "I know I will have my downfall. I know that they will demand me to answer for all the dead." And that was the prosecution's closing argument. As for the CLRV closing, which was done by Gilbert Andres, just very quickly, he laid out 10 points of rebuttal. That's exactly what he went in focused to do, which is to rebut the things that Attorney Nicholas Kaufman had said in the previous days. There were 10 points. These are the ones that stood out for me. Number one, he opened by saying that in the Philippines, in the local context, what the president says is policy. Whatever he states publicly is policy, particularly since in the Philippines we have great respect for those in position, in office. Number two, he says he contests the idea that the defense presented, which is that the killings were hardly widespread. Attorney Andres said he strongly disagreed. Widespread in this case does not just mean the actual numbers of the dead, but also the fact that it was across multiple regions. It was across a long duration as well. And again, there was an mass impact on the civilian population. So he said it was large in scope as well as in effect. Number three, he contested the death rate that Attorney Kaufman brought up in previous days. Attorney Kaufman said, really, when you look at it, the number of those dead were only about 3% of the total anti-drug operations. And Attorney Gilbert Andres today said there is no requisite death rate when it comes to international law for these charges, for someone to be made to answer for a crime against humanity charge. And number four was the same argument as what the prosecution made, which is that crimes against humanity constitutes any attack on a civilian population, does not qualify nationality, political ideology, or any such determination. Again, the figure, drug war figure, 3,967 here, the number of deaths. Attorney Andres contested that as well, and also mentioned the fact that the government at one point, through Real Numbers PH, which was drafted around 2017, the government touted these as accomplishments. Attorney Andres also took issue that the PNP's National Procedural Manual, which Attorney Kaufman brought up, he said that was not relevant. Andres said that wasn't relevant because of the way that the police officers interpreted neutrality. So the point being that even though the words "to kill" or "kill" were not specifically in the National Procedural Manual of the PNP, again, the police officers interpreted Duterte's words to mean "to kill." And again, finally, Andres made the point that the rotten police officers that Kaufman brought up before were not prosecuted, were not criminally investigated. He said that under the Duterte regime, they only investigated 302 cases, 302 police officers, which was a mere fraction of the total number of killings around that time. He contested the idea that Kaufman pushed, which is that Duterte was intolerant of rotten police officers. Gilbert Andres said that's not true. Okay, let's now try to get reactions on this latest confirmation of drug confirmation of charges hearing for President Duterte. We have with us tonight lawyer and Akbayan Party List Representative, Congressman Chel Diokno. Good evening, Congressman. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. I guess, first off, what did you think so far? I haven't spoken to you at all this week, so I'm not sure, if you've been following close. I guess you have been following closely the confirmation of charges hearing, but overall, what did you think of the prosecution's defense? What did you think of the defense's arguments as well?
First of all, it's very heartening to see the whole process happen, especially for the victims of the war on drugs. Since day one, I've been in touch with hundreds, if not thousands, of victims of the war on drugs, and all that they want really is justice, their day in court. And it's nice that this is happening and that they're being given an opportunity to have their chance of justice before a court that we know is competent, that is fair and neutral and cannot be influenced or bought. And that's exactly the reason why we joined the ICC, is to ensure that victims of war, crimes against humanity, and other heinous crimes can get justice.
You're also a lawyer, Congressman. What did you think of the defense's, some of the allegations that the defense made? For example, that it wasn't, that the death rate was only about 3% when you compare it to the total operations during the anti-drug war campaign. I think 3% equates to about 5,000, a little over 5,000 cases, a little over 5,000 dead in this case. And then secondly, the fact that he was trying to argue na, these are drug users or pushers, hindi to general attack on a civilian population.
Well, it's really something that we've heard before. It's a tune that they've been playing for a long time. I think the prosecution has done a very good job laying out the evidence, and the defense has made a lot of noise. But in my opinion, that's about it. In terms of the numbers of those killed, even here, it became very clear early on that that number has reached over 20,000. In 2018, in the Supreme Court case that we filed questioning the war on drugs, the Supreme Court itself, in an extended resolution, citing an Office of the President report. This is an official report coming from the Office of the President, at that time President Duterte, put the figure at 20,322 killed in the war on drugs only in the first 17 months. That is from July 2016 up to the end of November 2017. And this figure cannot be disputed by the former President Duterte because the numbers came from his very own office.
20,323, that's a lot. 322 only in the first 17 months. Pero sir, yung backbone ng argument ng defense is essentially that he never issued direct orders, right? And the fact that the rogue police officers on the ground interpreted to neutralize, the phrase to neutralize, to mean to kill, should not be on Duterte daw, is what the defense is arguing. There were never direct orders anywhere, and Attorney Kaufman said there's no one demonstrable incident where they could link Duterte's words to a death. What did you think of that part?
I think that's a baseless argument. That's an untenable argument. Because if you compare the instructions given in Command Memorandum Circular 16-2016, which operationalized the war on drugs, if the Duterte government wanted to limit the actions to what is strictly neutral, they did not have to use the term neutralize. Because we already have legal words for arrest, we already have legal words for prosecute and punish. But when you give instructions to the police not only to arrest, not only to prosecute, but to neutralize, you are giving them the leeway and the space to interpret that in any way they want, because there's no legal definition for neutralize. Now tell me, what reason could they have for including that term if all they intended was for the police to stay within the law? It would have been so simple for then PNP Chief, now Senator De La Rosa, to say, hulihin ninyo yan, ikulong ninyo at sampahan nyo ng kaso. Pero pag dinagdag pa nila yung utos na i-neutralize ninyo yan, kasama sa neutralize yung pagpapatay. Neutralize could also mean to prevent them from making harm against the police attackers, but it does not have a legal definition. And therefore, when you make a command like that, plus all your public statements encouraging killing, attacking human rights, saying that human rights mean nothing, and saying to the police that I will defend you, I will give you immunity, I will pardon you, what else, what other conclusion can we arrive at?
Well, Attorney Kaufman was making the case that neutralization officially under the Duterte administration meant self-defense now if the police officers' lives are put in danger. Yes, the definition might also include capture, surrender, or other ways to subdue the suspect. Pero yung hanggang dun lang daw, sir, which is, okay, if it comes to it, in self-defense, if your lives are put in danger, then yes, you can kill. Hanggang dun lang daw.
Kung ganun ang ibig nila sabihin, ba't hindi nila ginamit ang salitang self-defense? O di kaya, ba't di nila dinefine ang neutralization mismo sa circular? It's not defined there, and they don't say you can only neutralize when there is an attack on your life is in danger. Wala namang ganun eh. So I cannot accept that argument.
What did you make of the prosecution's both the closing statements today as well as the submission on the merits on days 1 and 2, which is Monday and Tuesday earlier this week? You've been, following this case for a very long time. Not just following, but actually lawyering for, I believe, some of the victims as well, right? Did they cover everything that they should have done?
As far as the prosecution is concerned, I believe they did a very thorough job. And I believe that they were able to lay the case out very convincingly.
Okay. And finally, sir, if I could just pivot. I know I've only got 10 minutes with you. I wanted to ask you something, but not related to the confirmation of charges hearing today. But, of course, this week there were allegations that came up that the ICC the investigators that came to the Philippines were, quote-unquote, wined and dined daw. And all at the expense of former Congressman Zaldi Co. And also some lawmakers at that time were bribed, including one name that came up was Congresswoman Laila de Lima. What did you think of those allegations?
Well, first of all, the person who made those accusations, the lawyer, binawi po niya yan. Sabi niya, nagkamali daw siya when it comes to, at least when it comes to Kong Laila, which to me is a red flag. And to me, what should be investigated are the people who are behind that affidavit. And even the basis and how that affidavit came to be. We have to stop making irresponsible accusations. And when these kinds of accusations come out, they must be investigated and the people behind it must be held accountable.
Actually, we spoke to former Congressman Mike Defensor a day after we interviewed Attorney Baligod. Sabi ni Defensor that hindi naman daw nagkamali including Congresswoman De Lima, nagkamali lang because at that time that she allegedly accepted bribe or envelope or a paper bag of money, she wasn't Congresswoman yet. Yun lang yung qualifier that former Congressman Mike Defensor threw in to this, so which is a little bit more confusing as well for all of us.
Yeah, you got that right. You hit the nail on the head. Ang dali kasing mga tuwiran ng mga tuwiran eh. But once you start making excuses, they catch up with you.
Fair point. Okay, we'll leave that there. Salamat, sir. Thank you so much for talking to us tonight and sharing your insights. Akbayan Representative Congressman Chel Diokno.
Thank you. Good evening.
Okay, as the report reviews I think we lost the line of our next guest. Okay, as the court, let's bring in our second guest now. We're also getting a reaction for someone who's closely involved in this, to say the least. Joining us is former Senator Sonny Trillanes. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Ms. Regina, and to all our viewers.
Senator, I guess the logical first question for you is, you were one of the first that filed a complaint against former President Duterte at the ICC, if not the first, if I remember it correctly. After a week of confirmation of charges hearings, what did you think? Did anything stand out to you as far as the prosecution's arguments are concerned, or the defense's arguments?
Well, the past week, we saw a glimpse of how things would go in case this whole thing would go to a full-blown trial. So we can see, and we have seen the prosecution present its case in a very orderly and logical presentation. They have proven their case. They have shown that the killings were widespread, systematic, and it was ordered as a policy by Duterte and was executed through that critical Memorandum Circular 16 of Bato de la Rosa. So executed by and implemented by the Philippine National Police. And the keyword there is neutralize. In the security parlance, the word neutralize means to kill. Otherwise, if you meant these targets to be arrested, you would have written their arrest, right? Now, even if you didn't mean that neutralize means kill, but still, you should have corrected it, right? So anyway, bottom line is the prosecution professionally presented its case, whereas in contrast, the defense tend to cater to the domestic audience. It's more about trying to ignite certain emotions from the Duterte supporters instead of rebutting the prosecution evidence. So yes, and with all that, I can say 100% certainty that this thing will go to a full-blown trial, which may commence as early as May or probably June.
Is that inside information, sir, or you're just basing that on what you've seen so far this week?
Probably both. I don't know.
I mean, how can that be? Because the pre-trial chamber has not decided on the case yet, right?
Yes, but of course, these are based on certain assumptions. If it would go to a full-blown trial, probably the schedule would because the pre-trial chamber would have 60 days, March, April, then they would decide, then they would set the trial probably within a few months thereafter. So that's the assumption.
Balik tayo.
Yeah, but right now, we're not entertaining any scenario that this thing would be dismissed, more so now, after seeing everything.
Balik tayo, sir, dun sa term to neutralize, because that kept coming up this week, both by the being brought up by both the prosecution and the defense. On the defense side, Attorney Kaufman was arguing that neutralization only means self-defense if the police officers' lives are in danger. And he tried to make a case as well na the fact that the perpetrators on the ground interpreted it to mean to kill is not Duterte's fault now. Talk me through, kanina sabi niyo, sir, to neutralize is widely understood in the military to mean to kill. Talk me through that.
Yes, okay. Let's go to Kaufman's argument. Assuming that the policemen misinterpreted that word neutralize. But in the first place, it's not the word it was written in the memo of Bato de la Rosa, and the reference according to that same memo, the reference there was verbal instruction by President Rodrigo Duterte. So it's very clear the authority of that memorandum circular. Now, on the assumption that they misinterpreted that word, so instead of arresting, they killed. But the fact that in the end, the policemen killed and Duterte didn't lift a finger in correcting that misinterpretation, because otherwise, dapat sinabi niya, teka, mali yung pagkakaintindi nyo, bakit nyo pinapatay? Sabihin nyo, ano yan, hindi yan, arestuhin. The first month, kasi the memorandum circular was issued, then dapat the first month of the implementation, patayan yon every month. Dapat doon pa lang first few days, teka muna, bakit nagpapatayan yan? Ano bang ano? Sir, ang interpretation nila is killing. Hindi, baguhin mo, sabihin mo, arestuhin. Dapat first month pa lang na-correct na yun. Yun ang problema dito kasi under the Crimes Against Humanity charge, ang burden ng defense is to prove to the ICC na they did everything. He did everything to stop the killings. Kasi hindi pwedeng sabihin mo lang yung defense na wala naman akong ginawa, hindi ko naman inutusan, pinatay nila. And I will bring you back to the origin of the precursor of the ICC, which is the Nuremberg trials. Si Hermann Göring, siya yung deputy chancellor, vice chancellor ni Hitler. Siya yung number 2. Ang argument ng mga lawyers ni Hermann Göring is wala siyang inutos. None of the witnesses said it was Göring who directed or participated in the Holocaust.
Correct.
So, yun ang defense sila. Wala daw. Ngayon, he was convicted anyway. Why? Because ang sabi ng mga judges sa kanya, you were number 2. You had a significant power enough to stop it. Yun ang nangyari. So, just by not doing it or not stopping it is enough for a conviction. Yun ang problema doon sa defense presentation ni Kaufman. Dapat ang present niya is, no, we gave instructions to Bato and the other PNP chief to stop, to make sure that these killings would stop, investigahan. Wala siyang ginawang ganun.
Okay, sir, I don't have a lot of time with you, so I have to pivot now because I need to ask you this question. I'm sure you're well aware na this week allegations cropped up that the ICC investigators, whilst they were conducting their investigation, were quote-unquote wined and dined, and also that all of their expenses on the ground, including accommodation and transportation, were shouldered by Zaldico, and of course, plus that you also received a bribe as well, including for the ICC investigators. What do you have to say to that?
Just like the last time that you had me on your show, on your program, I denied everything. Hindi totoo yan. Gawa-gawa nila yan. $2 million. That's absurd. Paano ko to ibinigay? It's not even in their affidavit. It was just insinuated in that press con. So, again, ulitin ko, wala akong natanggap na $2 million or any amount para sa ICC operations or for any other purpose. So, wala akong natanggap dyan kay saldi ko. Hindi totoo yan. Ngayon, itong intention nito talaga is to tarnish the ICC reputation and sabotage even the whole ICC proceedings. And I wouldn't be surprised later on nagagamitin ni Kaufman yan yung ginawa nila nung Tuesday as part of a justification to call for a mistrial para lang hindi matuloy itong paglilitis kay Duterte. Kasi alam nyo, these ICC people, they're very, very professional. Nakita nyo naman. At even yung presentation ng evidence. Why would you want to get in the way of that? Pag nag-offer ka pa ng suhol, baka lalo ka pa mapasama dyan sa mga yan. So it's not true. And makita nyo sila, ang mga sinabi lang nila, pumunta rito sa hotel, pumunta rito sa ganito, minute nila ito. Ang tanong dito, okay, nagsundo ka, naghatid ka sa mga ICC nung ikaw ay security team detail doon. Assuming that's true, what's illegal about that? What is wrong about that? Then suddenly, alam mo pati yung kung sino ang nagbayad ng hotel, bayad ng ano, bakit? Paano mo nalaman? Even as a member of the security detail, ano ka? Ikaw yung nakikiusyoso ka doon? Di ba? They should have presented that. Dapat napakita nila na talagang lahat nung binabayaran dito, ginagastos ng ICC team, iba ang nagbabayad. Wala naman silang present ng They just claimed it without even presenting anything.
Well,
Tapos, yung ginawa nila na in-expose nila yung identities of the ICC investigators, pati yung mga witnesses, yun ang violation ng Article 70 of the Rome Statute, and they're going to be liable for obstruction of justice by the ICC itself because nilagay nila sa panganib yung mga investigators and the witnesses.
Yeah. Well, you're right. Even the ICC itself has already issued a statement denying all of that and clarifying that they conduct their missions independently and they shoulder all their own costs. But sir, meron pa, there's another part of that allegation. The ICC investigators now only interviewed the hand-picked witnesses that you chose and that you referred to them and that they conduct an independent witness search. Is that true?
That's not true. Okay, ito unang-una, even assuming security details sila, they wouldn't be in a position to know about these things. Naghahatid, sundo ka lang di ba? Okay, ito naman ngayon. There is the statement of Kaufman directly contradicting that. Di ba sinasabi niya, meron daw isa nagsabi na the ICC people provide the witnesses, the list, then pinafacilitate yun. Kabaliktaran yan. Nung kiniklaim nito nila Baligod and these 18 ex-soldiers. So, which is which? Claim na ni Kaufman yun doon sa kanyang presentation Di ba? Na the list of the witnesses came from the ICC. So, ayun na ngayon ang problema sa script. Nagkakabuhol-buhol na.
So you did not handpick witnesses and send it to them?
I wouldn't know where to start. Ang witnesses na alam ko is yung alam ko lang, Matobato, Las Cañas, and a few others. Pero daan-daan yung mga witnesses na yan It's impossible for me to oversee all of these things. Matindi, very thorough mag-imbestiga ang ICC. Marami silang mga anggulong hindi ko possibly makukuha. At marami, hindi lang naman ako ang tumutulong to provide the witnesses. Marami pang iba na gumagawa niyan.
Okay, sir. And then lastly, you were the one that told us that there will be co-perpetrators that will be named. And tama naman, although at that time I think you said 5, pero naging, I think, 9. What else do you know about this? Will the co-perpetrators be charged?
I'm sticking to the original figure. Actually, I said 4.
4,
Maximum
sorry.
of 4 na may issue ng warrant. The others, probably dito na lang yon sa local case natin makakasuhan. So they were just named as co-perpetrators by virtue of their roles dun sa buong EJK plan. Pero it doesn't mean na sila yung mai-issue ng warrant. Nagfo-focus sila doon sa mga mga matataas ang posisyon.
So until 4 lang yung may issuehan ng warrant?
Maximum.
Okay.
Maximum. Yun ang tansya ko.
And Ombudsman Remulla has long been saying that there's a warrant out na daw for Senator Bato de la Rosa. What do you know about this?
I'm sorry but I can't possibly confirm or deny yung mga ganyan kasi talagang classified yan as far as the ICC is concerned. So it's now Bato's call whether meron nga, wala. If he feels wala, di lumabas siya until meron.
Fair enough. We do know the arrest warrants are classified secret na nga. So we'll leave that there. Thank you so much for joining us tonight and sharing your insights. Former Senator Antonio Sunny Trillanes.
Salamat po.
After the closing statements of the prosecution, defense, and common legal representative of the victims, the ICC will push through with the detention hearing despite the absence of Rodrigo Duterte later today. And of course, they will also give the defense 30 minutes as well to give their closing arguments. One News anchor Diego Castro will take over from me from here on out. I'm Regina Lay. Thanks for staying with me. Please stay tuned.
Good evening. You're still watching our special coverage of the last day of the confirmation of charges hearing against former President Rodrigo Duterte. Now, at this point, let's get an update on the situation outside the ICC during the last day of the hearing. We have with us News 5 Vigilante, Mac Ortiz, live on the ground. Mac, good evening mula sa Pinas.
Magandang gabi dyan sa inyo, Diego, at magandang hapon dito sa amin sa ICC compound dito sa Hague. Sa ngayon ay kanina pala ay medyo umuulan pero hindi nagpatinag ang mga taga-suporta ni former President Rodrigo Duterte. Actually, marami pa rin sila ngayon, siguro more or less siguro mga hundreds. Tapos, nagsisikay rin sila dito. Kanina, nakita natin na kumain sina Atty. Sal, sina former Secretary Bello, at tanongin natin kung ano yung mga sentiments nila ngayon. Kasama ko ngayon si Alvin. Yes, Sir Alvin, kumusta po nga kayo ngayon? And
hello po sa inyong lahat na nanonood ng One News. Ito po si Alvin. I'm fine. I am calm together with fellow Pro Duterte supporters. Nandito po kami sa labas ng International Criminal Court. Nagtitipon-tipon, nagpapakita ng aming presensya para sa suporta at pagmamahal kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, while we are also following the proceedings happening inside the court.
Sir Alvin, tanong lang, positive ba kayo na pansamantalang makakalaya si former President?
Sir, I think the discretion of that decision lies within the court. The judges actually know. Pero ako, sir, hearing the defense team argue or actually challenge the sufficiency of the evidence presented by the prosecution, is to be, in the least, should be granted or be heard by the court itself. Kasi talagang ni-refute ni Atty. Nicolas Kaufman lahat ng mga aligasyon kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, and that the evidences are not sufficient in the least, just to put it out there. Ako talaga, sir, naniniwala if the ICC is a court of justice, dapat i-dismiss ang kaso at dapat pauwiin si PRRD because he has been incarcerated inside the detention facility of ICC for almost 1 year now. Absence of a verdict, he is a mere suspect. He should be given the presumption of innocence. And dapat nirelease nila si PRRD noon.
Sir Alvin, after this hearing, any plans, yung mga supporter, patuloy ba pupunta rito o doon sa Duterte?
Patuloy pa rin, sir, hanggang sa matapos ito, hanggang sa simulat sa poll, sinabi na po namin, sir, na magpapakita kami dito, susuporta kami kay dating Pangulo hanggang sa dulo, at literal na ginagawa namin. In fact, winter, spring, summer, or fall, we were still outside waiting for the former president. Every time my family visit po, nandoon lang kami sa labas to ask questions and to relate to the Filipino people who are supporting and closely monitoring the development of the case.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Alvin.
Pabuhay. Okay, welcome.
Diego, dadalhin na lang kita doon sa kung saan yung may table at kung saan nagkain. Tatanungin natin.
Pero Mac, teka, may tanong ako. Mac,
wait lang, sige.
kasi may mga pinicture ka dyan na mga litrato, mga iba-ibang pagkain, tsaka yung bag ba yun? Ano bang buhaya bag na sumisikat na dito yan eh? Ano ba yung buhaya bag na yan, Mac?
May nakita yung isang supporter dito na may yan. Yung photo na yan. Yan kasi yung parang ginamit din or parang dinala ni Senator Amy. Kaya medyo na-hype siya dito sa area, dito sa compound mismo ng ICC.
Okay. So hindi fake news yan, ha?
Hindi. Totoo po yung bag. Totoo yung bag.
Sige, ikot mo naman kami kasi gusto namin malaman, Mac, yung atmosphere. Kasi dito may popcorn viewing ang pro and anti-Duterte. Kabado, syempre, yung mga Duterte supporters. And gusto natin malaman, ano ba atmosphere dyan sa area dyan?
Okay. Punta tayo dito sa may table kung saan may maraming pagkain. At tayo natin kausapin si Tita Janet.
Sige.
Tita Janet, hello. Tita Janet, hello po. Hello po. Ito po si Diego from the Philippines po. Ang tanong na po ay, ano daw po yung sekreto nyo dun sa humba?
Ang sekreto pagmamahal kamo. Yan, naggaling sa pagmamahal namin kay tatay. Ganon yan. Sinupuntahan si tatay at minahal. Ganon din, karal at pagsuporta ko sa Yan ang na rin. Pero hindi yan ang dahilan ng gulo.
Mac, tanong mo nga kay tita kung meron siyang ginawang humba para kay Harry Roque.
Sold out.
Tita Janet, pinapatanong ni Diego kung may ginawa rin daw po kayong kumba para kay Attorney Roque.
Wala. Ano yun? Hindi yun yung kinain niya. Ano yun? Yung spaghetti yun. Nagkamali lang yun. Misunderstanding yun. Hindi yun totoo. So, yun.
Pero ngayon Tita Janet, positive po ba kayo na mapapawalang sala si Tatay Diego?
Sigurado, 101%. Yan. The truth will prevail and Tatay will go back home. Kaya kumain na tayo lahat. Sold out ang statement. We are going back to Davao. And I'm going there in Davao. So guys, mabuhay tayong lahat, guys.
Actually, Diego, tama yung sinasabi ni Tita Janet. Yung humba, yung una atang naubos dito na pagkain. Sold out talaga.
Viral na humba yan eh.
Kagayan, itong last day ng hiling ni Tatay, kaya nagluto ako ng humba, talagang kailangan matikman ng madla. Dahil ang pagluto yan, may pagmamahal na galing kay Tatay. Ayan yan.
Diego sa kasalukuyan, umuulan ngayon dito pero hindi nagpapatinag yung mga taga-suporta ni former President. Tingnan mo sa aking background nakapayong sila pero andito pa rin sila ngayon. Actually, dito sa area, wala ba dito masyadong shade or para masilungan. Dito lang talaga sila sa open area, nakapayong lang sila, nag-aabang, kumakain, at
So Mac, correct me if I'm wrong, parang ang dating dyan is parang hindi trial ang binabantay nila, parang very festive. Parang may party, street party.
Actually, tama kayo, Diego. Napaka-festive ng vibe dito. Kasi kumakain sila, nagkakape, tapos nag-share ng mga meals na merong logo ni former President. Actually, yung mga parang nila dito, may mga logo ng former President. Look at this one. Diego. This one.
Okay. Bring PRRD home. Tapos may nakita pa ako, Max, si Duterte, yung dog.
Di ko actually siya nakita kanina, pero parang meron na ata. Di ko lang talaga sure kasi marami rin akong kinukuha. Pero napakaraming pagkain dito. Sabi ni Tita Janet, 15 daw na po tayo yung kanyang niluto. Today.
Ngayon, ang tanong dyan, Mac, yung mga other side of the fence naman, yung mga anti-Duterte, mayroon pa ba silang gathering tulad niyan?
Kanina, galing tayo doon sa siguro mga 20 meters from this ICC steps, doon sa entrance ng ICC entrance. Noong umaga lang natin nakita yung mga anti-Duterte, pero ngayon wala tayong nakita doon ngayon.
Tapos, yung balita ko, si Attorney Panelo, napasarap daw ang mga tikim dyan ng pagkain.
Yes, actually, ngayon lang ata natin dinatayin sa live report na hindi kumakain si Atty. So, for consecutive days, nalalive na rin si Atty. Sal na kumakain. Kasama niya kanina si Sec Bello at si Atty. Delgra. At tinanong natin si Sec Bello kung masarap daw yung humba. Ang sabi niya daw ay lami.
Lami, ibig sabihin masarap. Masarap. So, this is the last day. Moving forward, tapos na yung confirmation of charges hearing. Regardless of what happens, magvi-vigil ba sila dyan until magkaroon ng decision ng ICC?
Ang sabi sa atin, Diego, ng mga supporters, kahit daw matapos, kayo ni Alvin, di ba? Winter, spring, summer, or fall. Dito lang sila, mag-aantay sila until such time na makalaya si former President.
Ayun, of course. Teka lang, para ilang degrees pala ngayon dyan?
Mas malamig ngayon kasi medyo umulan tsaka mahangin eh. So, ilang degrees ngayon?
Siguro
5.
5 degrees. Tapos
5 degrees daw ngayon dito.
Tapos masipag pa dyan. Teka lang, Mac, aside from yung ano pa yung ibang putahin na nandyan?
May nakita ako wait lang tignan ko ano pa yun nandito. Parang may akong banana cake, may pancit, may fruits, may watermelon, may fruit, may ubas, may
Oy,
shop.
Mac, pakita mo naman yung pagkain para makita ko naman.
Baka kasi may ingit kayo eh.
Ha?
Oh, yan.
Yan. Banana
Banana
bread.
cake, may sopa, ayan, yun yung fruit. Alright. Meron ding munggo kasi yung munggo daw ay paborito ni former president.
Yes, oo.
May kanin pa dito, tapos yan may ginataang papay, ayan tawag ito, kalabasa na may sitaw.
Ito pa hotdog.
May hotdog din, may coffee.
Para sa mga
Pero Diego talaga, sobra. Ang unang naubos talaga dito yung munggo.
Libre lahat yan, ha?
Yes, libre. Ang sabi nila, either you're pro Duterte or under Duterte, pumunta ka rito, kumain ka, there's nothing wrong.
O yan, so may mensahe yan, ha, Mac? Galing sa'yo yan, ha? Anti-Duterte, pwede kumain dyan.
Yun ang sabi ng mga nakausap ko. Everyone's welcome here.
Ayun. O sige, well, thank you, Mac, ha? Pero keep us updated kung ano yung mga kaganapan dyan. I will get back to you when we can. But for now, maraming salamat. Ang ating News 5 Videolante, Mac Ortiz. Alright, at this point, let us now talk with a Duterte ally as we brace for the court's decision on whether his charges will be confirmed or not. Joining us is former presidential spokesperson, Attorney Harry Roque. Spokes, welcome to the show. Thank you for joining us.
Ay, maraming salamat at magandang araw po sa inyong lahat din.
Alright, of course, Spokes, tanong naman ng people, nasaan daw po kayo ngayon?
Ngayon po, I'm in Vienna, Austria.
Vienna, Austria. Okay, well, thank you for joining us. But of course, I'd like to get your assessment on how you think the defense has performed in countering yung mga allegations ng prosecution up to this point.
It has been an exceptional presentation of evidence on the merits, including the opening remarks. At ang susubaybayan na lang natin mamaya ay yung closing remarks ni Attorney Kaufman. Now, remember na ang merong burden of proof na patunayan na merong sapat na ebidensya para magpatuloy sa paglilitis ay ang prosecution. So wala namang kahit anong burden ang depensa dahil it is wholly on the prosecution. Now, ang kinakailangan pruebahan ng prosecution ay una-una yung tinatawag na mens rea. Yung hindi lang yung pagpatay dahil hindi naman ito ordinaryong kaso ng murder, kundi kinakailangan pinatay o ginurgur ang mga biktima dahil sila ay mga inosenteng sibilyan at alam ng mga pumapatay na sila ay inosenteng sibilyan. So yan yung krimen na pinaparatang nila kay Tatay Dingkong, binibintang nila. But bukod pa dyan, kinakailangan nilang patunayan na talagang may personal na pananagutan si Tatay Dingkong at ang kanilang pamamaraan di umano ay yung pagiging co-perpetrator or kabahagi ng isang conspiracy para patayin itong mga inosenteng sibilyan dahil sila ay mga inosenteng sibilyan. At kinakailangan pakita nila na merong isang konsyabahan, meron talagang kasunduan na ipatupad ang kanilang plano na kabahagi ng kanilang konsyabahan. At siyempre, yung partisipasyon ni Tatay Digong ay siyang dahilan kung bakit natupad nga yung pagpapatupad ng kanilang mga plano. At ang sa tingin ko naman, objectively speaking, at ako naman ay tinataya kong aking reputasyon bilang isang international lawyer, isang lawyer of almost 40 years of experience. Pagdating sa substantial evidence, pinakamahirap kasi pruebahan yung intensyon na bagamat madali mapatunayan ang mga pinatay, iyan ay pinatay dahil sila ay mga inosenteng sibilyan. Nakikita natin na halos lahat ng mga sinasabing biktima ay napatay dahil sa war on drugs. Now, sinabi ng prosecution na yung war on drugs ay illegal dahil itong dokumento na bumuo ng Operation Tokhang o Operation Double Barrel ay isa daw plano na nagsasabi na dapat pumatay imbis na daanin sa hukuman ang pagpapatunay ng kasalanan. Pero kung titignan mo naman yung dokumento itself, wala namang kahit anong sinasabi doon na may order na pumatay. Ang sinabi ng prosecution, yung high value targets, yan ay kill list. Pero meron ba naman dokumento magsasabi talaga na yan ay kill list? At tingin ko, far-fetched yan. Dahil alam naman natin sa any police operations, ang high value targets ay mga tao na dapat kumalap ng ebidensya nang sa ganun sila ay maaresto. So yan ay target ng police investigation para sa case build up nang sa ganun makasampa ng kaso sa hukuman at makakuha ng warrant of arrest, no. So sa tingin ko malinaw naman yung naging depensa ni Kaufman kita Tatay Digong na unang-una paano niya tatargetin ang mga inosenteng civilian gayong ang mga nagrereklamong biktima. Lahat po yan ay naging biktima ng war on drugs, either pinaghihinalaan na nangangalakal sa pinagbabawal ng droga o di naman kaya ay mga nanlaban. So in fact, from a macro point of view, yung mas malawakang view, sinabi nga ni Kaufman na imposible na sabihin mo na tinatarget ang civilians dahil ang tinarget ay yung mga pinaghihinalaan lamang na lumalabag sa batas. And therefore, ang war on drugs is isang legal na pamamaraan, pagpapatupad ng isang polisiya ng Estado at polisiya ng kapulisan na talagang labanan yung mga nangangalakal sa pinagbabawal na droga. Ito ng micro level, yung ng mga individual na mga biktima naman na inisa-isa nila, gaya ni maintindihan bakit pati si Parwinog at si Kerwin, si Espinosa ay ginawa nilang ehemplo. Sa tingin ko naman, malinaw pa sa sinag ng araw na hindi yung killing of individuals. No? Yan ay mga individual na kinikilala talaga sa lipunan na mga nangangalakal na pinagbabawal na droga at hindi yan ang perfect example para sabihin mo na sila ay tinarget as part of civilian populations. No? Lalong-lalo na pinakita naman ni Kaufman na yung sa sariling ebidensya ng mga prosecution ay merong mga gun residues doon sa mga labi ng mga naging biktima, patunay na nagkaroon talaga ng inkwentro at hindi innocent execution style killings. So ako, I stake my reputation on this matter. Tingin ko po kung talagang titignan ninyo yung napakataas na threshold ng burden ng prosecution dahil ito'y crimes against humanity.
That's right.
Hindi ordinary murder. Yun ang aking in-emphasize. Kung ordinary murder siguro, po pwedeng merong substantial evidence. Pero ito'y crimes against humanity. Pinaka-importante, patunayan na ginurgurang biktima dahil sila ay mga inosenteng biktima.
Spokes, it's a good thing you mentioned about yung crimes against humanity, no? Because sinabi rin ni Kaufman, parang the prosecution merely relies on, first and foremost, speeches and rhetoric, rather than actually proving that there is an actual direct order, a documentation of a direct order na wala naman daw. Ano ba required, Spokes or attorney, to sustain a charge in a crimes against humanity case in the ICC, since yun po naman ang expertise nyo?
Well, alam mo yung mga speeches, hindi yan importante sa pagpureba ng elemento ng crimes. Importante yan dun sa pamamaraan para magkaroon ng personal na pananagutan si Tatay Digong o yung mode of acquiring criminal responsibility. At ang sinasabi nila, ang mode nga is because of a co-participant in a conspiracy, no? Ang problema po dyan, kinakailangan pa rin patunayan yan dahil ang sinasabi nila, co-conspirator o co-perpetrator si Tatay Digong, patunayan nila na ang patayan ay dahil sa direct order ni Tatay Digong. Yan po yung pagkakaiba ng command responsibility. Ang command responsibility, hindi mo na kinakailangan patunayan ng order. Papatunayan mo lang na nangyayari yung krimen, dapat alam ng tao na nangyari ang krimen at wala siyang ginawa para pigilan o parusahan yung mga gumagawa ng krimen. Pero as core perpetrator, dapat pakita nila na kada patayan ay dahil sa pag-uutos si Tatay Digong. Pero sa ngayon naman, wala talagang ebidensya na pakita na yung mga talumpati ni Tatay Digong sa loob at sa labas ng Kongreso ay dahilan kung bakit pumatay ang mga di umano, mga pumatay na mga biktima. No? So sa akin, mas mahirap nga yung ginawa nilang pinili nilang pamamaraan para mapanagot si Tatay Digong dahil mas mahirap pruebahan yung direct orders. Hindi yan po pwedeng inference lamang. Kinakailangan talaga yan explicit order. Okay. At kaya nga paulit-ulit sinasabi ni Kaufman, nasan yung kasulatan? Dahil talaga naman kung merong pulisiya, merong sabwatan, may conspiracy, at yan nga yung Operation Double Barrel, nasa naman yung written order na dapat kasama yung pagpapatay na wala namang pinapakita ang prosecution maski sa stage nito ng confirmation. Dapat kung may ganyang ebidensya, ilinabas na.
And I think kasi madami rin nagsasabi at attorney, no, several legal luminaries here na parang the prosecution is failing to prove a systemic attack on an entire population kasi rather 6,000 people and comparable pa yun to other administrations na Pinoy admin. I think there was a number, 6,250, almost the same. So that does not constitute a systemic attack on the entire population. Ano ba ang threshold nito sa ICC when you say systemic attack on a certain population?
Ang systemic does not require a threshold. Ang threshold is required on widespread. Okay? Pero ang problema sa prosecution, pinahirapan nila ang sarili nila. They're trying to prove both system and widespread. No?
Okay.
Pagdating sa system, ang rinirely nila ay yung Operation Tokhang, Operation Double Barrel as evidence of a system. Ang problema doon sa system na yon, dumaan yan sa pagsusuri ng Korte Suprema. At ang sabi ng Korte Suprema, dinismiss ang kaso, ibig sabihin, hindi dineklara ng hukuman na labag sa saligang batas o sa karapatang pantao ang Operation Double Barrel. So paano ka ngayon pupunta sa ICC na sasabihin mo, itong mga ito na kunsyabahan sa pamamagitan Operation Double Barrel para patayin ang inosenteng sibilyan, samantalang ang Korte Suprema mismo ay nagsabi na walang balakid para ipagpatuloy ang programa ng Tokhang. So yan yung problema nila sa systematic. Ang problema naman nila sa widespread, hindi nila malaman kung paano nila popruebahan kung ilan talaga yung biktima. Sinasabi lang nila malawakan, pero anong ebidensya nila? Expert witnesses, statisticians. So hindi naman po pwede na ikukulong mo ang tao on the basis of widespread ang naging di umano mga patayan, and yet wala kang actual ebidensya kung ilan. Sinasabi nila as high as 30,000 pero they only have 43 plus 19 plus 14 deaths na po pwedeng mapruebahan. At doon sa 70 plus na mga kaso na sinasabi nilang patayan na po pwede lang mapruebahan, marami pa doon hindi kilala kung sino. So para malalaman kung paano sila pinatay, kung hindi mo alam kung sino man lang sila, no? Para malaman ang circumstance kung paano nga sila namatay.
And I think, suggested also by Kaufman, no, yung the ICC daw should examine alleged killings under this current administration kay PBBM. No? Ano po ang significance nito ng recommendation ni Kaufman sa current case ni former President Duterte?
Well, unang-una, hindi na po pwede talaga mag-imbestiga ang ICC ngayon dahil talagang malinaw na tayo nagbitiw na. So, pero ang significance nito is kung dun sa elemento na yung personal criminal responsibility na ang patayan ay pag-uutos daw ni Tatay Digong. So kung pag-uutos ni Tatay Digong, how do you explain na nagpatuloy ang patayan, wala na si Tatay Digong sa posisyon at mas dumami pa sa termino ni Marcos Jr. No? So kung talagang ang patayan dahil lamang sa pag-uutos ni Tatay Digong, dapat tumigil na yan nung siya'y nawala na sa pwesto at nagkaroon na ng bagong presidente na katunggali pa ni Tatay Digong.
Alright, and spokes, no, pag let's say hypothetically the charges are confirmed, ang pinag-uusapan rin kasi dito sa Senado and sa lower house, maybe they should discuss already our re-entering to or going back to the ICC. Anong impact nito pag nag-confirm yung charges, if any?
Well, alam niyo po, buong daigdig nanonood. Kasi ang buong African Union matagal na nagpaplanong bumitiw. Ang Hungary, isang member ng European Union, bumitiw dahil tinawag na niyang political court ang hukuman. So sa mga nagsasabing bumalik, habang ang buong daigdig yung maalis, kayo naman gustong bumalik, dahil lamang sa politika.
Alright, spokes, before we let you go, no, Attorney, I'm sorry, I have to ask you this. We were speaking to 4 weeks ago si Attorney Panelo. And may nabanggit siya na hindi ka daw niya kilala. Ano po nangyari sa inyo, Attorney?
Ay, hindi ko po alam. Siguro tanungin niyo po niya siya.
Alright. Well, for now, thank you very much for joining us, Attorney Harry Roque. We hope to have you again back on the show.
Thank you po.
Well, back here at home, the Duterte Panagutin Network continues to monitor the proceedings at The Hague with an online viewing they call Justice Watch. Reporting live from UP Diliman in Quezon City, we have our mobile journal, Arles de los Santos. Arles, ano ang reaction?
Diego.
Ano ang reaction ng grupo? Of course, medyong yung closing statements were very strong on both sides.
Diego, at least pagkatapos ng closing statement ng prosekusyon ay malakas na palakpakan ang ating narinig sa bulwagan dito sa University of the Philippines, Diliman, kung saan nga isinagawa yung Justice Watch o yung online viewing ng huling araw ng confirmation of charges laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Present nga rito yung ilang mga kaanak ng umano'y biktima ng extrajudicial killings ng madugong war on drugs ng administrasyon ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Pero bago pa magsimula yung confirmation of charges, Diego, Diego, no, mariin ng pinabulaanan ng isa sa mga kaanak ng drug war victims. Yung anilay sinabi ni Kaufman na tila minaliit at sinabing nanlaban nga yung mga biktima, no, ng war on drugs, no, kagaya na lamang ni Nanay Purisima, no, Docamos, na kung saan sinabi niya, Dacumos rather, na yung asawa niya kasi ay biktima ng war on drugs, no, napatay mismo doon sa kanilang bahay at nagkaroon daw ng operasyon doon sa kanilang lugar na kung saan wala pa mang namamatay, meron na raw agad na mga soko na naka-standby, no. Hindi raw totoo na nanlaban dahil nangyari yung insidente sa loob mismo ng kanilang tahanan. And then yung iba naman na mga kapwa kaanak, no, ng mga biktima ng war on drugs, halos kaparehas sa sentimiento yung sinasabi. Na nila bakit daw yung mga mahihirap lamang yung tinarget nitong war on drugs ng dating Pangulo, gayong wala namang napakulong ng mga nila ay big time, no, drug lords at sila lamang na mga mahihirap yung mas napuntirya. Kaya para sa kanila, tila muling naging sariwa yung karanasan. Halos isang dekada na ang nakalilipas, pero nananatili silang Diego, no, na mataas ang moral at umaasa nga na tutuloy sa formal na paglilitis o full-blown trial itong kinaharap na crimes against humanity na kaso ni Duterte sa International Criminal Court o ICC sa The Hague sa the Netherlands.
Arles, maganda yung word na ginamit mo dyan naging sariwa, no? Parang binuksan mo ulit ang sugat. I'd like to ask kasi listening to the prosecution and listening to the defense side, madaming kwentong ibinubuhay ulit on both sides. Ano ang nasa mukha ng mga families of the victims? Did you see pain? Were they nervous? Ano ang feeling, ano ang sentiment nila?
Siguro masasabi natin, Diego, no, na halo-halo talaga yung kanilang emosyon, no, kasi sa pagpepresenta at pagsasalita ng depensa, tila may mga nakasimangot at nakataas ang kilay sa kanila, no, na tila hindi nga sila umaayon doon sa sinasabi ng depensa dahil nila hindi naman daw yun yung nangyari, partikular sa ilang mga pamilya. And then noon naman sa prosecution, sabay-sabay sila nagpalakpakan, no, pero tila naging taimtim at tahimik sandali yung kanilang pagpupulong dito, yung on Justice Watch na tinatawag nga, dahil nang magkaroon ng unang break, yung confirmation of charges ay sama-sama nilang sinindihan ang mga kandila upang alalahanin ang kanilang mga mahal sa buhay, no. Isa-isa nilang binanggit ang pangalan ng mga ito at isinigaw ang salitang hustisya at sinundan yan, no, ng kanilang panawagan na panagutin si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte at ang mga kasabwat nito. At sa mismong lugar nga kung saan isinagawa yung online viewing ay mayroong mga nakapaskil na mga mukha ng mga umano'y co-perpetrators nito, kagaya na lamang ni na dating senador, dating Chief PNP, no, na sina De Bolsinas, sila Albayalde at yung iba pa na mga dating opisyal ng kapulisan, gayon din sina Senador Bongo at Bato de la Rosa. Pero bago pa yan, Diego, alam mo, ang dami kasing nangyari ngayong araw. 4:30 kanina ay nagsagawa sila ng kilos protesta dito pa rin sa UP, kung saan yung isang magulang doon, no, na si Nanette ay nila pinagdarasal niya daw yung mabuting kalusugan ng dating Pangulo upang magkaroon siya ng lakas na harapin yung mga kaso at reklamo na kinahaharap niya nga sa International Criminal Court dahil mabuti pa raw ito ay nagkaroon ng due process, hindi kagaya ng nangyari sa kanilang mga mahal sa buhay. Diego.
Arles, yan ang goal na sana humarap siya sa trial proper. But that's the question I have to ask you, Arles. 60 days till the ICC will come up with a decision on the confirmation of charges. Ngayon, anong plano ng grupo dyan with regards to waiting for the decision? Will they be holding vigil with several watch parties, ganyan? Or may schedule sila?
Alam mo, Diego, wala na sila dito ngayon sa University of the Philippines, Diliman, pero nagkaroon tayo ng pagkakataon na tanungin sila. What are their plans for the next 60 days? Ayon sa kanila, hihintayin nila, no, mariin nilang idiniin yan, na mananatili silang kumakapit na magkakaroon nga ng katarungan yung nangyari sa kanilang mga mahal sa buhay. And after 60 days, they're hoping na muli silang magsasama-sama para sa isang positibong balita na yun na nga, no, magpuproceed sa full-blown trial itong kaso ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. At kanina nga, pagkatapos ng prosecution ng kanilang closing statement ay naghahanda sila ng tatlong cake rather, no, kung saan sama-sama nila itong kinain. May mga sulat ito na salamat sa suporta at kakapit daw sila hanggang sa dulo ng tagumpay para nga sa katarungan. Diego.
Last question ko na lang, Arles, kasi kanina kausap ko si Mac Ortiz, no, sa may Netherlands, at kasama niya yung mga pro-Duterte supporters. Tila very festive ang atmosphere. Madaming food dyan ba? Do you have at least parang slightly festive, parang may salo-salo ba sila?
Diego, actually, matatawag natin na salo-salo yung simpleng dinner lang nila, no? Yung mga packed lunch. And then after ng program, yung simpleng tatlong cake nga na kanilang pinagsalu-saluhan. No? At hindi naman halos madekorasyon kang bulwagan kung saan nga isinagawa yung online viewing dahil meron lamang itong mga nakasabit na pangalan ng mga umano'y kasabot nga ng dating Pangulo at yung malaking banner nila sa harapan na sinasabing panagutin si Duterte. And other than that, mga silya at isang projector lamang at mga speaker, yung meron sila dito, medyo malayo doon sa nakita natin online na meron pang ang salo-salo, may malalaking mga kaldero sa The Hague sa the Netherlands. Pero syempre, they're hoping nga na positibo ang kalabasan ng confirmation of charges laban sa dating Pangulo. Diego.
All right, thank you for that. Mobile Journal, Arles de los Santos, live from UP Diliman. All right, we'll give you more updates when we return. This is Duterte's ICC confirmation of charges, a special coverage. Right, at this point, let's get an update on how the ICC is preparing for Duterte's detention hearing. We'll have the latest from One News anchor Angela Lagunzad Castro reporting live from The Hague in the Netherlands. Angel, of course, we want the latest updates. And ang tanong ng marami, ano bang significance nitong detention hearing issue? Kasi madami hindi pa nakakaintindi dyan. Mute, audio.
All right. So you're right. I'm still here at the media center at the ICC, The Hague, Netherlands, where the confirmation of charges of former President Rodrigo Duterte is taking place as we speak. Actually, ngayon nagbalik na sa session 2 o'clock no ang hearing and ang ongoing ngayon ay ang closing statement ng depensa. Natapos na ang closing statement ng prosecution and the common legal representatives for the victims. So right now, as I've said, ongoing na yung sa depensa. After this, I think magkakaroon pa sila ng konting rebuttal. Kung wala na, ay magko-conclude na ang confirmation of charges at bibigyan daan no, in about 30 minutes after mag-close yung for closing statement, bibigyan daan yung review ng detention ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Now, for context, under ICC rule, ito ay procedural requirement, no? Na nire-review no, on a certain number of days, after certain number of days or months na nakadetine ang isang respondent or isang akusado sa detention facility ng ICC. This is to justify no their detention on their kumbaga sa kanilang jurisdiction no dito i-review kung siya ba ay maaring palayain for the meantime, babigyan ng interim release or under certain condition or mananatili sa kanilang detention. So of course sa panig ng mga biktima, they don't want this to happen because of course inaano nila lagi yung kanilang or binabanggit nila lagi ang usapin ng seguridad, no? At hindi daw sila papayag na mabigyan ng temporary freedom or kahit na itong interim release itong si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Diego.
So yung sinasabi nila detention hearing is merely parang ginawa ng defense team a few months back with regards to yung fit to stand trial issue. It's just merely a review whether he's still fit to stand trial or he should stay in detention. Yun lang pala yun.
Yeah, pero this is not from the defense
Yes,
side.
I know,
This
but
is
parang
under the ICC rule.
automatically. Pero I'm trying to say parang it's similar to that. Pero this one is instigated by the court itself.
By the ICC, yes.
Okay.
That's part of their house rules, kumbaga. And of course, after this, we won't know any decision yet. As we've talked about, ang magiging decision dito ay within 60 days. There are 3 possible outcomes after this confirmation of charges. One would be, of course, the charges will be confirmed and we will proceed to trial or full trial. Next option would be no charges will be confirmed at wala. So tuloy-tuloy wala ng kaso si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Third option would be the pre-trial chamber judges will return the evidence to the prosecution for review or pagtibayin pa yung ebidensya or pwedeng magkaso pa ng iba at pending yung magiging desisyon. Diego.
All right, the word used is within 60 days. So is it possible?
Yes.
Next week, 10, 15, 20 days, may decision na pinakamatagal ng 60.
Yes, that's right. You're right there. Sinabi naman yan dito nung nagkaroon kami ng media briefing na it is within 60 days pero as soon as they have the ruling from the pre-trial chamber, they will release it right away.
All right, may sinabi ba ang prosecution or defense na anong mas favorable sa kanila, whether an early decision or a later decision? Kasi alam natin in other trials in different courts, for the prosecution, mas favorable sa kanila pag yung decision is maaga.
Wala namang nabanggit ng ganun but as for them importante magkaroon ng desisyon because for the prosecution then this is a step forward to accountability. Magkaroon ng full trial, mahimay yung mga ebidensya. And of course, for the other side of the fence, they don't want this to proceed to a trial at mapalaya na nga ito si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. So today, yun nga yung nangyari na closing statement nila, dyan magkakaroon ng tagisan ng galing between the side of the prosecution, the victims, and of course versus the defense. Diyan makikita natin how are they gonna convince the pre-trial chamber judges to rule on their favor. For the prosecution, ma-convince nila na magkaroon ng trial, that there is merit to the case. For the other side of the fence, na mawala yung trial. Kumbaga, walang merito, walang kumbaga mahina ang kaso na pinupukol kay Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte.
Alam mo, Angel, dito sa Pinas, yung mga legal luminaries na nagdedebate on social media, a lot of them, kahit sabihin mo daw pro or anti, it doesn't matter where you are, medyo maganda daw ang argument ni Kaufman, no? Medyo anghang, pero medyo maganda ang argument. And ang daming, sabi ni Arles nga kanina, ang daming mga victims watching the trial, medyo napataas ang kilay, then medyo yung sugat daw bumalik. Ano ang naririnig mo dyan with regards to the people or reaction within the people in that circle on how Kaufman is performing at this point?
Well, of course, according to the prosecutor side or dun sa mga biktima, sila ay confident that they will, this case will proceed to full trial. Actually, I was able to talk to Attorney Nery Colmenares and he said that the only glass daw that will be shattered is the glass of the defense. No, kasi if you can remember yesterday, si Attorney Salpanelo, nagsabi niya shattered na ang glasses ng prosecution. Uwian na, tapos na because sabi nga ni Attorney Salpanelo, Kaufman didn't disappoint him. So, yun, no, sa panig naman ng victim, we asked them kamusta sila, anong naramdaman nila during the presentation or the submission on the merits of the case ng depensa. Sanabi ni Lori Pasco. Si Lori Pasco ay isang kaanak, no, isang nanay ng 2 biktima ng EJK. And she said that she felt na minaliit sila at talagang kumbaga parang hindi binigyan ng halaga ang buhay ng kanyang anak at iba pang mga victims at ginawa lang silang numero. No, yan ang kanilang kumbaga sentimento dito. Actually, last night nagkaroon silang economical prayer, a little gathering between the relatives of the victims, some human rights advocates and lawyers, nagkaroon ng forum, and the highlight of that event is the lighting of the candles, remembering the lives of the lives lost under the Duterte or the drug war at that time.
Okay.
And
go ahead.
Yeah, yun lang sinabi ko lang din. Of course, I was able to talk to Attorney Sal Panelo. He even told me to ask him kung bakit daw siya puti na damit. He's wearing a black shirt under and then there's a white coat over it. Ang kanyang message daw doon kasi binabalutan daw niya ng puti ang black propaganda ng prosecution against the former president. So I was able to talk to him and ask him kung sino ba yung nagbigay sa kanila ng go signal to represent former President Rodrigo Duterte kumbaga as the Filipino Legal Counsel and he said it's the family of a former president kasi ang unang plano daw talaga nila Diego dito is to visit or to get a glimpse of former President Rodrigo Duterte, but nagulat sila that the former president waived his right to attend in his own confirmation of charges and even yung mag-monitor sa online. So sabi nila, punta na lang din kami pero yun nga, ginawa na lang silang Filipino Legal Counsel ng Duterte family. But of course, you have to take note also na during the duration of the confirmation of charges here, bawal muna magkaroon ng bisita si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte.
Okay, lastly and quickly na lang, since today is the last day, what do we expect tomorrow or Sunday? May mga last remaining activities pa ba ang any of the groups?
Well, I don't know yet, pero today, right after the detention review, that's 3:30, there will be a press con sa hanay ng mga victims. I asked Attorney Salvador Panelo kung meron ba silang gagawin na same thing. Sabi niya wala naman daw nakaplano so far. So we will see if we can talk to Attorney Kaufman just like yesterday in an ambush interview. We will see kung ano pa yung magiging plano dito.
All right, and by the way, sabi ni Attorney Harry Roque kay Sal Panelo, tanong ko na lang daw sa kanya, wala naman daw siyang alam na away. Thank you for that.
Hindi nga daw niya kilala,
hindi
diba?
daw niya kilala. Ito,
sabi nga niya sa akin dito
sabi
niya,
naman
ikaw, I remember your interview, kasama mo yung husband mo si Diego.
Hindi, sabi ni Spock, Sari ngayon lang.
Bakit mo pinipilit na hindi nakilala ko? Hindi ko nga siya kilala.
Sabi ni Spock, Sari ngayon lang. Tanong ko daw kay Attorney Sal, parang wala naman daw away. Anyway, thank you for that update. Ingat ka dyan. That's Angela Lagunzad Castro reporting live from The Hague. Now, the Duterte drug war has already been carved in our nation's bloody history. But as the year goes by, many scars still won't heal the families of the victims. News 5 and 1PH anchor Ruth Cabal has the report.
Pagdating ko po doon, may harang na po na yellow line. Tapos ayaw akong papasukin ng pulis. Tapos sabi ko, sir, may anak po ko dyan. Wala po kayong anak dyan, Nay. Meron nga po. Tapos pinakuha ko yung ID ko sa anak ko, nakatunayan, barangay tanod ako. Nung binigay na sa akin ng anak ko, pinakita ko sa pulis, sir, ito po, may ID po ko, barangay tanod po ko, anak ko po isa dyan. Nung makita ko po yung mga patay na, isa na nakaupo sa sopa, laylay na yung ulo ganun, kalat yung utak. Tapos hinawi ko yung paningin ko, hinagilap ko yung anak ko. Doon ko nakita na magkatabi yung anak ko nakasubsob, wala nang buhay. Naliligo na sa sariling dugo. Yung dugo niya kulay itim na. Sa sobrang na siguro sa oras. Ang anak ko po, sa tagiliran, nadaplisan daw po yung puso. Tapos sari po rito sa likod, sa hita.
Kaya masakit sa akin yung mawalan ako ng anak. Hindi ako pumayag na iiyak na lang ako sa isang sulok. Panonoorin ko na lang kung ano yung nangyari sa anak ko. Sobrang sakit na hanggang ngayon hindi nawawala.
Pagdating namin sa pistry, ayun na nga, nakaano ng yellow, ano na yung ano na sa motor namin. Ayun, naabutan namin yung anak ko, wala ng buhay, nakasubsub doon sa may motor namin. Pagdating sa bahay, doon na lang ako nag-iiyak. Doon ko binukс yung nangyari sa anak ko. Buti na lang sana kung nagkasakit na lang, maalagaan ko pa. Eh yun, bigla nagpaalam lang na maiyakit ang pasahero Galit po ako. Ano po ako kay Duterte kung hindi lang sinabi na pagpapatay niya yung mga adik. Sana hindi na yung anak ko.
Emily Soriano, ina ng 15 taong gulang na biktimang si Angelito o Eme. Estrella Nonay, ina ng 33 taong gulang na biktimang si Bernardo o Benji. Parehong sa bagong silang Caloocan napatay ang kanilang mga anak pero di sila magkakilala. Nagkita na lang sila nang sumali sa isang NGO na tumutulong sa mga biktima ng drug war. Parehong nangungulila, parehong lumalaban. Kwento ni Nanay Emily, ilang araw pagkatapos ng Pasko, niyaya ng isang kaibigan si Eme para maghapunan. Celebration daw yon dahil nakabitan ng kuryente ang bahay ng kaibigan. Pero ang dapat sanay masayang tagpo, nauwi sa masaker. Bukod kay Eme, 6 na iba pa ang napatay, karamihan mga minor de edad. Ang may-ari daw pala ng bahay na pinuntahan ni Eme, pinagsususpetsahang drug dealer. Wala pang 24 oras, may naiharap na agad na suspect ang pulisya. Pero duda sina Nanay Emily. Alam raw nilang pulis ang pumatay kay Eme bilang bahagi ng operasyon para sa Oplan Tokhang.
Kasi alam ko naman po na na sinundo lang siya, nakakala lang namin, kakain lang. Tapos makikita mo ganun ang nangyari, karumal-dumal yung mga patay. Tapos kung pasukin yung bahay, ganun-ganun na lang kabilis nila barilin yung tao. Diba? Siya, napakaganda ng proseso dahil presidente siya. Dahil ba ordinaryo lang kaming tao, wala na kaming karapatang mabuhay.
Si Nanay Estrella, aminadong gumagamit ng illegal na droga ang anak na si Benji. Kaya pinauwi muna nila ito sa probinsya. Pero bumalik din ang akala nila'y nabawasan na ang mga tinutukhang. Di na nag-file ng kaso sina Nanay Estrella dahil wala naman raw silang panggasto sa abogado.
User lang po siya. Ginagamit niya lang pag nagtra-tricycle sa gabi. Buhay pa siya ng 7 buwan bago nangyari sa kanya noong 2018 nung namamasada po siya. Hinatid lang sa phase 3 yung pasahero niya na yun. At doon binaril.
Now let us delve deeper into the closing statements of the prosecution and common legal representatives of the victims. We have with us international law expert and University of St. La Salle Bacolod College of Law, Dean Ralph Sarmiento. Good evening, Dean. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yes, good evening po.
All right, let's start.
But clarify ko lang po, hindi lang po ako Dean. I'm Vice Chancellor for administration ng university. There's a new Dean right now. Yeah.
All right.
But I'm still connected with the law school.
Thank you for that clarification, Attorney. And of course, ang daming nangyayari, but let's unpack so far what's happening today. What is your assessment of how both sides, prosecution and defense, are performing ngayon na it's towards the end already?
Well, actually, as expected naman po yung mga presentation nila, all the arguments and the defenses that we were expecting to be presented na present po nila. And I think both sides actually did well insofar as performing their respective duties on the part of the prosecution. I think they were able to present a strong position. Not perfect, but strong one on the part of the defense. I also like the effort and the way matters were handled by Nicholas Kaufman. Also not perfect, but at least it was also a very good presentation. So ultimately depende lang po. I'm sure yung judges, tatlong judges po dito will be having a hard time, determining kung ano gagawin nila sa kasong ito.
Alright, attorney, kasi ito, well, of course, yung mga hindi nakakaalam masyado nangyayari sa how the ICC looks at or conducts cases as compared to Philippine courts. Ang tanong dito is, with regards to witnesses or appreciating witnesses, sinasabi ni Kaufman, na why are we giving credence or weight to the witnesses right now who most are drug lords, drug peddlers, as compared to Duterte, who is merely just an accused at this point?
Well, yung ultimately po yung credibility ng individual credibility ng mga witnesses will have to be evaluated po talaga in a full-blown trial. At this particular stage of the proceedings na confirmation of charges pa lang, normally wala pa po talagang general credibility pa lang po yung tinitingnan, no?
Okay.
Kasi yung when you say credibility, is there a question of bias? Is there a question na yung propensity for the witness to lie, no? Yung mga ganon, hindi mo pa po matetest yun during the confirmation of charges. So yung tinitingnan pa lang po dito as a whole, was the prosecution able to meet the threshold na reasonable grounds to believe na the crimes were committed. So medyo mababang threshold po yun. Hindi pa po ito proof beyond reasonable doubt yung hinahanap at this particular stage.
That's what I want to ask you, attorney. Ano yung threshold with regards to a crimes against humanity case? Kasi sabi ni Attorney Kaufman, wala naman daw smoking gun. Diba? There is no smoking gun to speak of, and parang the prosecution is merely relying on media excerpts and speeches from elections, from pronouncements as president.
Well, technically yung threshold po dito, no? Kasi tatlong level of threshold po yung ginagamit sa International Criminal Court, no, sa mga proceedings nila. For purposes of warrant, yung threshold na required is reasonable grounds to believe that the crimes were committed. And then yung for purposes of confirmation of charges, it's a higher threshold, so substantial grounds to believe na. And then pagdating na kung if ever this will go to a full trial, then magiging proof beyond reasonable doubt na po yun, yung hinahanapin doon. But at this particular stage, substantial grounds to believe lang po. So as long as the prosecution is able to establish, parang na-plausible yung case nila, na, but yung, of course, yung actual presentation of the witnesses for them to establish na each and every evidence, each and every argument na masusuportahan nila with witnesses, with proper evidence, that will be during the trial, if ever it goes to trial.
Well, interesting you mentioned so substantial grounds. No? But with regards to an actual direct order na patayin mo yan versus merely rhetoric, ano ang substantial ground? What is a substantial ground?
Yung substantial ground po doon, no, the way the case is being built on the part of the prosecution, yung what they're trying to establish here, insofar as the link, no, kasi you're asking about the link, no, kasi you're saying na wala naman talagang direct order, no,
Yes.
parang ganun yun, no. So Nicholas Kaufman is parang he's attacking the question about the issue about the link, yung direct link. Yung tinatawag natin doon, nexus. Ano ba yung direct link doon? No? So like for example, a particular statement, has it resulted in a killing? So sinasabi ni Kaufman, walang link doon. Kung if we will examine each and every case individually, each and every killing individually, we cannot link it to a particular statement or action ni former President Duterte. Yun yung argument ni Nicholas Kaufman. Pero sinasabi naman ng prosecution dito, taken as a whole, sinasabi nila, this was done as a matter of policy. And they're saying na yung Davao model, na si former President Duterte daw yung architect, author nun, siyang gumawa nun. And then parang in-apply niya on a nationwide na scale, no? And then so sinasabi nila, it was implemented as a matter of policy, parang ganon. So what they're trying to build here is they're saying na parang taken as a whole, no, parang yung multiplicity of killings, it was a product of the implementation of a particular policy. So sinasabi nila because of that, so parang hindi na yung hindi na talaga individual dito. Yung parang mga general statements niya, and then they were implemented as a matter of policy. So parang they're trying to establish parang cumulative evidence to establish a particular fact. Yung ginagawa naman ni Nicholas Kaufman is to attack it parang individually. Parang siya, parang doktor siya na talagang okay, let's look into the evidence one by one, parang gano'n. No? So it's a different approach.
Okay.
So ultimately titingnan natin kung which will ultimately turn to be more convincing sa mga judges.
So kumbaga, attorney, baka yung smoking gun na hinahanap natin, ma-expect natin yan if it goes to trial.
Technically po, hindi po kasi supposedly walang surprise walang surprises during the trial. What they have laid down right now is tinatawag po natin na parang summary evidence. Parang they're just giving us a bird's eye view na if this goes to trial, ito yung mga evidence namin, ito yung i-present namin. And then what we expect during the trial is parang in-depth presentation na lang. Like for example, in this particular argument, sino yung witness to establish this particular. So may ipipresent yung mga witness. Now to prove talaga na each and every argument talagang may supporting witness or may supporting evidence na mapapakita sila to establish every fact na na-allege nila during the confirmation of charges hearing. But insofar as surprises na may possibility ba na biglang may new evidence na lalabas, I don't think so. Because requirement po kasi sa proceedings na ilatag nila yung evidence nila lahat. Although of course they can conduct a further investigation, mga ganon. But normally, the further investigation, normally gathering lang po yan ng mga additional witnesses to establish the same facts na na-present na nila for purposes of confirmation of charges.
So pero bawal ang mag-introduce ng new evidence if it proves to be critical?
Hindi naman po. Kasi may isang scenario dito, no? Yung possible scenario kasi po, either the court will confirm the charges and then it goes to trial, or it will decline the charges and then technically dismiss na yung case, or it can adjourn and then it can require the prosecution to present additional evidence. Pwede rin po yun.
So yun ang mga abangan natin in the next 60 days. No? Pero I'd like to ask you also about yung sinasabi ni Attorney Kaufman that the prosecution daw failed to prove that there's a widespread systematic attack on a civilian population. Mukhang mali daw ang charge. Pag murder, baka pwedeng pag-usapan mas madali, pero widespread attack on a civilian population, parang ginawa daw nila Mussolini, nila Hitler, mali daw, sabi ni Kaufman.
What he's trying to establish is yung distinction between an ordinary domestic crime of murder and murder as a crime against humanity. So sinasabi niya, kung killings lang to, ng mga isolated lang, parang domestic jurisdiction lang, no, di ba? But when you go to the International Criminal Court, it's no longer just ordinary murder, yung kanilang jurisdiction. Yung jurisdiction nila is dapat crime against humanity of murder. So when you say crime against humanity of murder, may further requirement yon, may tinatawag na contextual element. Yung contextual element doon, hindi lang murder. Yung murder must have been committed in the context of a widespread and a systematic attack against a civilian population. So yung pinaka-importanting element doon, the widespread and systematic attack against a civilian population. And all the murders were committed as in the context of that particular incident. So yun yung kailangan, so the prosecution was trying to establish na widespread ito, systematic ito, ganon, di ba? And then on the part of Nicholas Kaufman naman, sinasabi niya, these are all isolated, hindi ito actually widespread. And then, it was not really directed against the civilian population as such. Kasi yung requirements sa Rome Statute is, the target is the civilian population as such. Meaning, say, tinarget mo yung civilian population mismo. Yun yung requirement ng Rome Statute. So, yun yung parang nakita ni Nicholas Kaufman na siguro strong argument to. So, I will attack the prosecution's argument on this basis na yung target dito were actually the criminals, not really the civilian population.
So in other words, ang sinasabi ng prosecution, in this case, the civilian population could be, although ang intent was the criminals initially by this plan, pero the civilian population could pertain to the criminals and also the innocents within the context of this drug war. Parang yun ang tinatry establish ng prosecution.
Opo.
All right. Now, I'd like to understand something, Attorney. Because what's happening also right now is yung detention hearing, no? We've been hearing a lot about that these last few days. Ano bang importance itong detention hearing and the appearance of the former president or non-appearance thereof?
Yung detention hearing po, kasi po yung, for example, yung whether the former president should continue to be detained, no? Subject to review po yon on a regular basis, normally once a year. So nire-review po yun yung condition niya, and then kung talagang kailangan talaga siya na under detention during the continuation of the proceedings, mga ganon. So it's subject to review. Kaya nga po yung mga interim release and everything, wala pong final judge decision yon, di ba? At any time, kung may mga new circumstances that changes yung, like for example, medical condition and everything, and then may mga changes sa political climate or atmosphere in the Philippines, pwede pong i-take up ng International Criminal Court ulit yung question about whether or not to give him interim release, no? Now, with respect naman sa appearance niya, I just have to explain at this stage of the proceedings, yung appearance niya is not really that mandatory. So it's a matter of right na pwede niya pong i-waive, and in fact, na-waive niya, no? But if this goes to trial, assuming it goes to trial, under Article 63 ng Rome Statute, his presence will become mandatory. Yun yung by default, his presence will be mandatory during the hearing.
Thank you for clarifying that and your time. Attorney Ralph Sarmiento, Vice Chancellor for Administration at the University of St. Lazal, Bacolod. Hope to have you back on the show, sir.
Thank you po.
All right, let's now tune back into the confirmation hearing over at the ICC in The Hague.
And then he celebrated the fact that he had managed to find one, and I stress, just one example of a direct order, so he thought, to kill emanating from Mr. Duterte, and that is to be found in Incident 1. So, for the benefit of the record, let me just clarify and repeat what I said, and I refer you to transcript 4, page 65, at line 14 onwards, and I quote, P26, who, redacted, claims that Mr. Duterte telephoned a redacted third party to order the operation and was told it was the mayor on the phone. - pure hearsay. That's what I said during the hearing. And I stand by my word. But because I thought that maybe Mr. Nichols might have caught me out, I went back to the transcript and the record, and I looked long and hard, and once again I quote P26's words from the evidence. I asked who called, and the redacted third party said, Superman. And to make things clear, the prosecutor's investigator then asked P26, was the person who took the call, was the redacted third party? And the answer he received was yes. So I repeat my submission with even more emphasis, pure, unadulterated, and undiluted hearsay. What Mr. Nichols' rebuttal boils down to, maybe he didn't mean to infer it, but he did, all it boils down to is a plea that, well, Kaufman's pointed out a few problems, let's just leave it for the trial judges to sort out. And for that, he's quite happy to let Mr. Duterte fester in detention for years to come. In the United States, they call that kicking the can down the road. And as for the learned victims representative, I've been restrained up until now. I've paid my respect to the families of those who have lost loved ones, and I repeat that expression of sympathy that I made as my very first statement on behalf of the defense. But I would like to remind the learned representative for the victims that he is not a mini prosecutor, and to regale the pre-trial chamber with unsupported allegations that many, many children lost their lives is utterly inappropriate. His stance and that of his colleague have reflected the media reporting of this case, namely complete disregard of the evidence, and to be frank, you haven't heard one single piece of evidence cited by them. That's why they have Ms. Massiter sitting next to them. Indeed, the media interest in this case has been intense, but it has followed a familiar theme. Rodrigo Duterte is finally behind bars where he belongs. And as a defense lawyer, I stand up and I talk about due process, fair trial rights, and the presumption of innocence. But what use is that when the whole world has already tried and convicted him, and furthermore, make emotional arguments to justify their position? What about the presumption of innocence? Mr. Butuyan talks about threats emanating from mini Dutertes. He says that people are threatened by Duterte clones in countries all around the world. He tells you about Rodrigo Duterte converting millions of peace-loving citizens into bloodthirsty disciples. Not dozens, not hundreds, but millions, so Mr. Butuyan says. What an insult to the Filipino nation. And Mr. Butuyan concludes by presenting an emotional ultimatum. Confirm or Duterte will be portrayed as the person who vanquished the ICC. Those were his words. These submissions were quite unique for this court, and of course, totally irrelevant for the purpose for which we are gathered here today. And as for the mainstream media, back in the Philippines, the situation is not much better. When I argue that there has been interference in this case at the highest level, relying not on documentation that I have invented, but on documentation given to me by the prosecution as exonerating, they say I'm making a political speech and that my defense lacks substance. And when I devote more time than the prosecution and the victims together to legal arguments and challenging the evidence, they say I'm nitpicking. Well, fortunately, we have this honourable bench which appreciates the presumption of innocence and the need to examine the evidence thoroughly in order to examine whether the prosecution has proved its case to the required standard. We are fortunate in that we have this honourable bench to review the various arguments dispassionately and professionally. And we know that this honourable bench, despite our struggling with the various redactions that have considerably reduced our ability to make comprehensive submissions in open session, we know that this bench will assess our arguments faithfully. We have provided a comprehensive analysis of both the law and the charged incidents. We have attacked every single count in open session while doing our very best to respect the restrictions imposed upon us and applied by the prosecution to its charging document and pre-confirmation brief. And these redactions have not just been a few here and there, they have been so sweeping that virtually nothing intelligible remains of the 49 incidents that we have been talking about for the public to read and to understand. Let me just screen you an example from the public record, from the public version of the pre-confirmation brief, so that the whole world can appreciate it. And the same goes for the redactions applied to the identities and roles of the various criminal cooperating participants. While I found this unfair and contrary to the spirit of transparency, which is meant to govern the conduct of the proceedings at this institution, I approached my counterpart in the prosecution and complained that the nature of his redactions would mean that most of my meaningful submissions, namely the attack on the evidence substantiating the 78 deaths, would require me to go into closed session. Don't worry, I was told by the learned prosecutor. We're going to release a lesser redacted version of our charging document and confirmation brief. Wonderful, I said to myself. But what in due course did we get? A document which merely released the names of the 8 so-called co-perpetrators and which caused a storm in the Philippines. It even caused the Secretary of the Interior to state that his department had begun tracing the whereabouts of these so-called co-perpetrators. And in its lesser redacted version of the document containing the charges and pre-confirmation brief, the prosecution also released the names of certain high-profile victims which it had selected, thereby enabling it, and it alone, to talk freely in open session about certain incidents that it felt crucial to its case. From this, I submit, Your Honours, you can really appreciate the true inequality of arms facing the defence as it attempts to defend a client in the public eye, I stress in the public eye, at the International Criminal Court. This inequality of arms in the public eye expresses itself in the way the prosecution controls the narrative by arbitrarily lifting redactions so that it can make its narrative of a grand scheme of co-perpetration known to the public in open court, while the defence can only meaningfully attack the real meat and the substance of the charges either obliquely or in closed session, including that hotly disputed incident with the CCTV. Well, we hope that we have found a way around that by referring Your Honours to the relevant places in the evidence, and we do trust you to pick up on the problems without the benefit of our full explanations in open session, even if the remaining part of our plea was rendered rather dry. But I do assure you, the general weaknesses that we have identified pervade throughout and are so recurring that the total value of the prosecution's evidentiary matrix drops not just below the substantial grounds threshold that the prosecution must meet, but hits the very rock-hard bottom. And I will summarise these weaknesses once more for the record. Layered hearsay, conjecture, over-reliance on accomplice evidence with offers of virtual immunity at the ICC, contradicting statements between participants in a crime, absolute lack of any linkage whatsoever to Mr. Rodrigo Duterte, and a total lack of support for an alleged crime both in the documentary and forensic record. And regarding these documents, it is not enough to argue that the Duterte administration destroyed them. There is absolutely no evidence for that. It is an outrageously unsubstantiated accusation which is not alleged, and where the documentation does exist, the prosecution is quite happy to rely on it. But what is this threshold, this substantial grounds to believe threshold? Well, clearly, it is not beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the standard required for a conviction at trial. But it is considerably more than reasonable grounds to believe, which is the standard applied for the issuance of an arrest warrant. If I may, let us take the analogy introduced by Mr. Butuya, that boat of his that set sail in order to avoid leaving his victims stranded on an island. Your Honours, this boat is the confirmation process, and its captain is this honourable bench. We are all passengers in this boat. The favourable winds in the sea and in the sails are for the prosecution, the incriminating evidence, and the sharks and the rocks in shallow waters are the exonerating evidence, the hearsay, the contradictions, and the accomplice witnesses. I ask you to consider how many sharks and rocks that we have discovered and pointed out to you through our binoculars. Would you board that boat if you knew that there was substantial grounds to believe that the boat would sink if it encountered one of the aforementioned perils? Let me define the test using more strictly legal language. The evidentiary standard applicable, namely substantial grounds to believe, is met with respect to a discrete incident when, and I quote from paragraph 38 of the Said confirmation decision, there exists concrete and tangible proof demonstrating a clear line of reasoning underpinning the specific allegations. By way of parenthesis, I should state that this quote from the Said confirmation decision recognizes the fact that each pleaded incident in a document containing the charges must be proved to the requisite standard for it to be adduced at trial. And that is what we request the Honourable Pre-Trial Chamber to consider. I have been asked by the many journalists who literally mobbed me outside this court building whether I have been reporting on the proceedings to the former president. And I tell them, yes, of course, that's my duty as a lawyer. I have to report to my client. It would be unethical otherwise. And they ask me, what has he to say about the case? Well, I'm going to enlighten you all a bit. For the best part of a year, we have been litigating the issue of jurisdiction and fitness. Your Honours have delivered your rulings. However, even though you found him capable of standing trial, I permit myself to tell you just a little bit about what really goes on in prison. No more than a kilometre from here. I permit myself first to tell you about his reaction to the demand of the prosecution and the victims that he appear. I won't hide the fact that I thought it best for him to appear, not out of a need to satisfy the desire of the prosecutor and the victims who desperately want him to face his accusers so that they can wave their collected finger at him despite the presumption of innocence. I did not want to disappoint his many supporters. That was my reasoning. Those mini Duterte clones, as Mr. Butuyan derisively calls them, who have been deprived of seeing their former and beloved president for more than a year. I told him that Your Honours could have rejected his request to waive the right of attendance. We even had a barong specially fitted for him so that he would not have to suffer the humiliation of being put into an out-of-size blue suit which would now dwarf his meagre physical body. The same blue suit in that dreadful photograph which still remains on the ICC website and that I would ask to be removed. But he took his decision, and as his counsel, I was obliged to respect it. And the day before yesterday, when Your Honours gave us a break, I went to that prison and I sat with him for an hour. I tried to engage him concerning the evidence, and he lost the desire to follow me within less than a minute. I offered to show him excerpts of the confirmation proceedings, a few minutes of the deputy prosecutor, a few moments of Ms. Massiter, and hoping that it might excite him a bit more, some of my own opening statement. He shook his head firmly. I implored him. I said, "Sir, look at what we are doing for you. We're doing our utmost to get you out of here." But once again, he politely declined. And I asked him why. I said to him, "Sir, don't you understand? They accuse you of murder. They say that you murdered thousands when you were the mayor and when you were ruling your country." And then he repeated the question that he has always asked me for a year or more. How does the prosecution say that I did this? Well, I replied, I thought until Monday that it was because of those speeches of yours. But then your prosecutor told the honourable judges the other day, throw them all out. They're not necessary for the confirmation. He claims that he still has enough evidence to convict you without all the bluster. And the former president repeated the question, but how? I've never murdered anyone. And they talk about thousands. And then I tried to explain to him arcane concepts such as indirect co-perpetration. And then his eyes simply glazed over. And who can blame him? As I mentioned, it is the only highly technical means whereby the prosecution can artificially connect him to criminal activity, not of his own doing. I then tell him that the people who are incriminating him are self-confessed murderers cooperating with the prosecution, whose names we can't mention in public. I tell him that in return for their dubious services and their expressions of so-called remorse, as the prosecutor puts it, they will not face trial at the ICC, probably nowhere in the world, and will be rehoused with new identities. Mr. Duterte, the ex-prosecutor, like me, can't understand the fairness of that, relying on not one, but a number of vicious criminals to convict him, when he remembers that he is supposed to be presumed innocent. I tell him the names of those criminal cooperating witnesses, because apart from us, he is the only person who is entitled to know. He tells me that he has not heard of any of them, apart from two, who he vaguely recalls from his days as mayor. Concerning one, his comment is liar, and concerning the other, scallywag. And then, exactly in the spirit of the waiver filed with this court, he looked at me solemnly and said, Mr. Kaufman, Nick, I have done my duty and I have left my legacy. Go to court and do your job, but I can no longer help you. I no longer remember much at all, and I can't comment on people who I do not know and on statistics that mean nothing to me. He then concluded and pronounced as follows: I was a faithful servant of the people, and that is how I wish to be remembered. I have now accepted my fate, and I realized that I could die in prison. And on that somber note, my team and I realized that there was no point in continuing. So we tried to humor him. We told him that next month he will be 81. And we reminded him of the many people who visit Duterte Street and Duterte Park, the renamed locality just outside the ICC Detention Center, as referred to by the many, many pilgrims who have visited The Hague to feel closeness to his presence, even if they cannot witness his actual person with their own eyes. We remind him of the mountain of cards and greetings and of the forest of flowers that he received both at the detention center and at the court's premises on his 80th birthday. So many cards, all of which were read by his family, that we had to provide 2 sacks to take them back to our office. So many bouquets of flowers that the prison had to bring a van to take them away. The flowers that reached the court premises were strategically placed around the building, and although so appealing and desirable and coveted by the staff, were avoided once the staff was told of their origin. So these flowers just rotted in the corridors until the smell forced them to be thrown away. We showed him some photographs of his family. We showed him photographs of his youngest daughter, Veronica, Kitty, who writes to him every day, so often that the letters are piling up in his room. His face starts to light up. We showed him pictures of civic events in the Philippines with Sebastian Baste and Paulo Pulong present. He laughed and told us what he remembers of their days as young men in Davao. We showed him pictures of Inday Sara greeting the enthusiastic crowds of people in the Philippines, and then finally his face beamed with pride. Your Honours, it is so easy to choose as a target for prosecution a politician because of the way he presents his policies. If Rodrigo Duterte is to be faulted for anything, it is for his inappropriate choice of language. But he murdered no one. Out of that huge database of evidence on which the prosecution relies, I repeat that there is absolutely nothing to directly link Rodrigo Duterte to the 78 deaths alleged. That is why they rely on a few selective and vociferous individuals in the Duterte administration, calling them co-perpetrators, just so it can artificially superimpose their fantasy common plan theory linking Rodrigo Duterte to the victims. Your Honours, I beg you to be guided by evidence, which must reach a minimal level of integrity. Be persuaded by your own innate sense of justice and by your own collective years of experience. But most importantly, be guided by coherent evidence and by common sense. I ask you, I beg you not to confirm any of the charges. I ask you to let Rodrigo Duterte return to the Philippines, not to govern, but simply to let him live out the rest of his days in peace, in his humble dwelling in Davao. And with that, Your Honours, I conclude, and I wish to thank you for your patience, and to thank the parties and the participants, and most importantly, my team, Dov Jacobs, Havnit Nikisetti, Sandrine Dosena, Davide Rancati, Alexandra Dezev-David, Nicholas Russo, and Kaylin Chen, all of whom have worked throughout the last year for one cause alone, and that is to serve our client, Mr. Rodrigo Duterte, faithfully.
George Motok. Thank you very much, Mr. Kaufman. The Chamber, my colleagues and myself, we have the duty to recall certain issues. First of all, the reductions that you have mentioned now, it was already raised by the defense, and the chamber had taken a decision rejecting the position of the defense. The number of the decision is 388. And I should say that the quality of arms is ensured because the defense has access to the redacted information. It just is not available to the public. Secondly, you talked about the health and capacity of the suspect. As you have clarified, this issue was already addressed by the chamber, and the defense must not make submissions on that point now because it is not appropriate. The decision is already available in the public domain. I thank you very much, and with that we come to the end of the confirmation of charges hearings. I thank the parties. Did you want the floor, Mr. Prosecutor?
Yes, whenever it's convenient for you, Your Honor. Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. I don't want to stand up and object to my friend, but I would request and ask that you strike and not take any account of any word that my friend said came from his client. None of that was responsive to arguments, which is what these last 30 minutes were about. You made that clear on pages 24 and 25 of the transcript today, and it's in paragraph 9 of your order on the conduct of the hearings. Second of all, my friend can't testify for his client or make a speech for his client. That's governed by Article 67H. If he wanted to come here, he didn't want to come here, he could have come here and talked about whatever he wanted to, but he chose not to. Mr. Kaufman's conveying this. He's been complaining about hearsay all day. It's not reliable, but beyond that, if Mr. Duterte wants to speak to the court and speak to the gallery, he should come here, request to make an unsworn statement. He shouldn't do that through his counsel. So I ask that all of that be given zero weight whatsoever in your determinations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. You want the floor again, Mr. Kaufman?
Madam President, but I do believe that the defense has the right to respond.
Wait.
Yes, says Judge Moto.
And I say to Mr. Nichols that this was not testimony. It was purely an explanation for him not coming to the hearing. He has the maximum respect, obviously, for your honours, but he has his arguments, which we shan't repeat here once again. They were all set out in the waiver. That was not testimony, I assure you, Mr. Nichols.
Merci.
Judge Moto, thank you very much. Now the bench will withdraw to deliberate, and we will render a decision on the confirmation of hearings within 60 days in accordance with the instruments, the provisions. We will come back to this court for a hearing on Mr. Duterte's detention. Court is suspended.
Well, that's the end of the confirmation of charges hearing for the Duterte case, no? And then what's happening now is they are in a suspension, or they're going to pause, and mamaya-maya lang we can expect magkakaroon ng discussions on this time yung detention, hearings on detention naman of the former president who waived his right to come out or to waive his right to appearance. Now, if you hear the discussions kanina on both sides, si Attorney Kaufman systematically broke down the prosecution's assertions based, and it's very consistent with what he said yesterday, no? Saying most of it is hearsay, wala naman direct link, or there's no direct order to speak of to prove his guilt. He even spoke of that which the prosecution objected to. He even spoke of his conversation with the former president inside the detention facility, saying that all of this is not true, and spoke of his interactions with his children, which again, the prosecution rejected this idea na hindi dapat sinasama itong statement. But what we can expect today, since this is the last day, again, yung determination ng detention ni former president will happen later on. And aside from that, yung decision regarding the confirmation of charges will happen within. The word was within 60 days. So pwedeng earlier, pwedeng sasagarin ng 60 days, magkakaroon ng decision whether this will go to trial, this will not go to trial, or ibabalik ng court sa prosecution yung case para maghanap pa ng evidence. So those are the three options that can happen within the next 60 days. Now, we'll give you more updates when we return. This is Duterte's ICC confirmation of charges, a special coverage. Watching the Duterte sa ICC confirmation of charges, a special coverage. The historic arrest of former President Rodrigo Duterte revived hope for drug war victims' families. And at this very hour, thousands of them are hoping that they will eventually achieve what they call elusive justice. Ruth Cabal continues with this report.
Mag-iisang taon nang nakadetain sa International Criminal Court si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte para sa crimes against humanity. Para sa mga biktima ng drug war at kanilang mga pamilya, maituturing ng maswerte ang dating Pangulo na nahaharap sa due process o yung tamang proseso alinsunod sa batas. Bagay na pinagkaitraw sa libo-libong mga napatay noon sa kampanya kontra iligal na droga. Sa record ng pulisya noon, nasa mahigit 6,000 ang mga napatay sa drug war. Pero ayon sa mga biktima at mga human rights group, posibleng umabot raw ang bilang sa 30,000.
Kasi po buhay po yung kinuha nila. Buti nga po sila, dadaan lang sila sa kulungan, makukulong ko sakali, makukulong sila, dadaan sila sa tamang proseso. Yung mga mahal namin sa buhay, bulok na. Hindi na namin makikita. Sila makikita pa ng pamilya nila kung sakaling makulong sila.
Ano po pinaka-namimiss nyo kay Eme?
Siyempre po, yung gigisingin kanya ng madaling araw, yung pasalubong mo, eto lang. Pero pera wala, pagkain meron. Yun po yung naano ko sana ko na palaging gigising ako ng madaling araw. Naakala ko ginigising ako ng anak ko, may pasalubong. Yun po yung sobrang miss na miss ko po sa anak ko. Na hanggang ngayon hindi ko nakakalimutan yung anak ko. Sobrang sakit eh.
Kaya sabi kong gano'n sa grupo namin dati, yung pag-activity kami. Pagpanalo ng isa sa amin, tagumpay na namin lahat. Tagumpay ko na rin.
Ilan taon na po kayo, Nay?
72 po ngayon.
Eh baka matagalan pa po yung kaso, kaya niyo pa po lumaban.
Ay, kaya pa, hanggang buhay pa. Nagigil ako talaga. Dapat umarap sa pag nilitis siya eh. Huwag siya sa lang. Yung hiningi ko lang, iharap siya eh. Para namin mga niya. Ginawa niyang kasalanan. Tapos sasabihin niya, mga peke lang yung mga namin. Tutunanan yung pagpapatay, pinatay na mga mahal namin sa buhay. Kaya hanggang ngayon, umaasa pa rin ako na makakamtan namin yung aming pinaglalaban.
Tinuturing noong isa sa ground zero ng war on drugs ang Caloocan. Kasama ito sa mga binanggit sa kaso ng prosecution sa ICC. Nang mag-ikot kami sa ilang lugar sa dating Bagong Silang, nahinati na ngayon sa iba't ibang barangay, bising-busy ang kalsada. Maraming mga batang naglalaro, kahit papano'y mas payapa na raw ang komunidad, pero tila di naman nawala ang trauma.
Di sa panahon ngayon, wala naman ang ganun mga binabaril, pero may mga takot pa rin yung mga tao kasi marami pa rin mga bata, mga pinapatay, nire-rape. May takot lalo na ngayong panahon ngayon. Mga takot pa rin yung mga tao kasi dahil sa mga bata eh.
Yung nangyari po yun, nung time na yun, kinalimutan na rin naman na po yun. Wala na. Parang yung nangyari ng taon na yun, kasi mga natakot na yung mga tao kasi time na katokhangan. Siyempre, masakit din nun. Kasi bata rin yung mga nasawi.
Mula sa gera sa kalsada, nakarating na sa korte sa The Hague, the Netherlands, ang laban. Crimes against humanity ang kinakaharap na kaso ng dating Pangulong Duterte sa ICC. Ang kanyang war on drugs, tinuturing na malawakan at sistematikong pag-atake sa mga sibilyan.
Duterte, panabuli!
Pero sa bawat biktima at mga naiwang kaanak, personal na laban ito para sa hustisya, paghilom at kapanatagang mamuhay muli ng normal kahit pa walang hanggan ang pangungulila. Ruth Cabal, mukha ng maliliit, isyong malalaki. Dokumentado.
Well, that concludes the 4 days of confirmation of charges hearing of the former President Rodrigo Duterte, where you've seen both the prosecution and the defense give out their arguments. For the prosecution, they tried to convince the ICC court not to go to trial because there's sufficient evidence to substantiate that President Rodrigo Duterte, former President Rodrigo Duterte, is responsible for the killings that happened or the extrajudicial killings that happened during his drug war by presenting several excerpts from media speeches and witness statements allegedly giving a glimpse of the president giving orders or stimulating orders through media, encouraging law enforcement to engage in fighting back or killing supposedly drug suspects. And at the same time, we've seen the defense side saying that they should not go to trial or the charges should be dropped simply because there is no direct proof linking the former president to actually giving an order. Simply, the prosecution failed to prove that he directly gave an order. And what they're saying is, with regards to this, all they relied on is speeches and rhetoric from the former president, which is not enough. And of course, later on, we will have the hearing on detention that will be happening to determine whether the former president is still fit to stand trial or he should stay in detention. And we also spoke a while ago to a former spokesperson of the Duterte administration, Harry Roque, and he is quite satisfied with the way Attorney Kaufman has handled this case and hopes that and thinks that the charges may be dropped at this point. But then again, we have to wait and see within the next 60 days for the results to come out. And well, that concludes our coverage now of the Duterte's ICC confirmation of charges hearing. And please, let's take a listen at what's happening right now over at the ICC.
To issue an order in support of the release of his father and prohibiting the Philippine government from cooperating with the ICC. The news source about this action of Mr. Duterte's children is found in the online news portal of...
Can the French booth please turn on the microphone? Thank you.
The news source about this action of Mr. Duterte's children is found in the online news portal GMA News Online, and the news article is entitled, quote, Duterte Kids Tell S Supreme Court Petition for Father's ICC Release Not Moot, unquote, dated 6 January 2026. We will forego arguing the statutory basis of our position and contentions, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge Murdoch.
May I continue, Your Honor, because there was a misunderstanding on the...
Oui, vous pouvez continuer.
Yes, please proceed.
We further wish to point out, Your Honors, that the conditions set forth in Article 58, subparagraph 1 of the Rome Statute continue to be met, and there has been no change of circumstances within the meaning of Article 60, subparagraph 3 of the statute or Rule 118, subparagraph 2 of the Rules of Procedure and Evidence that would support and justify Mr. Duterte's release from detention. On the contrary, as we have shown earlier, the new developments support his continued detention. In fact, we wish to emphasize that the prior findings that supported Mr. Duterte's continued detention remain valid and undisturbed, particularly in light of the fact that the confirmation of charges hearing has been held. There are no new facts that have emerged that would undermine the legal or factual findings in this chamber's last decision on detention. There is absolutely no basis for modifying the earlier ruling. Your Honors, the purpose of periodic review under Article 60, subparagraph 3, is to assess whether the conditions under Article 58, subparagraph 1, as required by Article 60, subparagraph 2, continue to be satisfied. As the Appeals Chamber has made clear, this review is not limited to newly submitted material. Rather, it requires the Chamber to consider the totality of these current circumstances and to satisfy itself that continued detention remains necessary. In this case, the conditions under Article 58, subparagraph 1, A and B, remain firmly in place. We wish to emphasize that the Appeals Chamber has recently reiterated that pretrial chambers are authorized to assess the likelihood of future events. The question before this chamber is not whether interference is inevitable, but whether there exists a real possibility of such occurrences. On the present record, that possibility remains very strong. We wish to reiterate that there has been no material change in circumstances that support the entitlement of Mr. Duterte to an order releasing him from detention. On the contrary, the current procedural posture heightens the risk of non-appearance. As the proceedings advance, the suspect's incentive to flee increases. The end of the confirmation of charges hearing, which occurred today, further intensifies that risk, as it brings the prospects of trial nearer on the horizon. Additionally, the conclusions of the panel of experts that Mr. Duterte is able to follow the proceedings underscore rather than diminish the risk. His capacity to understand and participate necessarily implies a capacity to assess his situation and act upon it, including the possibility of absconding. It must also be recalled that the Appeals Chamber has also found no error in the Chamber's previous determination that Mr. Duterte has demonstrated a propensity to interfere with investigations. That assessment remains unchallenged by any new evidence. No intervening developments have displaced it. Moreover, Your Honors, this chamber found and the appeal chamber affirmed that Mr. Duterte benefits from a network of supporters capable of facilitating his flight. The existence and nature of such a network are not circumstances that are easily altered. No information has been presented that would suggest the support structure has dissipated or disappeared. Consequently, the risk of flight remains very substantial. With respect to Article 60, subparagraph 4, the Chamber must consider whether the overall period of pretrial detention has become unreasonable, and if so, whether any delay is attributable to the prosecutor. Mr. Duterte has been detained since March 2025. However, given the gravity, the complexity, and the wide scope of the charges, the duration of detention is not unreasonable. Furthermore, there has been no inexcusable delay attributable to the prosecutor. The record does not support such an assertion. Finally, Your Honors, the position of victims and witnesses is a highly relevant and a significant consideration in this regard. The information provided to us by victims has always been consistent. They express genuine fears for their safety and that of their families should Mr. Duterte be released. The victims have articulated concerns about renewed instability and intimidation in their communities, particularly because of the holding of the confirmation of charges hearings. Therefore, we cannot stress enough the duty of the Chamber to not only safeguard the rights of the suspect, but also to ensure the integrity of the proceedings and the protection of victims and witnesses. On the present record, releasing Mr. Duterte would create risks that the statute seeks expressly to prevent. Madam President, Your Honors, in light of the absence of any changes in circumstances that supports Mr. Duterte's release from detention, the continued existence of a significant risk of flight and interference, the advanced stage of the proceedings, the reasonable duration of detention to date, and the expressed concerns of victims, the participating victims respectfully submit that Mr. Duterte's continued pre-trial detention remains both warranted and necessary. Thank you, Your Honors.
Judge Motok, thank you very much, counsel. We can now move on to submissions from the defense. Mr. Kaufman, you have until 1500, well, past. We've moved on.
Your Honours are aware, the defence has appealed the pretrial chamber's decision on the first detention review. That's number 357 in the case record. And since we are still awaiting a judgment of the appeals chamber, the defence will not oppose the continuation of Mr. Duterte's current detention. Thank you.
Judge Motok, thank you very much. Mr. Kaufman. So we're still speaking about 1,500 hours. This concludes the hearing. The submissions will be taken into account when the chamber makes a decision regarding the continued detention of Mr. Duterte. That decision will be handed down within the deadline set within the rules of evidence and procedure. Once again, I thank the participants, the parties, interpreters, court reporters, and all other staff members who have helped run this hearing. The hearing is now adjourned.
And that concludes our special coverage of the 4-day ICC confirmation of charges and detention hearings of former President Rodrigo Duterte. I am Diego Castro. We are One News, all sides, all the time.